Okay, friends, I think we've got both YouTube streams running. Give me just a moment, and we will get TikTok up and running. Sorry for the late start, friends. I needed to redo my stream key. I set the stream key in from unapologetic, and I was dead streaming to nowhere. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna clear out. I'm gonna clear out these goofy guest boxes real quick. There we go. Get that out of there, and then we'll get that guy out of there. Cool, cool, cool. And we'll get TikTok rip roaring. Almost there. Let's see. Oh, we don't need that prompt anymore to say God is imaginary. Cool, 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 cool. And we're live on TikTok. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't get another 15 violations today on TikTok. We'll see. I mean, you never know. TikTok's it's hard to know what you're gonna end up with. The TikTok system is it's pretty brutal recently in terms of like handing out violations to people and things like that. So we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. That being said, before I forget, let me open up real quick. I got to pop open a chat window before I forget to do that. We don't want to do that. We don't want to forget that. All right, chat window is open. Okay. All right, cool. Now I got chat pop out. Dope. Love it. Fantastic. Awesome. Cool. I'm good to go there. Oh, love it. Fantastic. I need to dock that inside of OBS. So that just opens every time OBS opens now. That's the thing to do, actually, now that I think about it. Nevertheless, friends, welcome in. Hey, is it Monday night already? It's Monday night. I don't know if it's just y'all. I'm seeing, and seems to be the case on TikTok, but not so much on YouTube. Is the TikTok stream lagging for y'all? Because it's lagging for me. Just TikTok though, not YouTube. I think it's time to just go in and degrade all the TikTok settings. TikTok's been like super laggy for a little while, and I just don't know if TikTok Studio can really keep up with the type of demand that it requires to run some of these live streams. It's lagging, yeah. Let me restart it with like a lower setting. Hold on. TikTok really acting a fool. It's crazy. I've only got it set to 1080p, by the way. I'm streaming both streams to YouTube at 1080p. One at 1080p, one at 4K. And I'm streaming to TikTok literally just at 1080p, and TikTok cannot fucking keep up. It's crazy. I've even tried like downgrading the frames per second, and even that is like not great. But let me put it down at say like 26 frames per second, and we'll leave the bit rate. Let's see, leave the bit rate at 7,000. That should be plenty enough. It might be too much for what we're doing. We've got stream latency even set, so it should have time to buffer. So that shouldn't be an issue. And then we've got a delay, like a purposeful latency to see if it can buffer rather than skip. I'll just bump that up real quick, and then we'll see if that's better. I can turn the video bit rate too down on the audio if that helps it to not skip around. TikTok Studio is just kind of a piece of trash, to be fair. What are you gonna do? I'm kind of stuck with it. Okay. I restarted TikTok Studio with some degraded settings, and it looks better. It looks much smoother. So I think we'll be okay. Although that does remind me, I probably, before I forget, I actually need to make sure I got the right headphones selected. Yeah, I got the right headphones selected. Cool. We should be all right. The last thing you need is to wait. We can't see you on horizontal. Really, that's new. 1 second. I wonder if I plugged in the wrong stream key. might be the case. Give me a second to make sure. I'm live right now. Oh, interesting. I think I see the problem. Okay. Okay. I see the problem. 1 second. When I plugged in the stream key, that's on me. I plugged in the wrong damn stream key. Give me 1 second. There we go. Now, sorry about that. Now we should have the right stream rocking and rolling. My bad. I got 2 stream keys on each channel. It's a long story. The one I just plugged into the horizontal stream was the wrong one. I got the right one in now. Sorry about that. So I'm looking at it now, and it looks like it is live and ready to rock and roll. Live debate 713. We should be good to go. Let me double check the vertical stream real quick. Make sure vertical stream's ready to rock. There we go. Yeah, vertical stream should be ready to rock and roll. All right, I think we're good on all the fronts. And is unacceptable, Wallace? I'm sorry, Wallace. I don't know why. It's baffling to me that TikTok Studio is so like slow and laggy these days. You would expect that you'd see that on the YouTube stream because YouTube's such a busy app. And then also on top of it, like I'm streaming 2 streams to YouTube at once. I'm suspicious that the TikTok like ingest servers just are not enough to keep up with demand. To be fair, TikTok it just recently changed hands, and you know, sometimes American buyers aren't actually ready to do what needs to be done to properly make stuff work. But it looks okay right now at 720p. I mean, it's not as fun as 1080 or even high def. But what are you gonna do? What are you going to do? All right, let me open the guest box, y'all, and we'll get our first conversation rolling here, and then we'll grab some super chats after that. Big W for all y'all who patiently waited that out. Let's get some conversation rolling. Before I do that, I need to open up my spreadsheet before I forget, so I make sure to write down the the nonsense coming out of our guests' mouths, which is going to be plentiful. Y'all been around long enough to know what to expect. Y'all, the episode last night on the line with Forrest was a wild one. Y'all gonna want to go check that out. Obviously not right now, but you're gonna want to check that out here in a little while. All right, let's get Am Pro 306 in here.
I'm not gonna lie, gang. I slapped the shit out you, bro.
Pro. Oh
yeah,
man,
you heard
I'm so
me.
scared.
I slapped the shit out you, bro. Yeah, let's do MMA. You know MMA? You know MMA? 5 rounds.
I'm
Let's
shaking
go.
my boots.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm so terrified.
Let's go. Send me location. Let's go. Let's go. Send me location.
Yeah. Send me a message.
Send me the location. Let's go. Let's go. 5 rounds. Let's go.
I told you send me a message. I told you send me
Let's
a
go.
message.
Let's go. Send me location. I'm gonna come. Let's go.
I told you I'm waiting for your message right now.
You scared. Yeah. That's why you stuttering. You scared.
I'll wait for your message right now.
You scared. I
got my inbox open right now. I'll await your message.
Hey,
after
this,
deets.
after I get off, I'm gonna message you location. You wanna come?
Are you so
gonna
dumb?
come? Or we gonna fight?
He's
We're
so
gonna fight
dumb.
on camera.
He's so dumb to think that I'm gonna give out my fucking
you're scared to fight.
location on a public live stream. Imagine being that like insecure in your goofy ass god belief that you go around on the internet challenging people to fight. I'm certainly not too. Listen, I'm fucking old, but I'm certainly not too old to go a couple rounds. Nevertheless, you might want to consider being a real adult. I don't know. It is a possibility. It is something that is within your power too. I'll tell you one thing. I don't think your God's going to help you. To be fair, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I don't think that your God is all that concerned with things like trying trying to get into physical altercations with people that you disagree with. It didn't seem to be the thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Jesus said to turn the other cheek if somebody struck you, which would lead me to believe that I think like he wants you going around starting internet. Oh well. Cyber, hey, thanks for the Dragon Head. I appreciate that. Good to see y'all. Let me grab a couple super chats, and it looks like we got Ezeki, perhaps in the queue. We'll get Ezeki. If you're not on TikTok, you can use the link on the screen, tinyurl.com/DZ chats, and we'll get you into the conversation, or at least we'll get you into the queue to be part of the conversation. Kyle Mulkins, thank you for the super chat. Is before I formed you, I knew you, and Revelation passage, depart from me, I never knew you, a contradiction. Keep being told the meaning of no changes. Okay, so Kyle, you're not okay. Who's ever talking to you about this particular topic, I won't say they're wrong. Okay, so it certainly is the case that this idea of when Jesus says, I never knew you, I mean, certainly it seems to be indicating that, like, the idea is that we're not in relationship, right? It's like saying, hey, check out my girlfriend, and she's like, actually, I never knew you. See what I'm saying? It's kind of like roughly the equivalent there. So, that being said, I would say when we come to the psalm that you're referring to, David, was it 139? Let me double check. Let's see. Oh yeah, 139. Fuck, guys. Sometimes my memory does work. Like, I realize I don't get any pop culture references, but man, I'll tell you what. Sometimes I got those Bible passages ready to rock. Yeah. So in Psalm 139, let's see. It was you who formed my inward parts. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My frame was not hidden to you. I was being made in secret. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Search me. You know when I sit down. You have such knowledge. Blah 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 blah. Know it very well. Search me, O God. Know my heart. Test me and know my thoughts. So the psalm here, I mean, Psalm 139 from David is basically, kind of declaring that Yahweh is kind of his maker, his creator, is perhaps even benevolent parent of some kind. And so this is, I don't think it's contradiction, to be fair. I think you can use the word know in multiple ways, and it is up to the reader to kind of figure out what the fuck the author's doing. Like, so when it says that Adam knew Eve, that means they did the thing. You know what I mean? That we know what that means. And so it is important to understand that there is some kind of context here, right? You can't, you never want to fall into words don't mean words. It is important to understand that words do have kind of a semantic range, and they certainly do have like idiomatic usages that you should be aware of. Also, TikTok's is running. Let me see. I got to change my profile real quick to my backup so I can check the live status. There we go, and make sure the super chats are fitting on screen. I forgot to do that. It should be all right. But yeah, Kyle, that's what I would say. Hope that helps. And also from sufficiently advanced tautology, watched the God is a Pervert stream and couldn't help think, oh, Nahum 3, 5-7. True. Yahweh is into some sick shit. Anyway, here's some money for ice cream in the heat. Also, Brain Rot app is live. Details in email. Well, thank you sufficiently. I appreciate that. I didn't do a brain rot meter yet, but I did, for your own pleasure, a pretzel meter. So let me put the pretzel meter up. And right now, the way the pretzel meter works is essentially the way that the brain rot meter is going to work, although it needs formatted. Look, the formatting's really like cattywampus. Nevertheless, the way that it works is I've got an algorithm over here that's basically looking at the chat, and it's counting particular words, and it's going to be determining if, in fact, the caller is cooked. But that being said, I am going to put together another one in the same vein that does what you're suggesting, the brain rot meter, and I'll have to have a different selection of words to measure the brain rot in real time. So keep an eye out for that. We should see something of that nature coming, and maybe I'll be able to share it out with others. The code base. Andrew says, how does Deuteronomy 23:15 through 16 fit into blatantly pro-slavery stance of the Old Testament? Oh, that's easy. So 23:15 basically is. I don't want to say it's mistranslated. What I would say is that it's a notoriously difficult passage to translate, and I think a lot of translators are bringing their assumptions to it. Now, when it comes to translating this passage, I agree with the ancient rabbis. I do not agree with all of the modern scholars, although there's a number of modern scholars that agree with me and the take by the rabbinic writings in the Talmud, that Deuteronomy 23:15 is not necessarily just about runaway slaves. It's very, very important. So if Deuteronomy literally said that if a slave runs away, you can't return them, one, it would entirely contradict the idea of slavery. It would make God look dumb. It would be one of the largest contradictions there. Nevertheless, the passage itself, especially if you look at it in the Hebrew form, it implies kind of two things. And typically in modern translations, they try to get at least one of those implications, but they don't always get the second implication very well. And it just depends on which translation you're reading. And I'll give you an illustration of what I'm talking about here. Let me put the verse on the screen real quick, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right. Oh, it's a little small. Give me 1 second. I'll make it a little bit bigger here. Okay. All right. You shall not return to their owners slaves who have escaped to you from their owners. They shall reside with you in your midst in any place they choose, and or in any one of your towns, wherever they please, you shall not oppress them. Okay, so there's a couple things happening here. The phrase in Hebrew, you shall not oppress them, is identical to the phrase that God says about the foreigners. When you have sojourners in the land that are there either temporary or permanently, you shall not oppress them. So the first thing to notice is this is probably about foreign slaves escaping from a foreign land into your land. This is important because in the ancient world, nearly all of the various cities and regions had slave contracts with the neighboring regions. If you find one of our slaves and you return it, here's what we'll pay you. If you find one of our slaves and you don't return it, and then it's found out that you don't return a slave, here's the punishment for you. In fact, here is a really interesting volume. This is the Al-Alach tablets, published in the 50s by D.J. Weissman. It's a series of cuneiform tablets from what is now, they used to call it Anatolia. Now it's basically Turkey. And what you'll find is there's a lot of slave laws written down, but there's also contracts with other neighboring cities and rulers. Like, hey, this is what you do if you find one of our slaves. Thank you very much. And you should be able to find that on archive.org. Nevertheless, Israel, remember, Israel was not supposed to make contracts with any of the other countries. That wasn't what God wanted. He wanted them to be completely independent, right? And so this is why you find laws like this. The other thing happening here is it really, if you read the Hebrew, the way it reads in English is, I don't want to say it's misleading. It's not complete, right? It says, you shall not return to their masters or to their owners, slaves who have escaped to you from their owners. Now, the word that you find there in Hebrew, it is true that it can be used to refer to somebody that escapes. I don't want to be a poo-pooer and say that you can't do that. What I would say, though, is that the form that we find the word in, I wouldn't use to say escape, okay? So first of all, what we find here is that it's in the passive tense, right? So if somebody escapes, that's still an active verb, right? I escaped. He escaped. She escaped. What you would expect if you converted that into a passive verb, the action would be taking upon the individual. The individual wouldn't be doing the action. Does that make sense? So it's not that they escaped, it's that they were released. It's different, right? when the word is used, netzel, or netzal should be the word. When it's used in this context, it should be read as not an escaped individual, but somebody who has been emancipated or released. So what this is also saying is, if you have emancipated a slave, you can't go and re-enslave them, right? That's what's being said here. And this is traditionally in line with what most of the ancient rabbinic sources say. And so I get that there's, there might be some translation difficulties here. And I don't want to sideline those or pretend like they don't exist. But I think my personal reading of the Hebrew text, along with some scholarly readings of the text, and even the rabbinic readings of the text, would lend to the preferable interpretation of the passage as being about both runaway foreign slaves and also about not returning freed, emancipated slaves to back to their masters. So that's probably what that passage is about. It's not an anti-slavery passage as Christians would want you to believe, but they're reaching. They're looking for anything that they can say. Actually, the Bible's not really pro-slavery. It is what it is. Let me grab one more super chat, and then our guest. I guess our guest got impatient while I was answering that super chat. They bounced. Ezekiel apparently couldn't wait 3 minutes to get into the chat. Weird. I don't know how long he was expecting to have a discussion for if he couldn't wait 3 minutes, but nevertheless, I'll grab some super chat. Actually, we got some guests in the YouTube queue, so we'll grab a guest in the YouTube queue, no problem. David Burke, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. What is the purpose Christians talk about? Getting into heaven? If so, can't they just do the Jesus as Savior thing each morning and drop all the other BS? Something else? Never understood even when I was one. Okay, so this is a fair question. What really is the goal? What's the purpose of life, right? The Bible would have you believe that you are strangers, you are a sojourner in this life, and that the goal, the greatest goal that you would probably be able to achieve is to, make it into heaven, right? And so if that's the goal, if the goal is honestly to make it into heaven, it seems to me that you would make this the priority over all things. Like this would be the thing that you spent your time trying to accomplish. And so, if that's the thing, then, you might ask yourself, can I do the bare minimum? And yes, this, however, is dangerous. I would, if I was still a pastor and somebody asked me this question from the church, I would say you're flirting with danger here, because while it might be true that you could get into heaven, right, doing the bare minimum, it is also true that there's kind of a hierarchy, right? Jesus talks in Matthew 5 about how there will be some people that are least and some people that are great in the kingdom of heaven, which means there's going to be some kind of hierarchy up in heaven. That's the obvious takeaway from that, right? The other takeaway I would say is it must be true that there's some sort of legal structure, because the disciples, Jesus says, will be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel, which would lead one to believe that obviously there's going to be government and structures. And even in Isaiah 60, the nations that don't serve Israel are going to get wiped out. So there's some stuff to think about in the afterlife. It's not just floating in the clouds. Let me get Klaus from our guest queue here, and we'll get our first conversation rolling. Give me just one moment. Pull Klaus in. There we go. And Klaus, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God? Klaus, can you hear me? Is the first question. That'd be the first thing we need to know is if you can hear me. Klaus? Let me check something. Let me make sure everything's happening here. Yeah, Klaus, Klaus, you should be able to hear me, bud. Can you not hear me? Klaus? Let me see if you have hardware hooked up. Oh, Klaus. Oh, Klaus. It shows you have a camera and you've got OBS installed, so you should have something going on here. I want to request your camera, and maybe you can shake your head for me. Let me know if you can hear me, yes or no. Klaus cannot hear me. Oh, well, I guess let me, oh, hold on. Make sure they're unmuted. Klaus, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that there, Klaus. I think, and I could be wrong, I think your equipment came in muted, and my system didn't tell me that you were muted, so I just assumed that you couldn't hear me. But we should be good to go now, right? Give me a couple words. Let me make sure your audio is loud enough, and then we'll get the. I mean, what do we need, right?
Hello.
Okay, they should be able to hear you on YouTube, although you're pretty quiet. They're not going to hear you yet on TikTok. Let me make sure that your audio is actually being sent to the right place. 1 second. All right, say something for us now.
Hello? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
All right, so Klaus, is there any chance you could like get closer to the microphone? It's really, really quiet.
Sure, yeah. Is that better? I might be able to turn it up. I don't know.
I can't say that it is.
The microphone up. That's the best I can get, I think. How about that? Is that good?
Huh. 1 second. Let me see if there's a way. I mean, I can barely hear you, and I know that the audience can barely hear you. Right? Oh, hold on. Sorry over on YouTube land about the echo. That's my bad. I had two things going. Let me. I do have volume control over you, but I can't. Like, you're already all the way up. You're 100% up. Do you have like a real microphone?
It's just through my laptop. I don't know.
1 second. I can turn my headphones up, but that doesn't really help you. 1 second.
I hear you fine though, so.
I can hear you, and I'm sure you can hear me. The problem is you're just really, really quiet. And I don't like. I've got your audio already cranked all the way up. I can't like make you any louder, unfortunately. Let me see if I can route your audio to a different location. Actually, whatever you just did is slightly better. Give me 1 second to do something real quick. I do have an additional mixer that I might be able to. Oh, he's gone. So I've got an additional mixer here. I might be able to route your audio through and give it some extra decibels. But it looks like you're not in the room anymore. Yeah, I know you can't hear him. That's just because he was just too quiet. All right, 1 second. Well, I don't know if his hardware was completely working there. Oh well. Well, listen, friends. The live stream is active. We got both guest boxes open. I don't know what happened to Klaus. Klaus is. I see. Maybe his connection just dropped a little bit. We'll see. And oh, it looks like he might actually be here. It looks interesting. All right, let me mute him and unmute him. and then see if we can hear him better now. I just restarted his video session. Klaus, can you say something for us this time? Klaus, buddy? Klaus? Can you hear me? Santa Claus. Anyone? I don't think Klaus is with us. All right, I'm just going to remove Klaus, and we'll move on. Klaus, buddy, just rejoin if you want to, or join with your phone. Nowadays, phones have amazing microphones. Like, I could use my phone to call in, and you could hear me like across the room. The microphones are so good. Laptop microphones, not so great. They're kind of, you know, they're kind of shitty nowadays. Or let me rephrase that. They've always been shitty. Just one of those situations. So, nevertheless, love to hear from you. If you're on TikTok, hey, we actually have an empty TikTok queue. Usually the TikTok queue, you know, I know you can't hear him. No one can hear him. He was too quiet. My soundboard could barely pick him up. I could only hear him because I got my headphones cranked way up over on TikTok land. Sorry about that. We'll when we get another guest in here, you should be able to hear the guest. I am piping the audio over to TikTok. It's just that one guest was so quiet, really difficult to hear. Nevertheless, we'll get a guest in here with some decent audio, I suspect. Let me grab some super chats in while we're waiting for the guest queue to load up, and we'll maybe answer some more questions. I also I would like to know. So I talked to Sufficiently Advanced Tautology about doing a Christian brain rot meter. I did put together a pretzel meter. If there's another type of meter that we should add, let me know. I'd be curious to know what we can do. I do enjoy automating some stuff, so it's a lot of fun. But I think Bob, we got potentially another guest in here. Let's see if Bob's. Oh, well, Klaus is back too. All right, Klaus refreshed. Let's see if we can get Klaus's audio in here, and perhaps working a little more finely tuned. Oh, and Bob left. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going to take Bob. I guess we'll take Klaus. Give me one second. We'll try Klaus again. Welcome back, Klaus. It is a little bit quiet. Yeah, give me 1 second. 1 second. All right. I turned your volume should be hopefully a little bit higher. Try it again now. Yeah, I think it is kind of maxed out on all of our ends here. Well, let me just try this. If you're on your computer, just drop and join on your phone. Your phone should have a much better mic, and we should be able to hear you. Okay. Klaus? Oh, there he goes. He's dropped. Okay, so Klaus, I think Klaus is going to drop. Go get loaded up on his phone rather than his computer, and we'll get that taken care of. All right, Klaus will be joining us in a minute. So we'll give Klaus a minute. I'll read some super chats. We're waiting for Klaus to reload, and I think Bob might be coming back as well. So we'll give Bob a minute to reload here, and we'll see what we can work out here. I've got plenty of super chats to go through. So give me a second here, and I'll get the super chats going. 1 second. Super chats. Donos. Get the memberships. Boom. Hey, Texas Panhandler. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I was just talking about you with Carnage. It has become aggressively clear to me that the Holy Spirit is not going to hack it as an IT Spectre. That might be the case, actually. The Holy Spirit, unfortunately, has been like surprisingly ineffective in most of what the Bible said the Holy Spirit was going to do. Have not been impressed. Also, Randy fucking Wilson is gonna let. There we go. Randy Wilson, good to see your friend. Huge fucking W. Thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Huge win. Let's get 20. Let's get 200 W's for Randy up in here. Thank you so much, Randy. That is super generous of you. Huge W. And for those who have access to the cheat sheet, I should be having some new tabs up on the cheat sheet soon. I've kind of been, June was a busy month for me because I was with my son, but also I've got a bunch of new drops for the cheat sheet that are coming, and I think you're gonna really enjoy it. It's gonna be pretty dope, and I got some other stuff happening here this fall with some in-person debates going on. So when details about the in-person debates get more clear, I'll make sure everyone knows. Adam Carmona says, it's always funny to me when Christians say Jesus is the most attested, I wouldn't say arrested, attested person in the ancient world. Emperor Claudius was born in 10 BCE. There are statues of him. We know what he looked like. It's a really weird claim too, actually, because like, think about this. Literally only know when Jesus was born, kind of, because the Bible compares his birth to 2 other Roman events. If we didn't have like the data from those Roman events, if we didn't know when Herod the Great died, if we didn't know when Quirinius was governor, we wouldn't know when the fuck Jesus was born. You know what I mean? Like you could basically like try to get a date roughly from counting back from Pontius Pilate, from his reign. You can say, well, if you find a spot within his reign that sounds about right and count back like 33 years, you can maybe do that. But that's it. If you didn't have the Roman records, you really wouldn't know like when Jesus was actually born. But Drewski, Klaus left, but we got Drewski and apparently a member of the ICP in here. So we'll take that. We'll take one of those guests here, and hopefully we'll get some. Some conversation rolling. And then after that, if we don't have a guest, we'll do some more super chats. But also, surprisingly, the TikTok queue is empty. Usually, TikTok queue like populates first, and then the YouTube queue like will slowly populate after that. It's kind of weird, weird stream today. I'm getting people popping in on YouTube, nobody on TikTok just yet. So we'll have to, maybe we'll be able to rectify that here in a minute. So give me 1 second to pull in our next guest, and then we're going to. Before. Drewski is one of those names, like, you kind of, there's only so many, if you don't really forget the name Drewski super quick. All right, there we go. We've got Drewski in the guest box, or at least should be loading here any second. Maybe. Drewski, can you hear me? Drewski? Feeler? Drewski may or may not be connected. Hold on. What's going on here, Drewski? Drewski, can you hear me? At all? Drewski. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Anything? Drewski? Nothing. Drewski, I don't see your microphone moving at all, so I'm assuming you're not talking. Also, so that you have no camera input, and you possibly have no audio output. Hold on, let me look at something. Okay, what about now? Drewski, can you hear me? Anything, Drewski? Drewski? Nothing? Okay. Well, move on from Drewski and try our friend over here from the ICP. Welcome in, Clown.
What's up?
Oh, I heard some. There we go. We got some audio from. How you doing, Clown?
Pretty good.
Right. Say something one more time for us.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. What's up?
Okay. Just checking. TikTok, you can hear the guest, right? Just make sure they can hear you on YouTube. I was making sure they can hear you on TikTok as well. But I saw the volume meter move when you talked, so I'm pretty sure they can hear you. You know, should be fine.
I'm actually Klaus.
So
but
Killer Clown.
I couldn't.
Oh, you're a Klaus.
Yeah, I'm on my phone now.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, the connection sounds much better. I assume the audience can hear Klaus now, right? Waiting for the audience to catch up, but they should be able to hear you. If I can hear you better, they should be able to hear you a little bit better. Sorry. So Klaus, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
sure. And which God do you believe in?
I'm Pentecostal mostly. Kind of open to it.
Sure. Okay. And what do you think is a good, I don't know, piece of evidence or a good argument or a good reason to believe in the God that you believe in?
Well, I like the ethics, and I think stories are very important in preserving societies. And I think the Bible actually has a supernatural effect of preserving society. So it has
when you say ethics,
miracles.
what are you referring to?
The law of God
Right,
and
but
how it relates
when
to
you say ethics, you're
the
saying the
Lord's
Bible has like
forgiveness.
good ethics?
Yeah.
Okay, forgiveness for what?
Well, under the law, it's a law that you can't live up to. So that brings everyone under the same thing. So then you can have an ability to be set free from that. So nobody can boast, you know.
Set free from what? We lost? Did we lose Killer Clown? What just happened? Oh boy. I haven't quite quite a time here with Killer Clown or Klaus's connection. Unfortunately. We can get something going here. I'm just gonna reconnect here in a second. Maybe. Klaus, my friend, I don't know what happened to your connection, but you're not. It looks like your connection's halfway working. What a wild. We're not having a good time connecting with Klaus. This is a rough ride here. All right, Klaus. Looks like you might be back. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, there you go. All right. So, which ethics in the Bible do you think are good?
I don't think I can hear you if you're talking.
Which ethics in the Bible do you think are good? So you can't hear me. Wonderful. Okay. All right. All right. Can you hear me now? No. Cannot hear me. Fantastic.
No, I can't hear you. I'm watching live on
I
YouTube
I
too.
know.
So
I can hear you. I have no idea why you can't hear me. Give me 1 second.
I mean, I can hear you
Can you
through
hear me now?
YouTube. So if you can hear me, I can hear you. I guess.
I have no idea why you can't hear me, but
I got you.
nevertheless, as long as you can hear me through something, we can
Oh,
continue. What ethics in the Bible do you think are good?
hold on. Um, it's kind of a tricky because uh, we're not supposed to be able to live up to the law, and because of that, it's like, well, the whole basis of it is that uh, shit. Yeah, you're on a delay, so I don't know.
Well, I didn't say anything. I'm just listening to you. The YouTube stream is on a delay. Yes, on YouTube. If you're trying to have a conversation through YouTube, you're not going to have a good time. It's like 10 seconds behind.
No, I
Yeah,
know
it's
that, but
it's
uh,
just
I don't know.
refresh your browser. I don't think your microphone is connect or your earpiece is connected. Refresh your browser. I don't think your microphone is connected or your earpiece is connected. Klaus is having some struggle here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you
Still
refresh your
nothing.
browser for me, friend? Yeah, can you refresh your browser?
Oh, wait.
He did.
Okay. I think I can hear you now.
Right, can you
Hello?
refresh your browser?
Oh yeah, no, I can hear you. You're just low for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, just do me a favor and refresh your browser. I think it'll help.
Oh, I got you.
I'm gonna open up a second guest room too, just in case there's some kind of issue happening with like Video Ninja or something else. Although I suspect it's just this guy's hardware. We just all right, back in the box. Give me 1 second. I'll bring him in. All right, Klaus, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, I can hear you this time. We're good.
Okay, yeah, refresh should have took care of it. Okay, so which ethics in the Bible was my question, and then you said, well, we can't live up to the expectation of the law, and my next question after that would be, where did you get the idea that living up to the expectations of the law was a good thing?
Well, the reason for the law is because uh, oh, man, this is kind so say that again. Sorry.
Okay,
What was the question?
what you said was that humans can't live up to the expectations of the law. And I assume you mean God's law. And I'm asking, why would we think that living up to the expectations of God's law is even a good thing?
Oh, because we would be immortal at that point. If we were blameless in the eyes of God, we could be immortal and live forever and be happy and be already in paradise.
But is that in the Bible somewhere?
Well, if Adam and Eve didn't sin, they were already in paradise, technically. So
Well, I'm
breaking
aware,
the
but
law,
why is that a
yeah,
why is living forever in paradise a problem?
it's not a problem. It's because we don't have the capacity to actually do that.
To do what?
That's why it's a problem. Follow the law in its entirety.
But that can't be true because the Bible says that you do have the power. In fact, Deuteronomy 30 verse 11 says it, and it also says that in Luke chapter 1 that Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law.
Yeah, but we're still commanded to die once because of being in fallen flesh.
I'm aware, but what I'm saying is it is possible to follow the law.
Oh yeah, after the Christ crucifixion, yeah.
No, before that, Zachariah and Elizabeth did.
Well, if they didn't accept Christ as Lord, then they didn't.
No, it says they did. You want me to read you what the Bible says in Luke chapter 1?
Yeah, okay, but the Holy Spirit was only uh made manifest after Christ was ascended to heaven after the crucifixion, right?
So,
So the Holy Spirit is the only way we can actually follow the law.
well, that's what you think,
That's
but
our only.
that's not what the Bible says.
Well, nobody in the Old Testament ever lived like isn't there, nobody in the Old Testament is around now. They all died, so that means they didn't follow the law
But
because that's
again,
what the wage of sin is, death.
following the law doesn't mean that you're perfect, by the way. So, for example, what we find in Luke chapter 1, verse 6, referring to Zachariah and Elizabeth, what it says is that both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord. Now, what that doesn't mean is that Zachariah and Elizabeth never ever broke a command. What that means is that when they
Yeah,
did break a command, they did what was prescribed in the law of Moses, right? So in the law of Moses, there's nothing in there that states that like, hey, you have to be perfect. Like part of following this law code means that you're perfect. In fact, if you go to Leviticus 5 and Leviticus 4, you'll see that a lot of the offerings that are prescribed are a lot of them are for like accidental sins.
yeah, but a sin is a sin regardless if it's ignorant. If you're ignorant or not, it's still sin.
Yeah, but my point is it's possible to follow the laws, what I'm saying. And also immortality shouldn't necessarily be linked to whether or not you're perfect because theoretically the angels are immortal, they live forever unless God eliminates them, and they aren't sinless. In fact, a bunch of them, according to Second Peter and Jude, are locked up in the abyss for what they did in Genesis 6, like 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, but those aren't angels anymore. Those are demons,
But
right?
they're the same thing.
Well, God's angels are demons? I don't think so.
An angel and a demon are the same thing. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I guess a messenger, I guess, but to I don't know how you say angels and demons are the same. That doesn't
Because that's
that
what
doesn't
they are.
track.
The only difference is their allegiance. That's it.
Well, aren't they in a fallen state because they're demons?
But I mean,
So there's obvious
I
difference
don't know what you
between
mean
an
by a
angel
fallen
and a
state. The
demon.
only difference is their allegiance. They're metaphysically the same.
Okay. Um. So if we want to get back to the ethics of it, um,
Right.
uh, Christ. The best way I could describe it is we do our best, we get to go. Is basically how it goes. But if you're
Right.
not doing your best, you don't get to go. That's the
And we're
basic ethics of the
sure.
whole thing.
And where do you go? Right. Where do you go if you don't go to heaven?
Will you go where God isn't, a place separate from Him?
Isn't he omnipresent?
His character uh, manifests itself in a specific way. So I guess he would be omnipresent, but in heaven we'll have no knowledge of people in hell. So
Well,
in the
yeah,
lake of fire, to be
but my
exact.
my question is, if he's omnipresent, how do you not be in his presence?
Well, you're out of his goodness, since he's all good.
What
You're
do you mean
where
out of his
no
goodness?
goodness resides.
What does that
The
mean?
part of him that is all good and not
Wait,
is not just a thing.
wait, God
You'll
has
be
parts?
there away from all his good.
Does God have parts?
He has character, or how he acts, his nature. Yes.
So, I mean, do you know the Trinitarian doctrine states typically that God is divinely simple and doesn't have parts?
Well, how he chooses to express himself is one thing. So,
How do you
but
express presence?
um, I guess presence would be the wrong word. Just the parts of him that are good, you won't be with that. You won't be able to benefit from it.
Like what? So like right now, like I
Everything that
don't
is.
I don't believe in God, right? I don't commune with God. I don't believe in God. I don't think God exists. What would be different? Right? If I went to hell right now, what would be different between what I'm experiencing there and what I'm experiencing now?
Well, I think we got to know if you're going to hell or not, because ignorance covers a multitude of sin. That's very important.
I'm
You
actually
can be totally ignorant your whole life.
I'm not ignorant. I know about Jesus.
Yeah, but do you know him in his like depth though? Have you actually tried to uh actually put in the work, like do all you can to stand type of work?
Yeah, yeah, I've done that. And I still don't
And
believe. In fact, the more I studied the Bible, the less I believed. So it's actually the
and
Bible
you're
says that faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. But the more I studied the word of God, the less I believed, which means maybe the Bible's not true.
right. So your issue with it would be what, the Old Testament, when all these bad things are being advocated for, right? Or what is it?
Oh no, no, no! You can kind of get around that. Like if you're a Christian, there's ways to get around some of that nonsense. I don't think they're good ways. I think they're still kind of copiums. But I think the thing
Oh,
for me is like the Bible is got way too many contradictions for it to make sense. If it's from God, I would expect that it doesn't like inherently just contradict itself all the time, and then also it contradicts history, it contradicts science, and if the Bible says that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and science says that it's actually a couple billion, one of them's right and one of them's wrong. The Bible says that the Earth is a flat disk with a dome over it, which is what ancient people used to believe, and we know that's not true, right? So one of them's got to be wrong and one of them's got to be right. Now, I've got pretty good reason to believe that the Earth is not a flat disk with a dome over it, so I'm inclined to believe that the Bible's not true. But where'd you go, buddy? Klaus? Klaus, you lose connection? Klaus,
no, I'm here. I'm here.
oh, we got you. Okay, so what was the last thing you heard?
S- about how you don't believe because the way the Earth is described,
Well,
and
that's
I was gonna go in.
that's one of many reasons. I want to make it clear that it's not like one reason here or
Well,
one
yeah,
reason there. There's dozens and dozens of reasons. But what were you going to say about
we
the
can
Earth?
just go one at a time.
Yeah, I agree.
Just
Yeah, yeah.
where. So the whole, I think that since water is diamagnetic, there could have been at one time potential for an ocean to be above the air layer.
Can you help me understand what you mean by that?
Well, water can stay in the higher parts of what our atmosphere is, a little beyond it, in like the electromagnetic field of the Earth. It could have been held up there. The water could have been.
By what? The magnetic poles
The
of the Earth?
electromagnetic field of the Earth, yeah.
You know the electromagnetic
And the
field of the Earth isn't uniform, right?
yeah, well, I mean, it's never described that the dome is like uniform at all. It's just up there.
What it does say that it's a dome, but also it's a hard dome, right? So the root word in Hebrew rakia means something that's hammered out, like it's a hard surface, which is why the Bible describes it as being like sapphire, like a hard sapphire dome.
Right. That just could be poetic, biblical poetry, though.
I
I'm
don't
not sure. I mean,
poetry for what? What's it mean when it says that the sky is hard
well, it's
like a
like
mirror?
the way you describe something. It's like poetically described, not literally described.
I don't know what that means. If I said
Like,
this is a cube of pyrite, right? If I describe this cube poetically, what would be the difference describing it poetically versus literally?
well, you would want to describe it poetically because you'd want it to be like, this is a very strong, this is a very serious thing. It's like of note, I guess. Kind of like the snake in the Garden of Eden. It's not literally talking about a talking snake. It's more about the nature of a snake and the deceptiveness of how they hunt and things like that.
Well,
It's
I mean, you
very
and I probably agree that the snake in Genesis is literally just a snake. It's not a person. So it's not like a Satan either. So we agree on that. But I think the thing that we're going to disagree on is the nature of why the snake is talking. But I don't think that matters, right? So in Job, right, and a couple other places, it just makes definitive statements about the earth, right? And those statements sometimes are they I don't know, maybe slightly poetic, maybe, but that doesn't mean that the statement's not true, right? Or that it doesn't mean what it says, right? You can write poetry and still mean what you say. The fact that it's poetic doesn't mean that the statement itself is meaningless.
yeah. But the Jewish language is very poetic in its nature and the way it expresses things.
Language itself, unfortunately, is not inherently poetic. I am familiar with Hebrew, and while there is a lot of Hebrew poetry in the Bible, unfortunately, like the poetry is determined by the author, not so much by the language. So, for example,
Yeah.
when Ezekiel, right, when he goes up to see God in chapter 1 and chapter 10, he goes to the top of the firmament, the top of the dome, and he describes it like sapphire, like we see elsewhere, and God's throne is essentially on top of the dome, which is how the ancients conceived of this firmament, right? I don't know why I would think that this dome is not just a hard dome the way that it's described in the Bible, since the Bible gives it enough description that one, it's enough that God can live on it. In fact, it says that God walks on it in Job. So it seems to me like they just believed what all the other ancient people believed, namely that, there was a dome over a flat disk earth.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the electromagnetic field of the Earth and like how space has sub-zero temperatures, I could see that that watery above us be very, very hard and not be able to get through easy.
Well, I mean, water's not hard, unfortunately, and you can get through it. And
Well,
um, there's no there's no good reason
at
also to think
temperatures,
that water can be suspended electromagnetic force. So I agree that
because
that
the
diamagnetic
water is
doesn't
diamagnetic.
mean that
Yeah.
there's enough force for it to be suspended. If that were the case, we would be able to do it like with strong magnets here on the Earth. Like I could
Artificially.
take not artificially. We could literally just take a strong magnet, like a rare earth magnet, and put it next to some water and see the water move. But that's not how that works. There's not enough electromagnetic force for that to happen. The water's ability to be attracted or repelled magnetically is incredibly weak.
Yeah, but we're talking about a whole planet's electromagnetic field, not something that a man could make. I mean, it's
But
pretty significant.
it's not though.
What creates life, essentially. A lot of
Well,
it.
magnetism. I don't know if that's
Well, it's a
where I
part
would
of
go
it.
with that.
It's definitely a
Um,
part.
but I agree. Yes, there's the electromagnetic field is important for life. That's why the human body, muscles, brains, it uses
Yeah.
electricity to operate. We agree there. But the reality is, water itself cannot have been suspended using electromagnetic force. It would have like caused like irreparable problems to the Earth. If you have enough electromagnetic force to suspend water above it, it would also mean that like every metal object on like the surface of the Earth would be like basically a rocket. It'd just be flying around trying to line up with lines of flux.
Well, I'm not exactly a physicist, but I think
Well, let me
I think it
help you out a
definitely has
little
the
bit. I do.
potential.
My background's in electrical engineering. I know a little bit about electricity. Your electromagnetic field is not going to suspend water, my friend, even no matter how strong it gets.
But it does have that property of being diamagnetic, right?
That might be the case, but it's not going to cause water to suspend itself.
Well, it's to me, it's almost kind of like how the sun, it's not hottest on the surface, it's hottest, like a certain distance away from it. There's 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 definitely probably an elevation requirement too to a lot of this electromagnetic stuff.
I don't know what that means. I agree. Yeah, lines of flux behave differently the further away they get from the poles. They'll start to bend back in on itself, and that's obviously going to affect the water, which brings up the next point. Even if water could be repelled or attracted by the magnetic forces, it wouldn't be uniform. You wouldn't not going to get a dome out of it.
Well, it could crystallize because it's really cold up there, so it would be
But
ice. It wouldn't be just like an ocean,
but
but it could
it
be
would
liquid too
still
because of the pressure difference.
it would still not be uniform. Have you ever seen, say, like metal powder? When you put a magnet next to it, you ever see the lines of flux?
Yeah.
Right. It's not uniform. It's not a dome.
Yeah, but these are, I don't know. I think there could be different characteristics for the larger a magnetic field is. I mean, we don't fully grasp what magnetism is, do we? I
No,
don't think
we do.
so.
Well, we definitely do. Yeah, yeah. Magnetism's not it, it, Plato didn't fucking know what magnetism was. He thought it was a divine source, but we know pretty well what magnetism is. In fact, we've mapped the magnetic field on our Earth. Here's a kind of oh, actually, you know what? You can't see my screen yet. Let me share my screen with you before I forget. Okay, now you should be able to see my screen. So we've got mappings of the magnetic field on the Earth, and the thing that you're going to notice is obviously that it's obviously not uniform, and you're going to have a North Pole and a South Pole, right? So if water is going to be repelled at one pole, it's going to be attracted at the other pole, and then closer to the Earth, or to the to the equator of the Earth, it's going to be an absolute mess.
Yeah, I can see that, but I mean, we don't fully know how the universe works. Like, we don't know what a black hole really does. I mean, we haven't fully examined the metaphysics of it all, so we
But
couldn't.
But we do know how
I
water
guess
and
I guess we can move
electromagnetism
away from all
works.
this.
We do know that.
Right.
But let's try to focus in here, right? The Bible depicts an
Okay.
Earth as a flat disk, right? Isaiah 40:22 says that it's a flat disk. We find also in Proverbs, I think Proverb number 8 says that God made the flat disk Earth by inscribing a circle on the face of the deep, which is what we find in Genesis on the primordial waters, which is what ancient people used to believe. And we find also in like Daniel 4, there's passages that talk about there's going to be a tree, right, that everybody on earth can see. It's going to be so tall that everybody on earth can see it. Well, that wouldn't work unless the earth was flat. And then even Jesus, when he goes into the wilderness to be tempted by Satan, Satan takes him to the tallest mountain, and he can see all the kingdoms of the world from the tallest mountain. These types of things wouldn't be possible if anybody in the Bible understood that the Earth was a sphere rather than a flat disk. And even Job 38:14 says that the Earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, which is a flat disk. They would press their ring into a little bit of clay, and it would make a flat disk with an impression, which is why everybody in the ancient world that followed this religion and lived in the ancient Near East thought that the Earth was a flat disk.
Yeah, that's true, but I could also explain it that we're different now since Christ was crucified, that the whole entire universe is different now.
Well, I mean,
That
it
now
should
we
have
are
been.
evolved when at one time we were that.
Wait, are you suggesting that once upon a time the Earth was flat and then it changed to a sphere?
It's possible if God is miraculous and had a particular nature about him that would require it.
So you think after Jesus died, the Earth changed from a disk to a sphere?
It could, but I think we should get back to the why I believe, because uh, the most important one I wanted to bring up was that when you believe that the good things you do are because of you, I think you're morally like being warped by that belief, and that a belief in a something outside yourself, God, is required to preserve that goodness that is coming out of you.
But I don't know what that has to do with anything. I think the opposite is true, right? If you're a good person because your God tells you to be a good person and threatens you with punishment if you're not, it would seem to me that you're not a good person. Right? Whereas I don't like when I do good things, it's not because I think I'm getting rewarded or punished. It's because I genuinely care about the person that I'm doing something good for. So,
Yeah, I get that, but you can also boast about it, right? You can say, well, I do these good
well,
things, right?
you could do that if you're a
Internally, you
Christian
might
as
not
well.
fully accept that you aren't boasting, but in reality, you are,
But
because you're
but
not
I
giving the
anyone can boast.
responsibility to who.
You could boast about anything. You could boast about being a Christian. You could boast about having money. You can boast about helping people. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do it. Like if you do something because you feel like God is compelling you to do it, you can boast about that too. Like you'd be kind of a jerk to do it the same way if you didn't believe in God, but you
Yeah.
could still do it, right?
Specifically, though, that the good things that you do come from you is what I'm talking about, because I don't think you can hold that stance without being corrupted by a spirit of boasting, and that leads just to arrogance and
I
all the sins, really.
have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think being an atheist has led me to be arrogant at all. In fact, I think it's done the opposite. I do just as much charity work as a non-Christian as I did when I was a Christian. I think I'm more compassionate as an atheist because I don't believe that in like this notion of like, well, I don't have to worry about those people. That's for God to worry about. I think that people's lives are inherently more valuable because this is the only life that they get. And I don't think that becoming a non-believer at all has affected me personally negatively. In fact, I fucking stopped eating animals. I felt so bad for the pain that I inflict on animals when I became an atheist. I stopped eating fucking animals.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing, because I don't know if you can compare a person with an animal. I think you're already doing the wrong thing. Like, is
But
it okay if
do you wait?
euthanasia, if
Do you think we should be hurting
it's
animals?
a cow or a person? Like euthanasia is bad, right? In all cases.
I'm not talking about euthanasia. Do you think hurting animals is acceptable?
Do you, in any case, in like
I
the most normal, like most forgiving case would be like, oh, the animal's in pain, it's like suffering, put it out of its misery. Do you believe in that?
I don't believe in causing
Euthanasia?
unnecessary suffering for anything
Well,
that
no,
can
let's say
that can
it
actually
fell from a
suffer.
large place and broke its leg. Are you gonna kill that animal just
I
because it broke its leg?
just
Like,
told you I said
and then
unnecessary suffering. There's probably some suffering in the world that maybe might be necessary. But if I find an animal that broke its leg, no, I'm going to take it to a wildlife rehab and allow it to rehab.
so there's no case where you would euthanize someone or some animal.
I would only do it if that was like the better scenario. Like my last dog, peace be upon her, um, was maybe about 13 years old, 12 or 13 years old when she got to the end of her life, and she was not having a good time. She was having horrible seizures and falling down steps and like getting into a daze. And it was only a matter of time before she was going to have a really bad one and really fuck herself up. And so I had to make a decision towards the end of her life when it was time to put her down. And to me, that was an act of mercy. That was actually a necessary uh, thing to do, not an unnecessary thing to do. So I'm saying that if you're causing harm to animals, that's not required. It doesn't benefit them in any way. I don't think that's good. I also don't think you should do it to humans either, which is why I don't believe even in the death penalty. These are positions that I think are different between atheists and Christians. Christians overall think that it's okay to injure animals, okay to eat animals, it's okay to kill people if they break the certain types of laws. And to me, I don't think that me having the opposite opinion has made me a worse person. I think that it's made me a better person. And I would say one way that this manifested in real time in history, not to put too much on you, but one way that this manifested in real time in history is through the slave trade. The Christians in the South were the loudest voice in the room trying to keep slavery intact. And even today, with Christian nationalism on the rise, it's literally Christians right now, Christian pastors. I was just talking about one, Dale Partridge, is literally advocating for occupying the African nations again under white European control, and given the same talking points that people like Jefferson Davis used to give. He was the president of the Confederacy back when the Confederacy was defending white rule, and you can use the Bible to do it.
Yeah. So, do you think people are the same value as animals?
I don't
Like
know
they're
what you
equal
mean.
in every way,
I wouldn't say
like
equal.
socially value, or
I wouldn't
not
say
even
equal
spiritually,
in
just
every single way. What I would say is that the majority of animals should be considered to be agents that can think, feel, experience pain and emotions just like we can. And I think the Bible would point this out too, actually. So let me ask you a really question. And I don't, I'm not trying to corner you here, but I think it's a really easy question. Do you think it's okay to unnecessarily hurt an animal?
uh i- if I'm eating them, I'm gonna hurt them. So I
But
don't know.
or disregard
Like
eating
going out, like torturing them, I'm not gonna torture
outside of
them
eating an
if I
animal. Okay, so outside of eating an animal, would it be okay to harm them?
I think that would be torture to eat an animal. So I mean,
Okay.
we can debate what is torture, but
Wait, did you
eating an
say
animal definitely is torture.
okay, so you think eating an animal do you think that eating an animal is good or bad?
It's good for me. It's good for the beast that I am.
But is it good for the animal? Is it a morally acceptable thing to do?
Yes, because they don't have a soul. They're just a robot, basically.
Okay, so if there's a something like an animal who does not have a soul, then it's okay to harm them.
Yes.
Okay, so then what would be wrong? Say, for example, if I've got two, now three beautiful cats. I've got two that are under a year old now, Volta and Faraday. What would be wrong if I just, took them outside and lit them on fire?
Uh, Not really much, but it would give off signs that you may be disturbed on some level. I don't know.
Why? It's not wrong. You
Like,
just
because
said.
the Christian perspective would be you're supposed to enjoy creation. You're not. I don't see you enjoying burning your favorite cat.
Well, that's what it means to enjoy. If I want to enjoy my cats by lighting them on fire, why is that a problem?
I mean, there was burnt sacrifices back in the day, so I don't see why it would be a problem, really. I
Right.
mean,
No, while it's
it doesn't
alive,
have a soul.
though.
That's the kind of whole point is if you are saying that humans are equal to other animals, then you have already um, you basically just said okay, slavery is okay because nothing, everything is the
Nope.
same. I might as well just do what I want anyway because atheists, I mean, they have everyone has their own version of what they think is right. So you're not really going to have a like a normative
But,
view on how to treat things,
well,
especially if you think animals are equal to people.
Again, I didn't say that they're equal to people. What I said is that animals
Well, then you
deserve.
have a Christian view.
No, I don't. I think animals deserve moral
Yeah, you do.
consideration, and part of moral consideration means that you don't unnecessarily harm them. And I think eating them, just for the fact that you want to eat them, would be considered unnecessary harm. The same way, if I just wanted to eat you, you would think that that is unnecessary harm.
That's kind of what I mean. Like, if I don't see a problem with eating other animals, but I do see a problem with eating like humans. You don't see a problem
Why?
with that, right?
Why is eating a human
Because,
wrong?
well, you're saying you have the Christian view that humans are not equal to animals in value. You said that, right?
I'm not applying a value to animals and humans. What I'm saying is that we're fundamentally different creatures, right? Which means the types of moral considerations that we have for each creature is going to be slightly different. Like the moral consideration for a tree, even though a tree is living, is going to be different than, say, for a tiger. I think if something has the capacity to feel pain, the capacity to know that it's, in pain, the capacity to understand and have emotions and, build relationships, the more those types of attributes a living entity has, I think the more moral consideration we should probably grant to it. So it's kind of a spectrum. It just happens to be that, humans are probably on the top of the spectrum because we've got the most advanced mind on the planet, as far as we know.
And you don't consider that a Christian view at all?
No, in fact, the Christian view says that you can own slaves. Explicitly says you can own slaves. It says that you can genocide men, women, and children. It says that you can buy and
Yeah.
sell your daughters as concubines. It sounds to me like even the Bible doesn't place a high value on human identity unless you're an Israelite man.
Yeah, but that's the Old Testament, right? And that's the law that no one can live up to.
It's well, no, you can live up to it. Deuteronomy 30:11 says you can. And also, God says in Deuteronomy, the same book, literally says that in the Messianic age, when everybody loves the Lord God with all their heart and soul, because God has circumcised their hearts. You know about the period when God circumcises the hearts, right?
I don't know, but Christ though is the only one that actually did follow the law.
Well, I don't I
So
don't
no
think
one
he
else can
I don't think
claim
he did
that.
either,
So
but that doesn't actually address what I'm saying. What I'm saying is God says in the Hebrew Bible that there's a time period when he's going to circumcise the hearts of the people. And then when he does that, they're going to love him with all their heart and they're going to obey him, right? It says, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, if you've read the Old Testament, or sorry, the New Testament, well, the Old Testament too, but especially the New Testament, if you've read the New Testament, you should know the answer to the question, which is, when is this time period when God is going to circumcise the hearts of the people?
no, I wouldn't know. Not
Well,
really.
according to Paul, it's when you believe in Jesus. When you believe in Jesus, the Lord has circumcised your heart and also given you a spiritual circumcision, making you a child of Abraham, a spiritual child of Abraham. So, what
Yeah,
this is,
that could only happen though if Christ was made manifest. You can't believe in something if it hasn't been around yet.
I'm not disagreeing
That's
that
New
if
Testament.
I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing that if you believe in Jesus according to your worldview, that's circumcision of the heart. But what I'm saying, though, is that the Old Testament talks about the time period, right? There's an explicit reference in the Old Testament, a couple of them, about the time period when God is going to circumcise the hearts of the people. And this is what he says is going to happen, right? It says that then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. Right? So, what that means is that in this time period when God does circumcise the hearts of the people so that they love him with all their mind, heart, and soul, it's going to be accompanied with them following the law of Moses. This law was never intended to go away. This law was meant to be upheld forever, which is why in Deuteronomy alone, there's like 8 or 9 different occasions where God says to follow the law forever. In fact, he says all the days that you live on the earth, referring to the Israelites.
Yeah.
So it's not good
And
enough to say that the law was temporary and therefore the slavery was okay, because whether it was temporary or not, the slavery was ridiculous. Now, it just happens to be that the law isn't temporary. It also happens to be that Jesus said to follow the law as well.
Well, I see the whole Old Testament as what life would be like without God if we were to try and make life eternal without God.
I have no idea
So
what you're
there would be
referring to,
slavery, there would be all these things.
but God explicitly
Without
says that
Christ
God explicitly said that you can do slavery.
in the Old Testament, right?
Yes, and
And are
he said that this law
these
code,
one-off cases
then
or
he
are these
no,
commandments?
they're commandments to Moses, and he says that this law code is to be followed forever. In fact, he says in the new heaven, new earth, and then the new Jerusalem, in this period after the Armageddon, in Isaiah 60, he says any nation that doesn't serve Israel will be wiped out.
Okay, and you think all slavery is wrong?
I don't know what you mean by all slavery, but I think it's wrong to own another human being against their will and compel them to work for you and to not pay them. I don't think humans are property, but the God of the Bible thinks that
S
that's okay.
Yeah, so you don't think that owing someone money, you don't think that's bad, do you?
I have no idea by bad. It's a necessary part
Like
of life. Sometimes you take loans out, sometimes you borrow money. It's not inherently bad to borrow money.
it's slavery though, right?
No,
How is it not slavery if you're
because slavery is
in
when you
debt to somebody?
physically own another person as property. Are you suggesting that
But
do you have any debts?
possibly some.
Okay, well, are you a slave right now then?
In the definitional term, probably yes.
What's the difference between you being a slave right now and say, I don't know, what the African Americans went through during the transatlantic slave trade?
Well, I can be put in prison where I can be uh,
But but
tortured
what
and possibly murdered.
well well no you can't, not for a debt. But also
Yeah.
what's the difference though? Like
If I
do
have
you think
like
that
child support and I don't pay
you
it
they're not going to
deliberately,
torture you over child support? So, do you think that what you're
well, I'm
going
not
through as a
deliberately
person
hoarding
in the
it.
modern age who has debts, do you think that that is comparable to what African Americans went through during the slave trade?
It's the same thing, but it's different severity, like a spectrum.
It's not the same thing at all because when you owe somebody a debt,
It is
especially in
slavery. It
America,
is.
you can actually file for bankruptcy. What doesn't happen is the person that owes your debt, they can't come and kidnap you from your house and then compel you to work for them for the rest of your life. And then also, when you have children, make your children slaves. It's not the same at all.
Yeah, but my view of it is that Christ had not come yet, and that is how life was being done, like that's
I'm
just how
aware.
life was.
And God said you
Yeah,
can own the
so
slaves, just like the foreigners own slaves, and you can do it forever. So it's not a great apologetic, bud.
um I don't know. It also says that do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. Like if I was a slave or if I owned slaves, I would not want to hurt them. I would want to give them the best life they could under mine. So
So,
people suffering under slavery is the fault of the person that is torturing them, not of the God that said it was okay to have slaves.
well, the Bible says that you can beat your slaves. In Exodus 21, you want me to show that to you?
Oh,
So in Exodus 21, if you go down to verses 20 and 21, you get some regulations for what kind of beating, you can give your slave. And it says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. So you can beat the bricks out of them pretty well. You want to make sure you don't immediately kill them, right? And you do want to make sure you don't knock out their teeth or their eyes. that's super important as well, because if you've got a Hebrew slave which serves you for 6 years and you knock out their teeth or their eyes, they get their freedom early. Now, it's certainly not clear that a foreign slave would get released, but certainly an Israelite slave would get released early. So you can beat them pretty good.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not obligated to do it, right? You're not obligated to beat your slave.
Obligation is meaningless. Whether if I said to my son, like, "Hey, you are allowed to strike your sister with a baseball bat." Listen, the fact that I even said you could do that is not good. It doesn't matter if I said you have to. The fact that I even said that you can do it is a huge problem.
All right, so what if what if your slave was going around and raping people and murdering people? Can you beat him then?
Well, if your slave was breaking the law, you would want the law to deal with them, not you.
Well, they would probably do something worse, wouldn't they?
I have no idea what the law would do, but the difference is one has procedures and one
Killing
doesn't.
someone is
One's got oversight
pretty sure
and
he.
one doesn't.
All right, so only the good slaves they don't get beaten, and the bad slaves get beaten, right?
No,
Would that be okay?
that's actually
Why
not the
not?
case. I mean, throughout history, we've
Why would you not want to
discovered
punish
that
someone for doing
slave
something
owners
evil?
slave owners tend to do like horrible things for their slaves, no matter what the law is.
Yeah,
Just
but
happens to be that
it's
this
not.
law
You're
is
not
actually not
obligated
a
to,
is not a
right?
good thing. Doesn't matter if you're obligated to. You are allowed to do something. If someone says you're allowed to do something horrible, it means that the person telling you that is a horrible human being, or in this case, a horrible deity.
Yeah. The reason I said I'm kind of open about the whole Christianity thing is because I've heard people online also say that the God of the Bible is actually the devil and that Christ came to get us away from that. So there could be something to that. I mean, I'm not a Bible expert, but I think like the Hermeticists, they believe that.
I have no idea what Hermeticism is doing in the chat, but they do have some weird beliefs. So, I mean, one of the other issues I would have is like, aside from the horrible morals in the Bible, the God of the Bible, and you were talking about the value of like human life. The God of the Bible doesn't seem to value human life. Now, I do. I think I have a high value on human life, but the God of the Bible is perfectly okay with like executing people that aren't even like guilty of a crime. In fact, in Numbers 15, there's a guy who is caught picking up sticks, and this is shortly after they've been given quite a few of the laws, and he doesn't even know that he's breaking one of the laws. In fact, Moses doesn't even know if he's breaking one of the laws. And so they have to go to God and be like, "Hey, God, what do we do with this guy?" And God says, "Kill him." So God's like, he's fucking vicious in this book.
Uh, I think an important part we need to recognize is that God's power, like he can resurrect the dead, he can heal anything. So him going out and killing somebody to send a message to everyone else that this is severity, this is very serious, you need to stop doing these things, is it's okay because he can fix anything. He can
Doing
heal
what
all
things?
brokenness.
The
Whatever.
guy went out to collect some sticks, presumably to cook some food for himself. And God was like, "No, you got to kill him." Like that can't be normal behavior.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there could be a time where I would do something like that, like if I was really high on drugs and like just for some reason I got paranoid and I just went and did that.
Bro's
So I
bro's
would.
trolling here now. He just can't be a real person.
No, I'm not trolling because
This is
wouldn't
crazy.
you want to hold the standard of what could happen to
This is
you
insane.
dealing justice to someone,
Do you
to
think
another
you
person?
you would
To like,
execute somebody for picking up sticks if you were high enough?
I could on accident,
Yeah, I
for
believe that
sure.
to be the case. You could also troll somebody by calling into a call-in show and say a bunch of nonsense. To be fair, I'm actually happy, as it turned out, that you're a troll because you said some horrific shit today. It literally said that it'd be okay to
Well,
light a cat on
I'm
fire,
actually
which is pretty fucking wild. Like for me at least,
well,
I've heard that only once before, and that person was being serious. It would make me feel a lot better if you would admit that you're a troll and you're actually not serious. Otherwise, you're a pretty despicable like human being.
but wouldn't you want to judge God based on what could possibly happen to you, right?
I don't judge God at all because I don't think he exists.
A God,
What about him?
the narrative, the story that inspires us to do things and to make life and to preserve things and what we value. Like, wouldn't you want to be equal in judgment with a God?
I have no idea what you mean to be equal in judgment with God. This is not a thing that makes sense.
Like, you wouldn't want to be a hypocrite, right?
I personally don't think people should be hypocrites. Yeah, that's why the God of the Bible is so damaging because the God of the Bible is a huge hypocrite.
So if you were a God and you just so happen to do that, maybe you had a bad day and you just so happen to do that very thing that you're talking about, would you want to be judged of that just because you had a bad day?
Are you talking about God having a bad day or humans?
Both.
But I have no idea what you're talking about. God can't have a bad day. He's a God.
God, I'm telling you, you're God, and you go out and do this thing.
Do what thing?
The dude picking up sticks and then you kill him or whatever.
Oh, you think God just had a bad day?
Well, I think he has purpose behind a lot of it's
Did God
poetic in
know
a
what
lot
he
of
was
ways
doing when he
because
did it?
yeah, I would assume so, yeah.
Was it an
But
accident?
no, but what I'm saying is
Okay,
you can do
so
things
what that
that you don't
means
think you're
is that,
capable of.
well, God knows all things, so he knows what he's capable of.
Yeah, but you're finite, so you don't know what you're capable
But
of until it
God
happens,
knows
right?
what he's capable of. You're making a statement about God, not about me.
Yeah. So
Okay, so the question is, do you think that it's like morally acceptable to literally execute people for like incredibly minor crimes, like picking up sticks on the Sabbath, when they didn't even know that it was a crime, rather than saying, "Hey, actually, this falls into the category of things you're not supposed to do, so just don't do it again." Which one of those, which one of those outcomes do you think would be more preferred?
well, because he has the potential to resurrect that person and make it to where they don't remember that ever happening, I'd say it's fine.
So it's fine then. God can torture anybody he wants to as long as he resurrects them and wipes their memory.
Yeah, I mean, there's no
How
real harm
how do you
done,
know
and
he's going to heaven?
well, that's between him and God, really.
So what if he just goes to hell? What if
But
God resurrects him and sends him to hell?
that's where the scripture ignorance covers a multitude of sin comes into play. He didn't know what was going on, but he did commit a sin.
That's
Ignorance is no excuse
that's
for a sin.
not in the Bible.
What?
Ignorance covers a multitude of sins.
It does.
But I'm saying it's not in the Bible.
I don't know if it's exactly worded like that, but that is in the scripture.
No, love covers a
Yeah.
multitude of sins, not ignorance.
Yeah. And if someone's ignorant and you love them, you're
Oh,
going to tolerate
this
a certain amount of what they
this
do,
guy's not
right?
this guy's not for real. Okay. Listen, it was a fun troll. All right, but I got to move on to a real person, okay? That's fucking wild. Listen, if if he really is that whacked out of his mind, we're in a lot of trouble. Um, I hope he's a troll. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I shouldn't. I hope he's a troll, man. That's really bad. Okay, friends, I'm gonna read. Hey, thanks for being here. I'm gonna read some super chats, and then we're gonna get our next guest in here. Next in line is going to be Christ is King. And then after Christ is king, it looks like it's going to be Sage and then Matthew. I have no idea why Matthew keeps coming back. He's obviously a sadomasochist that likes getting destroyed, but here we are. What do you do? Adam, thank you for the super chat. A counter for the word listen. Rock hard for Doug. Actually, you know what? This is a good idea. Just to do some generic word counters. Let me open up. I got a notepad here for like stuff to not forget. I'm going to open up my don't forget shit notes. There we go. I had a to-do note list somewhere. Where'd it go? Merchant, oh, it's fucking gone now. Anyways, I'm just going to write down counters. We want let's see, word counters. Probably all going to want a Christian brain rot syndrome counter. Also, oops, I did counter. There we go. Counter. Also, probably want a. We could do like words don't mean words. We can do. But we'll do a collection of specific word counters. But we also do need a like a Filbro timer still yet. Filbro timer, like a different one than what we've got now, and maybe even a Yop timer. I should make a word salad. You know what? Yeah, we're going to also do a word salad counter, and I'm just going to type in I would have it track all the goofy ass word salad stuff that these goofy word salad people like to do. So I'm just going to say I'll name this to do. Actually, to do list. There we go. To do. Oh, I'm going to get the right letter eventually. There we go. Save as new. Cool, we got a to-do list going. Thank you for the suggestion. And from Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Dylan says, hey, Justin, I finally made it to the New Testament after a little over 6 months. Congrats, Dylan. Funny how callers try to ditch their Old Testament, but in Matthew 5:17 through 20, Jesus says to do the opposite. Read it. Rocker for Doug. Agreed, they don't read it. Matthew 5, 17 through 19 is some of the most pivotal passages in Jesus' ministry. That tells you, hey, you actually do need to observe the law. And the law and the prophets are going to stand forever. So if you're not observing the law, you're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven. And for some reason, Christians just couldn't bring themselves to read it. Thank you for having reading comprehension, though. And Sir Game-A-Lot, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. What's the difference between the Holy Spirit in the Old Testament and the New Testament? I never understood what exactly the Holy Spirit was supposed to be. Are we supposed to pray to the Holy Spirit, the Father, or Jesus? Okay, so you're not supposed to pray to the Holy Spirit in the Old Testament. The Holy Spirit is essentially like a force that descends upon people to empower them with some of God's attributes, like Jephthah before he goes to war against the Ammonites, gets the Holy Spirit. Before a number of the judges, like Samson, before he does, some of his stuff, like killing was it 100 or 1,000 people with a jawbone of an ass. The Holy Spirit comes, right? So the Holy Spirit is kind of like this, kind of a nondescript type of entity that imbues power upon the receiver. You know what I mean? And even on Saul, God's spirit went into Saul at one point. He became a prophet, and then one day God's spirit left, and an evil spirit went into him. It says in 1 Samuel chapter either 9 or 10 that he became a new man when that happened. Misha, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Huge W, good morning, Dougites. Justin, have you read or heard of The Red Tent by Anita Diamant? And if so, do we have any more info on Dinah? Seems odd that Jacob's sons are super imp, but his daughter is mostly forgotten. Just curious. Okay, so there's been a number of books written on this topic. The fact that women are all not completely unmentioned, but almost unmentioned in the Bible quite often. Dinah is one of those great cases where she does get a name, but her story is not really completed. Now, I have read The Red Tent. You guys know I don't like fiction. This is one of the few fiction books that I like and I actually recommend and I love. Anita Diamant is a real scholar. She's not just a book author. She's a real scholar who studied the ancient Near East, and she wrote this book to kind of fill in the details of Dinah's life, and it is phenomenal. It's just a phenomenal book. I couldn't recommend it enough. You will learn about biblical times. You will learn about the ancient Near East, and I couldn't recommend this book any more than any other fictional book. It's one of my favorites. Huge W, Misha, for having even read it and asking about it. So, but yes, the women were not important to the biblical authors. Oh, Twisted Scriptures. Good to see you. Thank you for the $3 super kitty. and also for the $10 super chat. It says, I've been MIA due to phone issues. Sorry to hear that. Good to see you, Justin, mods, and chat. Thank you so much for all you do. It's very valuable. Have a great cook. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Twisted Scriptures. I'm glad that you can be here to join us, and I appreciate you supporting the stream. It really does help the community and the stream. And Double Donkey Surfer, thank you for the $666 super chat. Hail Nero. The good Lord Doug's algo revealed a 320 Dark Matter DZ collab video this morning. Prep your popcorn and take good notes, everybody. Guys, I had no idea the video already dropped. I don't know if I assume like everybody here follows Dark Matter. It's Dark Matter 2525. He's kind of a legend in the space, in the atheist space. And I was lucky enough, he reached out to me and contacted me and wanted to have a conversation with me. I said, yeah, fucking hey, let's do it. Let's have a conversation. And so I came on maybe a week ago, a couple of days ago, and we had we talked for like 3 hours. We had a blast. But I didn't know it was already posted. I guess he liked so much of the conversation, he probably posted most of it. So yeah, head over to Dark Matter's page, Dark Matter 2525, and check out the video. You'll probably hear some talking points that you've heard on the show before. As per usual, we did go into a lot of the prophecies. In fact, he pulled up in a list. We probably went over 20 prophecies. It was a good time. But yeah, check it out, friends. Support Dark Matter. He's got a fantastic channel. Amisha says, argument from science fan fiction was not on my bingo card today. At least it's a new argument. However, fantasy-based, I guess. Misha, yes, that is the case. Also, I'm glad that you mentioned this. On my to-do notes, I need to put in create a better atheist bingo software. Awesome. I totally forgot about this. I actually paid a while ago, probably 2-3 years ago now, for a piece of software that will do internet-based bingo, where you can fill out bingo cards and up to 100 people can play in real time on the internet. Problem is, you can't go past 100 users. Once my channel got big enough that we'd have a couple hundred people playing bingo at once, I was like, well, we can't have 15 winners at once. So I had to stop using it. But now is a great time to make some custom software, given the prevalence of the tools at our disposal nowadays, and redo the bingo game and get it integrated into the live stream again, so we can do some big runs on it. And Zen, hey, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Hello, my guru. Well, hello to you. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Let's get 50 W's for Zen. Just a little spot. Perk you up after all the technical difficulties. I'm sticking with your live through all the high volume and no volume. Plus, I binge watch your past streams. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. I appreciate it. Some of you already know I've been working on some new software, and I'm now in like the testing phase where I'm seeing what works, what's broken, what needs fixed, that kind of stuff. Because it takes an amazing amount of computer power to run these live streams, and a lot of the data doesn't get saved properly, and you need like 5 different applications to do the streams. It's a nightmare. And so I'm kind of consolidating all my software into a single studio package so that I can like stream with like maybe 1 or 2 monitors as opposed to 4. That's the goal. So I appreciate y'all's patience, because I realize at the beginning phases, when you're in like the beta testing phase of software, you find all the problems and it can be annoying for the watchers. But the reality is, it's going to be helpful, and there'll be a bunch of other streamers that probably end up using it because it makes it easier to stream. And it actually, once it's configured, will make the other issues much less, the audio routing issues and things like that. Former Prophet Nathan, good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Finally back on my feet. Thank Doug. Well, thank you for what you do. It helps me listening to your streams while living in the most religious state. Also helps me getting through work. Love you and all the heathens here. Rock hard for Doug and salute for sharing. Well, former Prophet Nathan, thank you so much for being a member. You're a member over 6 months now, and you're always here watching and supporting the stream. If it wasn't for viewers like you supporting the stream, I wouldn't have a stream and I wouldn't be able to do this work. So Huge W out to you, former prophet. I'm glad that we can bring some value to you. I'm just going to grab, I got 2 more super chats after this. Well, I got some more, but we'll save them. I'm going to get our next guest in here, which is going to be Christ is King, and then Matthew, and we'll get going here. Dr. Joe, my friend, thank you for being a member for 6 months as well, and for the super chat. Guess false equivalence between debt and slavery is equal parts alarming, insulting, and historically illiterate. And yes, that's why, Dr. Joe, I'm always so alarmed when they say this kind of nonsense, because like, are you telling me that your experience as someone who, I don't know, has a job and maybe some debt is equivalent to what real slaves went through? It's really embarrassing and I think he understood it after a moment, but like, it's really embarrassing. Penelope, thank you also for being a member and for the super chat. For me, magical thinking was the last thing to go. I so understand how easy it is for believers to explain Bible nonsense with, it was a miracle. But I wish they'd grow up and drop the Bible binky. I know. It's hard. Reality is difficult, right? And I could understand why somebody would want some kind of a crutch to help them through. Unfortunately, this crutch comes with slavery and all kinds of horrible shit, you know? Dr. Pizza, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. What a vile sack of crap. If this is what being open to Christianity looks like, then close up, son. Do better. Shouldn't be hard for you because the bar is so low. They are limboing under it in hell. This is the case. And Dr. Pizza, it is disheartening, maybe is the right word for it. It's disheartening to see young people like say such like utter nonsense while talking about this vile, toxic book. But I guess we're getting used to it. All right, let's get Christ is King in here. I think this is, if I had to guess, the same Christ is King that we've talked to before. We've talked to, I think, Christ is King 777. Hard to say. But we'll get Christ is King in here, and then after that, we'll get Matthew. Again, Matthew apparently really loves me, but Christ is King, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Christ is King? Can you hear me? Do you have headphones? Christ is King? Do you have headphones? Christ is King. Anyone? Bueller? Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess Christ is King did not come to chat. All right. We'll give him a. I can hear he's got a microphone. I can hear a like background noise. I know his microphone's hooked up. Okay. Well, we'll drop Christ as King and we'll move on to our next. It is what it is. Let me double check. The audio should be working, right? Audio. Maybe let me refresh my browser. I joined my own guest room just to make sure it works. All right, let's see what we've got now. Testing. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he couldn't hear me. I'm using my phone right now, and I don't hear myself when I talk. So great. Having some audio break. I love it. That's my favorite thing. Okay. Well, we'll grab Matthew then, and while Matthew's up, I'll get that audio connection fixed. It was working, then it stopped working, which is
frustrating. Talking, we can hear you.
Well, you can hear me. You're on TikTok.
Well, no, he just wasn't talking.
Say what now?
He just wasn't like speaking at all.
Yeah, I know. I could hear him.
How? He's not even in here. How can you hear him? He never talked. How do you hear him?
I could hear the audio background from his microphone, doofus.
Oh yeah, sure. All right. Anyways, I heard that too. Anyways,
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Okay, so welcome back for the 15th time, Matt. Did you want to, again, for the 1000th time, go over the Kalam, or did you actually want to do something like Sting, or what
about something else? But before we do, I just want to make sure that I get this, like, confusion out of the way. I don't know why the last time we talked, you guys said that the BGB theorem's assumption is that the past is incomplete. Its actual main assumption is that the universe is expanding on average. In that paper, I read it. It actually isn't a counterexample. It doesn't follow the BGB's assumptions and still has a different conclusion. It's actually the opposite.
Yeah, you're not paying attention very well then. So in the BGV, right, the first premise, if you want to call it a premise, really is a question.
There is no
the universe has always been
premise.
If the universe has always been expanding, then X, Y, and Z, right?
That's the main assumption. If the universe has been expanding on average.
Well, it's a question. It's a question, right? So if the universe has been expanding on average for how long?
No, it says any universe that has been on average expanding.
I'm aware it's any universe. We're talking about our universe. Yeah. So if a universe has been expanding on average, then what?
That means space is stretching, galaxies are moving away from each other. When you rewind that expansion, everything converges to a point, hot then state. That's the Big Bang.
Nope. We'll try this again. So the first premise, really first setup for it is, if the universe, or if a universe has been expanding on average, then X, Y, and Z is true, right? But the problem with that is it universe.
Says that space-time is geodesically incomplete.
No universe could be expanding on average unless it had a finite beginning, right? That question assumes that it had a beginning.
So wait, is our universe expanding on average? And if it is, does that mean it has a finite past?
Again, that is the conclusion of the argument, right? So if you're trying to ask the question, has the universe been expanding on average? You don't know the answer to that unless you know the answer to whether or not the universe had a beginning, right?
Let me just ask you something. You just now said
your first premise can't include the conclusion of the argument.
You just now said if the universe is expanding on average, that already assumes that the past is finite. So if the universe is expanding on average, is the past finite, yes or no?
Yes, that's the problem, is you don't know if the universe has been expanding on average, because that's the conclusion of the argument.
Oh, man.
You don't understand the problem yet, do you?
So look, no, you just actually conceded. We know that the universe is expanding on average. We have four independent lines of evidence.
No, you don't.
It's the cosmic microwave background.
See, you don't understand what the word average means. That's the problem. Why would no, you don't. What's it mean to say that the universe is expanding on average?
All right, man. It doesn't mean that all of space is like always like. It means the theorem. Okay, so the theorem itself uses the average Hubble expansion rate.
I just need a definition. What's it mean to say that the universe is expanding on average? I'll put notes on the screen. It's okay. I'll keep track of it for you.
I'm telling you right now.
I know the answer.
What's the answer?
The answer means that it's always been expanding.
Okay, let me explain to you. No. Let me explain to you what it means. So the theorem uses the average Hubble expansion rate. So if the universe went through periods of contraction, those would be negative values. So as long as the net sum of all expansion minus all contraction over the entire history is positive.
There you go. That means it's always been expanding.
I'm saying if the universe, it means if the universe has been expanding.
So on average, it means it has always been getting bigger over the course of time.
No,
it doesn't mean that there's not blips in the expansion. What it means is that from point A to point B, it's only ever expanded, assuming that point E is the beginning and point B is essentially where we're at today.
If the universe has been expanding more than it has been contracting, then it's past incomplete. And
that means it's been expanding on average.
Guess you can say that.
Yeah, that's what that means, right? So
do you have a bank account?
If the universe has been expanding on average, What that would mean is that it had a finite beginning, because the average only works if it doesn't have an infinite past. So the first premise of the argument means that it's assuming the conclusion.
Okay, no. On average does not mean that it has a finite past. I don't know why you're throwing that in there.
Yes, it does.
So what does that even
Because if
mean?
something
No,
has
you
been
can have infinite cycles.
expanding, no, you can't. Not if it's expanding on average.
No, yeah, I know you can't.
If
but
it's
you'd
been
like to say that you
expanding
can.
on average, it means that it didn't go through infinite cycles.
Okay, how does expanding on average mean it doesn't go through? It just means that over all of the cycles, it's been expanding more than it's been contracting infinitely. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that it's
What that
finite. I don't know who said
means,
that.
what that means is that it would have a finite starting point, because you're saying there's a point that you can start from to take the average from there to here. And if that average is greater, like the expansion is greater than the contraction from point A to point B, then on average it is expanding rather than contracting, rather than being in some sort of state of rubber band equilibrium, right? So the only way that could be true is if the universe started at some point.
Okay, so the assumption, well, I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that it's assuming. I don't really get how you're throwing that in there though. I don't see how that applies. I don't even, it doesn't even say that in the paper, does it? It doesn't say that in the paper. Show me where it says that in the paper. I can't hear you. Your mic's not working.
If something has always been expanding on average, is it possible that it didn't have a starting point?
If something, what'd you say?
If something has been expanding on average for its entire existence, is it possible that it didn't have a starting point?
Is it possible that it didn't have a starting point? There is no mathematically proven. There's no such thing. That's exactly my point.
I just need a yes or no. Is it possible for something to have been expanding on average for its entire existence and not have a starting point?
Show me something that lets that happen, and then I'll agree with you.
I'm asking you if it's possible.
No, it's not. That's the point.
You nailed it. Yes, it's not possible. So if you say that the universe has been expanding on average for its entire existence, then that means you already have the answer to whether or not the universe had a beginning, which you can't use as your first premise because that's your conclusion.
I'm very, very confused. I'm being honest.
Yes, you are very much confused. I have no idea why this is confusing.
Explain one more
for
time.
You, but
Explain.
Okay. Maybe I'll put the notes back up. Okay. Expanding on average means that it had a start. I'm going to spell this out. Expanding on average.
Okay.
I'm going to put a colon here. Could only be true if a universe was it if a universe was not
on average means what you're doing.
Was not cyclical and had a starting point. That's what expanding on average would mean. It means it could not have a cyclical uniform past. It had to have a starting point because it must be smaller.
The average expansion doesn't rule that out. It must
be smaller from the beginning to now. That's the only way you can get an average over the entire existence that is a larger expansion or a larger size than before.
Well, I'd say, yeah, mathematically entails a beginning. Yeah, what's the problem there? I don't understand.
Because that's what you're trying to prove. Your first premise can't include the conclusion of the argument.
Okay, the theorem structure is very straightforward. Okay, it has a straightforward conditional. It says if a universe has been expanding on average throughout its history, then that universe must be geodesically past and complete.
It would mean that it has a starting point.
It would mean that it has a boundary.
It would mean that it had a starting point.
No, it doesn't identify the nature of a boundary. It Doesn't do that.
It would mean that it's not an infinite cycle, or it's not infinite in size, or
No,
infinite
it could
in time.
be a bounce. It could be a bounce. It could be a true beginning. It could be a gravity regime. It could be maybe unknown physics. The boundary. Nobody says a true beginning. You're just throwing that in there. They never identified the nature of the boundary.
That's really the whole point of the argument that you're raising. You're trying to use the BVG theorem to suggest that the universe had a finite starting point,
the nature of the boundary is a true beginning, not a bounce, not a gravity regime.
So
I have the argument
if in fact then the BGV doesn't posit that the universe had a beginning, then you just nullified your entire argument, which means you can't even use the BVG to demonstrate your point anymore.
No, I said that it shows us boundary, and the boundary could either be a true beginning, a bounce, gravity regime, or unknown physics. I have arguments to show you.
Well, then the argument doesn't do anything for you.
Work.
Also, if it was a bounce, then it wouldn't mean that the universe has been expanding on average, because you don't know when the starting point, or if there was a starting point in the universe. You could never demonstrate that the universe has been expanding on average if the universe has been bouncing.
So the BGV, I'm just saying, like, if the universe has been expanding on average, it must have had a beginning. There is no logical way around that.
That's what the fuck I just said. If the universe has been expanding on average for its entire history, that would mean that the universe had a beginning. And that's the conclusion of the argument, which means you can't put it in your first premise.
The conclusion is that path-directed geodesics are incomplete. What are you talking about?
Which means that the universe isn't infinite in the past.
No, the assumption is that the conclusion is path-directed geodesics are incomplete.
He'll never get it. You're never going to get it.
I am getting it.
No.
That's not the conclusion. I don't know why you're conflating between the conclusion and the first premise.
That's the end of the argument.
No, it's not.
Yep.
It's if the universe has been expanding on average, then that space-time is geodesically past incomplete, and then the conclusion is path-directed geodesics are incomplete. I have it written down right here.
I'm sure you do. And how do you think that this conclusion helps your position?
I'm showing you that you're lying.
How does the conclusion of your argument help your position?
It shows us that the universe is past incomplete.
What do you think that means?
It either means that the universe had a true beginning, it had a bounce, or maybe...
That's what the fuck I just said. The universe had a beginning. So if the universe has been expanding on average means that it had a beginning, then you can't use that in the conclusion.
No, if the universe has been expanding on average...
premise of the argument.
No. If the universe has been expanding on average, that means path-directed geodesics are incomplete, and there's a boundary. The boundary could either be a true beginning, or a bounce, or a gravity regime, or unknown physics.
Well, it can't be a bounce.
Well, okay, that rules out one.
And unknown physics doesn't help your argument, so that's not what you're going at. You're going at a beginning.
Oh, okay. Well, that also helps me too.
So that means the conclusion of your argument is that the universe had a beginning.
I have the arguments on why the beginning is the most logical.
You certainly don't have an argument.
You know it. Yeah, you know it.
I know you don't.
Come on.
Nope. Because we've had this same debate 5 times, so I know you don't.
Yeah, we've had the same debate 5 times. You guys gave me a paper that wasn't even a counterexample that satisfied the BGV theorem's assumptions and gave us a different conclusion. You guys just lied on a live stream.
No, I didn't.
Just lied. Just lied. No. That's all it was a lie. That's it.
It's okay if it was over your peanut head.
And then Dr. Blitz's PhD master's degree said that the BGV theorem isn't even a theorem, but it's mathematically proven. It's purely kinematic, dynamically, and geometrically. And it's published at Harvard University. It's published on physics, everywhere. What are you guys talking about? Why are you guys lying on live stream?
None of this is meaningful, and no one's lying.
Yeah, and then you said that
they're
assuming their conclusion. Their conclusion is path-directed geodesics are incomplete, and you get that if the average expansion rate is positive.
I agree, you could get that, but the problem is that is assuming the conclusion of your argument. The conclusion of your argument is going to be that the universe had a finite existence, meaning it once didn't exist, which means you can't then use that in the beginning of your argument.
It's a very, very easy thing to understand. So listen.
So what? We'll write it out since the structure of your own argument has escaped your brain. So I'm going to write it out for you. I'm going to have you give me the premises, and then I'm going to illustrate why your argument is exactly what I said it is. So give me premise 1.
Okay, hold on. Let me go get my paper. Make sure I give it right. Hold on. Where's it at? I have it written down on one of these pages. Let me see here. Where was it? Let me just go on my Xbox and get it. Hold on. Too many pages. Let me see. Hold on.
That's what I expect.
I hear you. By the way, I have a lot. I have like 10 papers in front of me.
I specifically said it.
I don't know what
because I knew you would hear me say it.
Put on this notepad, or was it this one or that one? Probably the other one. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, here it is. My bad. Okay, so. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Hold on, let me see. Where is it at? Sorry, my bad. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I already said this. So I just want to make sure I say it right, though. So P1, if the average expansion rate along a path-directed geodesic is positive.
Uh-huh.
You gonna put that on the screen or no?
If a universe has been expanding on average for its entire history,
If the average, no, P1, if the average expansion rate along a path-directed geodesic is positive, that's P1.
Do you think that anyone here is going to know what a past geodesic is? The fuck is wrong with you, Matthew?
Do you know
what you could do
is?
is just write it for what it is, what the argument is, rather than trying to use words that you don't understand.
Okay, wait. Do you know what a geodesic is? Define it really quick, just really fast.
I don't think you know what a geodesic is.
What is it? Go ahead, tell us.
It's a mathematical shape. It's typically like the top of an igloo.
Wrong.
Yes, it's wrong. Not. No, I'm not.
Oh
wrong.
my god, that was so wrong.
Do you want me just to give you the?
Bro said something about an igloo.
Geodesic. The geodesic is.
It's the path of free-falling particle follows through space and time. What is the igloo?
It's the path of shortest point from A to B, which is why geodesics are used in dome design. Yes.
It's like a mathematical shape, like an igloo. Like, what does that mean?
It's the mathematical shape used to form the top of a typical igloo or a dodecahedron or octagon domes.
I never heard that before. Maybe I just don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough. It sounds like you're saying something stupid to me, though.
Sounds like maybe you're just too dumb to like know words.
Yeah, like igloo. I just actually defined geodesic, and I've never heard anybody bring up not even one of those words that you just now said. Oh my god.
Well, maybe you should like learn how to.
And then
you
changed
something.
it. And then you changed it. And then you changed it.
Nope. I had a detail to it.
No, it's the path of free-falling particle follows through space and time. What does that have to do with the mathematical shape that forms
not in engineering. In engineering, a geodesic is the shortest path between 2 points, and you use it for typically designing things that are structurally sound.
Okay, a path-directed geodesic is a term from physics.
I didn't say path-directed geodesic.
Geodesic.
Look up geodesic.
Okay, for what?
See, this is why using words you don't know is always dumb when you're trying to give an argument.
Let's see. Geodesic dome?
Oh, it turns out they exist, don't they?
Bro, you're talking about a tent from outside? Really? A geodesic dome? That's not a geodesic. What are you talking about?
It's literally the name of it, yeah.
The hell? What'd you say?
What you could say, what you want to say, is a past timeline that is
denoting
a past timeline that is as short as possible from point A to point B.
Okay, well, the BGB theorem tells us if the average expansion rate along a path-directed geodesic is positive. And geodesic, to my knowledge, just means a path of free-falling particle follows through space and time. I don't know, where you're getting this definition from.
Shortest distance between 2 points. So if you're talking about a past geodesic, then you're referring to the shortest distance in time between point A and point B.
Is that just like geodesics, maybe? There's a difference between geodesics and geodesic. Maybe I'm conflating, I don't know.
maybe you should just use regular English. What you mean to say
I
is a
literally am.
universe that has been expanding on average for its entire history is what?
Past incomplete.
What do you think that means? Do you know what that means?
It means it has a boundary.
Which means what?
It can either mean a true beginning, a bounce. You already ruled
There
that
you go.
out.
Then it has a beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad we could finally get there. Cool. So P1, if a universe has been expanding on average for its entire history, then it has a beginning. We're good there
No,
finally?
then past directed geodesics are incomplete.
That's what it means.
Yes.
A past geodesic to be incomplete means that it had a beginning.
That there's a no, it means that there's a boundary.
It means that it had a beginning because you gave me
Nope.
3
It
options
means
and
there's a
only one of those options is true. Or it could be true.
Yeah. No, I give you 4.
You gave me 3, and the only one
one's true.
The only one that actually helps your argument is this one.
By the way, the BGV theorem doesn't identify the nature of the boundary, so it's just a straw man.
No, you have identified the nature of the boundary. I'm addressing your argument.
I'm assuming my
I'm addressing your argument.
I'm not the authors.
I'm addressing your argument.
Your
argument is that the boundary means that the universe had a beginning.
No, I'm saying that it means a boundary, not that it means a beginning. The boundary could mean a beginning, though.
Again, you would have to demonstrate first that it had a beginning before you can solve P1.
Okay, so before we pivot away from that monstrosity that we just now committed, I just want to make sure that you realize that the BGV theorem authors do not identify the nature of the boundary, so they're not assuming
I'm aware that in the paper they're not identifying what the boundary means.
Yeah, so they don't.
You're the one that's identifying what the boundary means. The conclusion of your argument is that the boundary.
I'm telling you
the Earth to have, or the universe to have a finite past. It means it has a beginning.
I'm saying the best explanation.
So we'll just do boundary. We'll do a boundary for Matt means. What do you think it means in your argument? What do you think boundary is doing for you?
Yeah, the boundary could either mean a bounce, true beginning.
No, I'm not asking you about the BGVD. I'm asking in your argument. What do you think this is doing for you?
Boundary for Matt means. What does the boundary mean?
In your argument, what are you attempting to demonstrate when you say that the universe had a boundary?
It shows us that the universe is finite into the past.
There we go. Okay. Oops. So
for me,
that would mean.
If it does mean a true beginning, then yes, it has a finite past.
Okay, well that would mean for your argument that your conclusion is trying to demonstrate that the universe had a beginning. That's the conclusion of your argument, which is why you're trying to use the BVG.
What?
You're trying to use the BVG to demonstrate that the universe having a boundary means that it had a finite past or a beginning, which is why I formulated the argument to demonstrate that your argument is begging the question. If the universe has been expanding on average for its entire history, then it has a beginning. That's your argument, which means your conclusion would be the same thing. Your conclusion is the we'll call universe, has a beginning. So that means your argument is invalid. Your argument is begging the question.
I already told you the best explanation of the boundary is a beginning. I'm not assuming a beginning. I'm deriving it.
There you go. Then your argument doesn't work.
Why? Explain
because
more in depth, please.
The conclusion is in the first premise.
Honestly. No, I never assumed a beginning. I'm saying that we get a boundary, and I'm deriving a beginning.
And what does the boundary mean?
You know, the beginning is a side argument. That's just like another argument.
Well, your use of boundary means that it had a beginning, which is the problem in your argument. Now, if a boundary means something else, if the boundary could mean something else, that it didn't have a beginning, then what that means is that your argument doesn't actually do anything for you. If your goal is to demonstrate that the universe had a beginning, and you're saying the BGV doesn't get you to an actual beginning, that means the argument doesn't do anything for you.
No,
so the only form of the argument that works for you is to interpret the boundary as a finite past.
We can derive we can identify the nature of the BGB theorem's boundary by looking at the evidence that we have. It's pretty simple.
Nope.
And hey, look, I'm gonna be honest. If like, I'm being real here.
It's like super embarrassing, man. I've never seen someone
I'm being honest
go to bat
right now.
so many times over something they don't understand.
This is so simple.
And be so
Let's talk about evolution.
Entirely uneducated about it that like even I think even the audience is starting to feel bad for you.
Coming from the guys that gave me a paper and claimed that it was a counterexample and fitted all the BGB's assumptions and had a different conclusion. Anybody go here right now?
I don't know why you keep saying guys as though I gave you the article. Dr. Blitz sent you an article.
It's so obvious. Look, hey, you're here to convince me that God's not real.
PhD.
You're not doing that good of a job.
The guy with a PhD in physics sent you the article, not me.
You know,
and
when
also,
you send when
and also, if you want me to demonstrate that your God is imaginary, I'm more than happy to do it. You came in wanting to cry about your dumb theorem that you don't understand. Hey, and look, now that your dumb argument doesn't work, you're like, well, you didn't prove that God didn't exist. Would you like me to give you an argument for why your God doesn't exist?
I really do realize how bad you guys.
Would you like me to give you an argument for why your specific God doesn't exist?
But the thing you're not understanding is when
so
you
you're
let
not going
me
to answer the question. Do you want me to tell you why your specific God doesn't exist?
Dr. Blitz knows when he's lying because
this child is incapable of having an actual discussion. It's really bad. Imagine like not understanding your own argument and then like crashing out after it doesn't work, and then demanding that I didn't like meet my burden when we didn't even give an argument for my position yet. I'm more than happy to give an argument for my position. It seems like you don't want me to do that though.
Let's talk about evolution.
Okay, so you don't want me to. So you don't want me to prove a
common ancestor right now.
Oh, it's easy.
Prove a common ancestor right now.
We've already been over this. Did you forget our discussion?
Don't bring up that 2003.
So you forgot our discussion on ERVs then?
Don't bring up the 2003 paper.
I have no idea what paper you're referring to.
With chimpanzee genomes.
I have no idea what paper you're referring to. I said ERVs.
We'll see right now. We'll see now. Go ahead. Show me something. Prove it.
I just told you ERVs.
Show me, what is that?
Oh, so you don't know what it is?
I told you to prove it.
It's weird. It's weird because like we already had a discussion on ERVs. Were you checked out, or did you?
No, we did not.
Attention?
Me and you never talked about evolution ever.
I highly doubt that. In fact, let me go to my my notes for the past.
The only thing that we talked about was infinite regress. You can't traverse an infinite. That was when I first started. That was a long time ago.
Yes, and your arguments have only gotten worse.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, coming from the guys that have to lie all the time. Yeah.
Certainly not lying. That's not happening.
Okay, go to the paper that you guys gave me and show me exactly where it fits all the BGV's assumptions and gives the same conclusion. Show me right now. Go ahead. Go to that paper.
I have no idea why you keep referring to a paper that I didn't send to you.
You brung it up on the screen. You had it. You're the one who put it on the screen.
You dumb motherfucker. I'm hosting the live stream. Nobody can bring it up on the screen other than me. Dr. Blitz pulled up an article and he wanted you to see it. So he sent me a link and I put it on the screen. I've never read the fucking article. I don't even know what's in it. So what we need to figure out is the topics we talked about before. In June, what might be almost our first time talking, says you want to talk about the Kalam and that it was embarrassing. Let's see. Did we talk before June? Yes, we talked in June or May 26th. It says Christian, this is my notes, Christian gave bad first cause argument, then second law of thermodynamics, actually kind of good faith, but tries to say the universe is God once the argument fails, moves on to the resurrection, thinks eyewitnesses are in the Bible, and let's see, wants to end on the angel of the Lord
when I first started,
rather than actually just leaving the discussion. And there's another one before that says Christian came to clown himself on a myriad of ADHD talking points and then admits that he's a pedo.
Remember when you said that the universe has all the properties of a consciousness but doesn't have one?
That was May 5th, and no, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said that the universe is all the chemicals and all the everything in the universe. So it has all the properties of a consciousness, but it's not conscious?
Nope, I didn't say that at all. So the universe...
Yeah, the universe is everything that exists.
The universe is everything that exists.
Including all the chemicals and everything that allows consciousness to be processed by us, right?
Including elements doesn't mean that the universe itself is equal to its elements. That's called decomposition fallacy. You can have elements inside of a set, and that doesn't mean the set is equal to all of the elements.
Is consciousness a process? Yes or no?
So that means that your argument doesn't work, and you're endless pivoting and crying and not actually engaging in the discussion.
I can prove God exists in any way, even if I do say the universe
worse and worse and worse. And you can't prove God because you can't you can't even carry on a linear discussion for 5 minutes.
It's so easy.
So we were talking about evolution, and now you've already addressed like 3 other talking points since then. Did you want me to actually illustrate what ERVs are? Do you not care?
You're the one who went 5 months back in the notes.
So he's not gonna answer. Do you want me to tell you about ERVs or not?
Yes, tell me. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what a virus is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what a retrovirus is?
No.
Okay. A retrovirus is a virus that alters your DNA, and endogenous retrovirus typically will alter sometimes your genome, and it gets passed down into your children. Once it's in your genome, it gets replicated to all of your offspring, and it just so happens to be that humans have quite a bit of them. We share hundreds of ERVs that every human being has, and we actually know how to cause them as well. We know how to cause ERVs so we can study them. Now, the problem that we're going to have here is that there are some
can
ERVs...
viruses create new complex information? Like, can it make a fish have DNA for lungs?
Viruses...
Yes, no? Can you prove that?
Are information.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that any of these things that you're showing me right now... Maybe if you actually stop yapping and pay attention, rather than pivoting you to a different talking point, we can get through something, okay? So viruses contain information. They typically contain DNA snippets. They just don't self-replicate. Right? They need to like hijack your immune system. Your immune system is going to replicate the DNA that is found inside of a virus. So that's how when that DNA gets into your body, if it finds its way into your genome, and it can damage your genome, some DNA from within that virus can find its way into your DNA. Now, the cool part is once it gets in your genome, it goes to all of your descendants after that. Every one of your descendants is going to have that unless something happens to the genome, right? Unless something drastic happens and you like lose a huge portion of it, which isn't terribly likely. So what this means is somebody, like if you're a human and you have, say, 150 shared endogenous retroviruses, what that means is all 150 of those must have come from a common ancestor who had the same blood. And that retrovirus has been passed down from that common ancestor to all of the people that are living today. Do we follow so far? Okay, I'm asking you...
I said, do you follow so far?
Are we talking about Charles Darwin's evolution right now?
Do you follow so far?
Yes. You basically just now told me that viruses, they can enter your genome, and then that can carry on to your DNA, and that will carry on throughout all your descendants.
There you go.
Unless something... Unless something bad happens to the genome, right? Or something like that.
So, if all humans share a retrovirus, what does that mean?
They're related?
It means they had a common ancestor that had that particular retrovirus, doesn't it?
Okay, wait. So you're saying just because one species has a specific virus and another did...
I didn't say anything about species yet. I didn't say anything about species.
Okay, so what is this? One human. Okay, so a group of humans have a virus, right?
A group of anything that has a retrovirus, if all of them have it, that means that everybody who has that retrovirus had a common ancestor that had that retrovirus that handed it down. That's what that means.
Okay, how does this correlate to... How does this correlate to macroevolution?
You'll find out. We got to baby step you through this. Okay, so what that means is that if human beings, we share at least 200 retroviruses. There's more than that, but we share about at least 200 of them. And what that means is that at some point in time, those 200 retroviruses came into human DNA. And whatever humans that were alive that didn't get it are gone now. The only humans that are alive today that have those retroviruses must have had at least one common ancestor that gave them at least one of those retroviruses. We agree?
So at least you're saying like, okay. So you're saying we have this virus and like if one, I guess like you're trying to say like at least one of my ancestors had to have it if I like,
Yes.
also have that. I would, well, no, I could just say like, cause like chimpanzees also have like a broken gulo gene.
We're not talking about,
we do too.
We're not talking about broken genes.
Well, no, it's the same principle though.
Nope, it's not.
They have the same broken gene, gulo gene.
Nope,
the vitamin
wrong.
C gene.
We're not talking about broken genes.
And we do too.
We're not talking about broken genes.
But that doesn't mean that we're related.
We're not talking about pseudogenes. It's a different topic.
I'm just saying, same principle.
It's not the same thing. It's not.
Kind of is the way it sounds to me. Well, go ahead. Maybe it sounds like that to me though.
It's not.
It sounds like you're saying just because we have this one similarity.
Nope.
Therefore,
not a similarity.
Common ancestor.
Not a similarity.
Well, you just now said if
it's an actual biological DNA marker.
You're saying if I have this retrovirus,
is clearly identifiable.
You're saying if I have this retrovirus in my DNA, then you're assuming that one of your ancestors also had it. Yes.
It's not assuming. We know it.
Okay. Yeah. Because you
want to know DNA. How we know it.
Okay. So it's like so it's a similarity. Okay.
Do you want to know how we know it? It's not similarity.
Yes, it is. That's literally the definition of similarity.
Do you want to know how we know that ERVs exist across all species and that they had to have been passed down through procreation?
I believe that species have.
Do you want to know how we know it's not just a matter of similarity? Yes or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because they show up in the same piece of DNA, right? What that means is if you got a piece of DNA and it's, say, 50 billion base pairs. I don't know how many base pairs are in human DNA. I forget. There's a bunch. But what that means, though, is, interestingly enough, this piece of damaged and inserted DNA, you can definitely see that it was foreign because it's got splice marks. It means it came from the outside and found its way into that DNA. One, you can tell it's not part of the regular DNA. So that's one thing. Two, is it shows up in the same part of the DNA sequence, right? So if you've got, say, a billion base pairs, and this one code snippet shows up in the same location.
Can you show me the papers on this?
You don't know about ERVs. Seriously.
Show the papers.
Do you want me to explain it to you, or do you want me to show you papers?
Studies? Is this like?
Yes, we've been studying it for a long time. Yeah.
Has this been reviewed? Like, where is this working?
Yeah. Literally just type in endogenous retroviruses, and there'll be thousands of papers. Thousands.
I know what RNA is.
I'm sure you do. This is not that.
Let's see. A retrovirus infects a germ cell or like an egg and integrates its DNA into the host genome. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me just read up a little bit really quick about that. Viral DNA becomes a permanent part of the host genetic code and passed down to all descendants. Called endogenous retroviruses. Oh, okay. They are essentially molecular fossils of ancient infections preserved in our DNA. Oh, okay. Once integrated, they become part of the host's inherited genome and are passed down through generations. Okay, so human and chimpanzees share ERVs, right? In the exact same locations?
We're not even there yet. Not even there yet.
Yeah, I actually seen, this is what I was saying earlier. I said, you're gonna talk about...
We're not even there yet. Do you want to take it one step at a time, or do you want to try getting ahead of the argument you've never heard yet?
And the genomes. I already knew where you was going with this.
You don't know exactly. You have no idea where I'm going.
Yeah, I did. I literally said it before we even talked
about this.
Do you want me
to
the DNA sequences
to walk you, hold your hand and walk you through it? Nope, we're not talking about DNA sequences.
We're talking about genomes.
So you want to talk about DNA similarities, and I'm not talking about that. It's not DNA similarities. This is not like, hey, this DNA is what percentage similar to this other DNA. It's not the same thing. Okay? These are identical biomarkers, not similarities. So if you had, say you had a garden hose, it was a green garden hose, and at some point somebody ran over it and it got cut. and you went out there, you know what? I've got some old yellow garden hose in the garage. I'll splice in 12 inches of yellow garden hose. You know that the yellow garden hose wasn't part of that green garden hose because you've got a brain. Just like we know retroviruses aren't part of the standard DNA. Now, if somebody, if hoses could replicate, and it gave birth to billions of green hoses with yellow snippets, you would know that it came from that original hose, wouldn't it?
Some ERVs have been caught. Yeah, I guess
You're not even
what you're
fucking
trying to
listening.
say is, I understand. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm reading more on this also at the same time because I know how to read papers and stuff
You
like
should try
that.
listening.
I'm doing more. I'm actually looking at the studies and stuff that they do on this right now.
What you
Trying
should
to
do
see
is
what's going on
just
here.
listen.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Was you finished? I sounded like you were finished. Sounded like you
I
asked me
wasn't
a
finished. I
question.
asked you a question and then you didn't answer it because you weren't listening.
I'm not. I was listening. I didn't hear your question. Your
I know
analogy. What
because
was your
you
analogy?
weren't listening.
Tell me the analogy. Just tell me the analogy, and I'll
If you
concede it
have
if it
a
makes
fucking
sense.
green garden hose that's, imagine it can fucking replicate, but somebody broke it one day and you had to splice in a piece of yellow garden hose because somebody ran it over with the car. When that garden hose gives birth to other garden hose, would we not know 100 years from now that all of the garden hoses that had that exact yellow splice in it in the exact location came from the original garden hose?
I see what you're trying to say. I guess like in a way you could maybe say.
No, if you're talking, no
Sorry,
one heard you.
somebody called me. Sorry. I mean, if it does prove common ancestrally, like, what, like, why don't they prove common design then? Like, if you find
We're
the
not even
same
that
dent
far
in two
yet. Just
cars,
fucking pay attention to where we're
I'm
at.
saying if I find the same dent,
Stop
if I
trying
find
to get ahead of the argument.
I'm not. I'm saying if
Have a
I
little
find
bit of
a dent,
self-control,
if I
and
find the
we'll
same dent in
talk.
two cars,
Matthew, shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. This is why you'll never get any smarter. Okay? You're not interested in having a conversation right now. You're interested in trying to figure out where my thing is going so you can get ahead of it, and that's not how you have conversations. So the reason why we know that this is common ancestry is because okay, I'm just gonna cut you, you dumb motherfucker. The reason why we know this is not about common ancestry, or this is about common ancestry and not about common design, is because it shows up in the same sequence. A hose is relatively short. A hose could be 25 or 50 foot, right? So imagine you find a hose and it's got a yellow piece in it, but it's at the beginning of the hose and not at the exact place where it was spliced in your hose. Well, you know, it obviously came from a different hose that had a piece of yellow hose spliced in at a different fucking location. But if it's in the same fucking sequence, in the same spot on the hose, then you know it came from the same hose because the mathematical probability that two different hoses would get the same ERV in the exact same location is mathematically nearly impossible. You're not going to get humans with 200 shared endogenous retroviruses showing up in the same spot in the genome and not have a common ancestor. So what that means is that this came from a common ancestor. And if you had shut up long enough that we could actually get through it, I would have told you that we also share like 190 ERVs with the ape family, not just human beings, but with apes. And get this, a bunch of them, like 3/4 of them, don't exist elsewhere in the animal kingdom. They only exist between human beings and the ape family, which means human beings and apes had a common ancestor that gave us those endogenous retroviruses, and we've been passing them down for probably millions of years at this point. This is not a difficult topic. Your inability to be a mature adult prevents this topic from being helpful in like any of your learning because you're a fucking child, and now I see you in the box, you're not coming back up, I'm dropping you. I'm not going to be yelling at my screen for another hour because you're not mature enough to have a real conversation. All right, we're done. You go drink some more milk and put yourself to bed. I'll change your diaper next week, okay? All right, Matthews. All right, I don't even know what to write for this. Every time Matthew comes in, I'm more and more perplexed about like what do I write in my notes for this idiot. because he gets more absurd every single time he comes in. He wants to run an argument or ask me questions, and then when it doesn't work, he gets mad that I didn't prove the claim on the screen when you wouldn't let me fucking do it. I wanted to give you an argument for why my claim is true, and you wouldn't let me do it. So here's we are. This is where we're at. All right, I'm gonna read. Hey, friends, I'm gonna read some super chats, and then we're gonna get our next guest in here. I think our next guest is gonna be Bed 466, perhaps. Seems to be the case. So let me grab our next super chat from Misha. Hey, thanks, Misha. Says, response to Matt. It's so disappointing that you could literally have a good faith discussion and learn stuff, but Matt is insistent on being petulant and not listen to new information. Not only not listening to new information, but like physically and mentally and emotionally refusing to even try, which is like that's the most saddening point. It's not that he's just stupid and willfully ignorant, it's that he's not even willing to try to learn something. To Matt, this is a game. He doesn't think that he knows he's not going to have a good faith discussion. William, thank you for the 1234. Merry Christmas in July. Merry Christmas to you. Reminder, the Puritans denounced Christmas as a Catholic pagan holiday. Thus, Protestants started the war on Christmas. That's true, actually. That's a fair point. Actually, the Seventh-day Adventists basically shun Christmas. If you follow what they've been up to, they don't do the whole thing either. Base to Shara, thank you for the super chat. Please tell Scissor Woman she's a cutie patootie for me. Base to Shara, I gotta tell you, I've told her that quite a few times. Now, I don't know if I've told her that for you on your behalf, but just know she's not unaware. She is fully aware of that. I've made her aware of that fact. And Heathen Reeves says, bro, I don't envy that setup process. How you manage is beyond me. Rock hard for Doug and Simply What for Sharon. Well, thank you, Heathen. It does take a little bit of work. My multi-streaming setup. First of all, I'm like, I hate that I'm going to say this. I was at one point I was literally like the only person on TikTok and YouTube that was dual streaming to TikTok and YouTube and having guests on both platforms that can talk. I literally pioneered the interface, and then I started teaching other people in the community how to do it, and they've been doing it now as well. But now it's time to reduce the number of software packages to accomplish this goal and come up with something that is more sustainable. Yoda St. Cloud, good to see you. Good evening, whores. 'Tis I, your one true pope. May Doug's blessings be upon you. I hope you all had a great day. Yes, even you dirty verdies, rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Yoda St. Cloud. And remember, there's no fucking schism, except for Yoda. Yoda's doing the schism, though. Sufficiently advanced tautology says, give him the location of the nearest circus so he can go be a clown where it's appropriate. What an embarrassment to his parents. Daddy issues, methinks. It is hard to tell. It is genuinely hard to tell what is wrong with some of the callers. Something is wrong. I mean, it's just not always, you don't always know what happened. How did they get here? You see what I'm saying? Like, how did they get to this particular place? And also, hold on, somebody sent out, I'm going to see if I can find it. Somebody sent out a bunch of gifted memberships here. Let me see if I can find it. I just see some chat notes saying a bunch of people received gifted memberships. But I'm trying to figure out who sent all those out. Randy Wilson, that's who fucking sent them all out. Randy Wilson, I don't see the original to say how many Randy sent out again, but a bunch of people, like 20 more people, received some gifted memberships. Huge fucking W, Randy. And also Rock Hard for Doug's here. Good to see you, friend. Rock Hard for Doug says, Justin Tin, but did I hear correctly that the Christian theists are now using their Xboxes as reference and note-taking tools? This is a good signal that it's only a matter of time. Wow. This is fucking rock. Yes, Rock Hard for Doug, you did hear that correctly. This guy's scientific studies, his note-taking is quite literally on his Xbox. This is the level of discourse we've risen to in this day and age. Is that we're getting our discussion notes and saving them on Xbox. Zach Penetroff, buddy, thank you for being a member for over a year now. Huge W, super appreciate that. And for the $20 super chat, it says someone close to Matthew, like a teacher, a parent, a sibling, laughed at his stupidity. Since then, He has been trying to chase his dragon of laughing at someone else's stupidity. Alas, this dragon continues to elude him. And this is an accurate description. I don't know what happened inside like Matt's life to make him like this, but I'm sad that it happened. It as a parent myself, I just worry and I hope that this type of thing doesn't just happen by accident. Because that means it could happen to my child or your child. We don't need any of that. We don't need that. And Roger, hey, thank you for the 20-hour super chat. Says, Justin, have you ever been religious? Yes, I was a Christian for almost 20 years, and I was in ministry for about half of it. I used to be Catholic, just like 75% of the Brazilian population when I was born. Yeah, Brazil is heavily Catholicized. I have been an atheist now for 25 years. I'm 52 years old now. Oh, Rogerio, thanks for being amazing. Rogerio, thank you so much for being here and supporting the stream. But you're right, yeah, most of the people I knew from Brazil or even just from Central and South America were mostly Catholic. The Catholics pretty much kind of took that shit over during the conquests. It's pretty bad. And last super chat for now, helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see a friend. You know, callers like Matt aren't too bright when they can't even change a smoke detector's battery. True. I will never understand how somebody can live like that. Matt should be studying the Dunning-Kruger effect instead of the BVG. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and Q4C. Shit, what's that? Quick I don't know. Y'all invented a new one for me. Q4C, I do not know. That is a completely new abbreviation. I'm not sure what to do with that one. Nevertheless, we do have two guests in the guest box still. I'm going to get, I said, a bed 466 in here first, and then we'll get Dad Man Alive. Dad Man Alive, I think is the name of the account on TikTok. So let me grab our first guest here, and we'll get rolling. Oh, and they dropped. We won't be getting our first. We will not be getting that guest in here. It looks to me like we are going to be getting a different guest. It looks like Dad Man Alive will be coming in from the queue.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Welcome in, Dad Man. 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, I do. So
Cool.
Thank you for letting me in. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah. So if I go ahead if you can.
Do you mind telling me which god you believe in?
So this is the thing. So can I say just one thing about what you said like here, like your God is imaginary. So there are two things here. One is the definition of God, and the second is the definition of imagine, right? Those are if we tune that and agree on that, maybe then I will not be opposing each other, I believe, if we tune to the right definition for these two words. But that's the basic thing, I guess, between us.
But when I say that your God is imaginary, I typically am referring to specifically your God. Right? So if you believe in the Christian God, I'm talking about that one. If you believe in the God of Islam, I'm talking about that one. So what God do you believe in?
Yeah, so the thing is, the God that I believe, basically, I agree with you. My God is imaginary, but the thing is, the one who imagines is my God. That's the God I believe in. The one who can imagine and does the job of imagination, right? That's my God, basically. So and I believe that everything is imaginary, right? So so as a human being, I can only understand in the form of imagination, right? I may not be fully be aware of the source me of imagining, right? Who is imagining? Like I cannot feel myself fully, right? But as a human being, that's my limitation, that everything will be imaginary. But I wanted to draw your attention on this fact that for the source of the imaginator, for him, everything is imaginary, right? So even the definition of God is.
Do you have a God or not?
I do.
What's
I
the
was
name of your
raised
God?
I was raised as a Muslim, but now I
Oh.
have I have transcended to understand that all religion basically maybe in the details they differ, but at the core, they're saying the same message. Like they're pointing to the same God, basically.
I don't
So
think
I'm
they
not.
are, but so you don't believe in a particular God? Then you just believe in a God.
I believe in Muslim. I'm a very good Muslim. So
Oh, so
like I
you
can
just said
talk,
you used to be a Muslim, so you're still a Muslim?
but I transcended. I am a Muslim, right? I believe in Quran. I'm very good in Quran, and I understand. I'm a very good Muslim, but I also understand that other religions are speaking the same thing at the core.
Well,
Maybe the
they're
details are
certainly not
different.
speaking the same thing, that's for sure. Okay, so you believe in Allah, that's fine. What would be a good reason to think that this God actually exists?
So, like I said, the one who imagines, the imaginator, I found that Quran is referring that entity as the God. There is a particular
So
verse in
you're
Quran
God.
actually. Yeah.
You think that you're the God.
Yes, yes, sir. I mean that, but the problem is the definition
So
of
then you
you
don't believe
is
in a God.
unattainable.
You're just changing the meaning of the word God to something that actually does exist, and you don't.
That's
If
my
you're
point.
God,
Like
that
people,
means you don't believe in a God. You believe in humans, and you just want to redefine the word God. When I say God, I
not
mean
human.
like a thinking, acting agent that like created the universe and is like somehow in charge of all of it.
Yeah, the agent is my God. That's
But
what I'm
are you
saying.
that?
I am a limited conceiver of that. Yes.
But are you God? Did you create the universe?
Yeah, the agent in me, the one, the agent who I am, who I feel, the agent I am is God. Yeah.
Okay. Why would I think that the agent in you is a God versus just your human imagination?
Yeah, that's a much hard, much like complex logic, but I believe like you can draw that out. Like there could be only one agent, because if there were multiple agents, the world would run into chaos. Like
The
division would
world
happen.
is in chaos. Have you
No,
seen it?
no, no. The world, no, no. If you think of it, like it's not in chaos really. It's not in chaos. In fact,
What do you think chaos
whatever you
is?
see. So yeah, great question. There is no chaos going on. That's true. That's what I'm saying. There is no
But
chaos going on.
well, what's your definition of chaos?
There's nothing chaos.
What's your
No
definition
thing
of
called chaos.
chaos?
So definition of chaos, we can say like in a bounded system, we can say, hey, if this happens, this is a bug, this is a chaos. But in this universe, which is not a bounded system, there is no chaos, no thing as chaos.
I'm just gonna dump them. I'm not doing that. We're not gonna. Yeah. All right. We're just gonna move on. There's got to be a real adult in the guest box. We'll grab the next one. Cyanide Kitten. Maybe that'll be a real person with real words. Well, one can hope. One can hope. Welcome in, Cyanide Kitten. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in actual God, unlike the previous caller? Oh, no, I guess not. He went to go be with the previous caller's God, apparently. All right. I guess we're going to be fine. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We don't have a theist in the guest box anymore, other than Papo, a.k.a. Felix. And Felix, I love you, buddy, but you're not cut out for these debates, my friend. You gotta go find somewhere else. We're not gonna take you again, okay? I don't think this is a place you should be. I don't think the debate space is the place you want to be hanging out. I listen. I'm not your parent. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but I don't. I'm not interested in having another discussion with you, buddy. I don't think you're on the same. I don't think you and I are talking about the same shit. All right, let me grab some super chats. And we'll. I'm sure while we're doing that, we'll get somebody in the guest box. Friends, if you want to get in the conversation, if you believe in some kind of a god, we'd love to hear about it. Doesn't matter if it's Allah or Yahweh or Jesus or what have you. Be interested in hearing about your God. And on top of that, even woo-woo gods would count. Now, it has to be a real god. It can't be like that guy who's like, I'm a god because I imagined God, because gods are imagined because I imagined them. We're not doing that. That's not going to happen. Also, Cynthia, thank you for the $20 over Cash App. Huge W, Cynthia. And Melon says, the only objective moral is that whores is superior. The schism is still happening, apparently. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's still going. There's some whores in this house. Praise Doug. Cruisin', thank you for being here. Apparently, they are not going to let the schism die easily. That seems to be the case. And Evil Banana Win says, please check email. Will Duffy wants to engage. No fucking way. Isn't it Will Duffy was the guy that that was talking to Gutsick Gibbon? Wasn't that the case? Let me see. I don't know who the email's coming from, but I can just type in like Will Duffy and see if something pops up. Well, how about that? Let's see. I don't see anything here for. Let's type in the word Duffy. There we go. I got some emails. There we go. Oh, I see it from Evil Banana. Okay, I assume your name is what's on this email. Following up, his recent appearance, Will did. Interesting. I don't see anything, buddy. I don't see anything in the email on how to contact him. Did I miss something in here? I don't. Okay. Buddy, Evil Banana. Listen, I got the email, but it doesn't really tell me what to do. But yeah, if you got information for Will and he wants to talk, send him my way. We'll chat him up. We'll take care of it. If he sent me an email, I don't see it. I don't see an email from Will Duffy in my inbox anywhere. So, yeah, if he sent me a message, I don't have it. Gold replicant. Thank you for what you do. Well, shit, Gold. Thank you for supporting what I do. Couldn't do it without you. That's for sure. And also from Dale Smith, what do I say when they always go to, that's the Old Testament. Should I say Jesus said to follow the old laws, etc.? Well, that is one route that I take, and I take it a lot. And the reason why I take it a lot is because most Christians do have kind of this instinct of, well, if Jesus said it, that must be the case, right? It must be true. I must have to follow it. And so reading the words of Jesus is effective. Now, a lot of them are going to quote you the words of Paul, and you can demonstrate that Paul and Jesus just didn't agree. That's one route. You could also just show them in the Hebrew Bible, where God said to follow the law forever. Deuteronomy 11 and 12, verses 1 and 2, Deuteronomy 12, 28, Deuteronomy 29, 29, Deuteronomy 30, verse 6 through 8. And I think there's another one in chapter 5, if I remember correctly, that is on my mind. Yep. Let's see. Let me go to Deuteronomy 5. I thought there was one in Deuteronomy 5, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Deuteronomy 6. Nope, not Deuteronomy 6. Well, Deuteronomy 6 verses 20 and 24 has got one in there that's kind of similar, but that wasn't the one I was looking for. I want Deuteronomy 5, 29 through, Deuteronomy 5, 29. Says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments forever, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever. So listen, the Bible, God told you in the Bible to follow the fucking law forever. I don't know what to tell you. The other thing that you can do is just to demonstrate from the Old Testament that, listen, if we're just talking about how horrific the laws were, it doesn't matter if they were temporary. Meaningless. If God gave a bunch of really shitty laws for, 1,000 years, there are a bunch of really shitty laws, and he didn't come and correct them either, which is a problem, right? So if you're like, well, the laws are gone now, well, that doesn't mean that slavery got abolished. It doesn't mean anything about that. It means that you can do as much slavery as you want now. There's no fucking law regulating it. That doesn't mean that you got rid of it. Also from Daniel De La Noche, good to see you, for instance, why do even modern translations tend to keep the apparent mistranslation in places like Isaiah 7:14? Oh, they're doing apologetics for sure. So I've talked about this a little bit, and here's what I would say. I think if you went to school like I did, and you learned some Greek and you learned some Hebrew, and you get to a point where you're not a professional translator. Let's get that straight. I'm not a professional translator, but you don't need that much training to get to a point where like, oh, who's ever editing this Bible is purposely doing apologetics. And that's what we see in Isaiah. So in Isaiah, what they'll do is they'll translate it wrong, like the way the New Testament has it, because they're like, well, it does show up that way in the Greek Septuagint, which is why the New Testament quoted it, which unfortunately, it actually doesn't show up in that exact form. It's a similar form. It's not the identical same form. Same thing with the virgin birth prophecy in Matthew 1:23. It shows up in the Greek Septuagint, not identical, but close. So they feel at liberty, like they can just go back and forth and pick and choose whether or not they want to use the Greek or the Hebrew. Whichever suits their purpose is what they're going to use. And then the excuse for why they can do this is going to be, well, because that's what the Bible does. If the Bible does it, it's true. Well, listen, if you're trying to say that your religion, Christianity, is true because of like these prophecies, well, you can't start with, these are the authoritative version of the prophecies because my thing is true, right? You have to figure out what are the authoritative version of the prophecies first, and then figure out, hey, does my story line up with the authoritative version? You can't start with, this is the authoritative version because my religion says so. Libertas Dragon says, does Philippians 2:5-6 completely screw the Trinity idea? Good question. I'm not actually, that one's not in my brain. Let me grab that one real quick. Philippians 2:5-6. Is this the fullness one? Let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who, though he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped. Okay, this is actually a deeper question than you might realize. So the translation of the Greek on this passage is notoriously difficult. Like every Bible translation that you're going to pull up for this particular passage is probably going to give you a different translation. It kind of stinks that is the case, but I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about. If you go to Philippians 2:6 and just type it in, and we'll do like Philippians 2:6 and then say Bible Hub or something. They usually will pull up a list of all the different translations for this particular passage. And you'll find that there's a lot of divergent translations. And it's because this is a really clunky Greek sentence. It says, in NIV, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Oh, that's very different. That's very, very different. And then New Living Translation, though he was God, he did not think of equality with God as something to cling to. Oh, well, that's different as well. Like so one of the questions is, what does it mean to grasp? Does it mean to hold on to it, to achieve it, or to lord it over somebody? What are we talking about here? ESV says, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped. Well, what does it mean? Right? And so this has been like an ongoing debate for a long time as to what the meaning of this particular passage is. And I don't think I'm personally, I'm not the expert in Greek that is probably going to solve the debate. The debate rages on amongst scholars way more educated than I am. So I'm not, unfortunately, I don't know if I'm not the person that's going to be able to solve this particular problem for you. But I can tell you that a good study Bible will give you a couple different options for it. So if you go to the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, they probably have at least a small note on it. Let me see what they say. In the form of God, so they had in the form of God equality with God. It says may, they don't even know, may refer to divine status or simply pre-existence as a heavenly being or Adam's original immortality. Hey, Stanton Marsh, thank you for the $20 on Cash App, huge W. Or it says Christ renounced by becoming subject at his death in Wisdoms, chapter 2. So scholars don't know for sure. What I would suggest, though, is I don't think the Trinity is really in the Bible anyways. I'm not sure. When you say that does Philippians 2:5-6 completely screw the Trinity, I don't think the Trinity is even there, right? I would put the onus on the Christian to demonstrate that the Trinity is even in the Bible before you're like, hey, does this defeat the Trinity? You know what I mean? And 9 Bell Junkie. Thank you for the super chat. I know you talk about Psalm 22 a lot, but can you give us the context again? Why was Like a Lion the best translation? Oh, sure. Yeah, I can give that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open up. I did do. Let me see if I still have it hanging out here. I did do. I made a tool recently, a whiteboard tool, and I think. Let me see if it works. I can't remember. Oh, I did add it to my screen. Let me add it also to the vertical screen real quick before I forget. Let's see. That was as a browser source, right? All right, browser. We want to call this the whiteboard, and I'm going to have to make it smaller. I apologize. My whiteboard source on the vertical stream is not going to be laid out nearly as nice as on the other streams because it's a vertical layout. But I can show you for sure. I can show you like what the situation is in Isaiah, no problem. Or not Isaiah. I mean in Psalm 22. All right, so let me clear this real quick and put a background on it. All right, so the problem with Psalm 22 is the text that we have is really interesting. So the Masoretic text reads like this: Kof, Aleph, Resh, and then a Yod. Now, this would be like a lion or Ka'ari. And this is in most of our Hebrew manuscripts. Not in the oldest, however. The oldest Hebrew manuscript is a little bit different. The oldest one, the Nehach Hever Scroll 5 and 6, says Ka'aru, which is like that. Now, the problem with this one here, I'll just put NH5, and this will be the Masoretic text. So the problem with this second one, the NH5, is that this is not a word, right? Now, this letter here, the second letter, the Aleph with the red arrow, that letter there is, it's just simply, it's not part of any Hebrew word, right? Now, it could be, if you cut that letter out, it just could be karu. And karu would mean they dug. However, it's not very common for a word like karu to just randomly gain an aleph after the second letter. So this reading here in the Masoretic text of Ka'ari is much, much more likely. And the reason why it's much more likely is because of this particular scribal practice. And so in a lot of the ancient manuscripts, you'll find, I'm going to rewrite it, there is a scribal, we'll call it a scribal mistake that happens often. So a lot of the yods would have like a tail, right? So this guy right here is a yod and it has a tail. Now it's very common, right, when they are drawing these yods to kind of make them longer and longer. Sometimes it was for artistic reasons and sometimes it was accidental, it was slop. But what happens is you might get one that's a little bit long like this. See the blue line? And you're like, well, next time somebody copies that, they're like, I don't know if that was supposed to be a yod or a vav, right? So the next copyist might actually just say, actually, you know what? It seems to me like this is wrong. It seems to me like the not wrong. It seems to me like the letter I need to put in here is a vav. I didn't know why I made it so thin. But anyways, if it happens to be the case that the letter originally was a yod and it got transposed to a vav, that is a mistake in Hebrew copying that happens a lot. It happens all the fucking time. So scholars are of the opinion that, like, yeah, that's probably the thing that happened. It's probably not the case that the original text had a word in it in Hebrew that didn't exist or meet the context of the passage. And so that's why ka'aru is not typically what people would use, and also doesn't mean pierce. Just to be clear, the word ka'aru will never mean pierce, ever, at all. If your Bible says pierced, it's lying to you. The Jester says, hey, Leviticus 21:9, what is the Hebrew word used for prostitution? Oh, well, it should be something akin to, shit. Well, it'd be Kodashim and Kodashot would be the two variants. These are the words referring to temple prostitutes, right? Let me double check the passage. In Leviticus 21, and you said 9 specifically? So typically when if it's a temple prostitute, it's going to be of the root word kodesh. Says when a daughter of a priest profanes herself, through prostitution, she profanes, this is a different passage, profanes her father, she is to be burnt to death. With prostitution, it actually is going to be a different word. Let me actually grab you the word. Let's see, Leviticus 21:9. Because it's not likely they're going to use the word for a temple prostitute. That's not the one that they're going to go with. 1 second. Profanes herself. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, you've already got it here. The word that we find in the text, the root word is zanah, which just means like playing a whore, or whoring around would be the verb, right? So in the passage, it's like an actual verb. And so let me read your question again. I'm seeing Liznowiti and Zanah. Well, I don't know what that first word was supposed to mean. I think that there's some letters that didn't show up for that word. This gesture needs help. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly the word you're probably referring to. Oh, I see. So you're looking at the conjugation of it. Yeah, the conjugation liznot would be the right way to say that. The reason why this is the case is because it's an infinitive. And I'll make this make sense. Sorry, for those who don't know what infinitives are. We were going to doing Hebrew lessons today. What fun. Okay. Let me show you what I'm referring to. So like a typical Hebrew word, right? So we're going to do zanah. So like this, and then zanah should have originally a hey ending, right? Now, you could make this a plural, like zanot, which is what we have in the text. Zanot in the text is a plural, and in this particular case, it'd be a feminine plural. Easy enough. So we'll go back and this is the root word, but we're going to go ahead and draw it as it shows up in the text, which would be, there we go. A little bit excessive there in my noon. There we go. And so we got Zanot. All right. So now the question you're trying to figure out is what's happening here with this first letter. Because there's a letter at the beginning of the word. There's a lamed there. And this lamed is the first indicator that you're dealing with an infinitive. In fact, the form, a lot of times for infinitives, would be the E-O sound inside of the verb. Ze note. It helps you understand that it's an infinitive. If it's a participle, then it would be formed similar, but typically backwards. So the lamed in here is indicating that it's an infinitive along with the vowel pattern. So it would mean to whore, right? So you would say something like, she went to the city to whore around. That's how you would form an infinitive. And that's what we find in the text. So I hope that answered your question. And we got some Hebrew lessons here today. Who knew we were going to get to do grammar? Exciting. Sure. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to grab. I think we have a guest waiting in the wings to come in. So let me grab our guest, and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Let's see. Looks like Asorich. I hope I said that name right. The name I believe is Asorich. Did I say that correctly, Asorich?
Asorich. A is the first name.
Asorich. Oh, gotcha. It's an initial. So yeah. Asorich is the name.
Yeah.
Okay. What should we me to call you? A or Asorich?
Abe. Like
Abe.
Lincoln.
Gotcha. Okay. Abe, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool. Any particular one?
Catholic.
Cool. What do you think is a particularly compelling argument or piece of evidence or reason to believe in the God that you believe in?
I'm a Girardian.
Okay.
Rene Girard.
Okay.
French literary theorist.
Uh-huh.
Polymath. I was just curious on what your definition for imaginary was?
Imaginary typically means that it's something that you could conceive in your head, but not something that actually exists outside of your head. So I would say like the tooth fairy is imaginary. You can conceive it in your head, but you wouldn't be able to demonstrate that the tooth fairy actually exists.
Oh, I see.
Which is why
Are you
it's
familiar with any of like
analogous
the
to God.
scapegoat mechanism?
I know about the scapegoat ritual.
Yes, the Jewish ritual of Yom Tov, or what is the holiday?
Yom Kippur?
Yom Kippur. Yeah, Yom Kippur.
Okay. What
Yeah.
about?
So I guess Gerard would say that that was a unique ritual for. So the way he breaks it down was, between um, what's it called? The hominids. Like uh, he's an anthropologist, and so what's so compelling to me is how the Jewish scriptures um, are unique in the comparative religion studies. So, assuming that you are uh, adequately versed in all the different myths and such,
Yeah, it turns out I
that the
am.
Jewish,
What's unique about the
yeah.
Jewish mythology?
Well, Gerard would say that it's from the perspective of the victim, whereas yeah, the myths of pagans were usually from the, or not usually, um, were from the perspective of the victors, if you will, if the people who write the history.
What's the difference between the Leviticus 16 Day of Atonement ritual and the one that was practiced in ancient Anatolia and also in Syria?
I would say the origins of their myth. So,
Like what?
um, well, Judaism did assimilate a lot because of its diasporas. So it's a little bit complex trying to discern the origins. But as a Catholic, in our liturgy, we have the priesthood of Melchizedek,
Oh boy.
and that's what we believe supports the fulfillment of the scapegoat mechanism.
The what do you think fulfill means?
Support.
What do you think support means?
That it enriches it, that it brings it to its fullness, its teleological end.
Okay, what do you think the scapegoat ritual does, and why do you think that Israel's practice of this ritual was somehow different than their neighbors? Because it turns out they weren't the only ones doing it.
Well, again, I would say I would have to uh, what's the word? Not attribute, but yeah, basically attribute it to the order of Melchizedek, which was essentially the body and blood of Christ being transubstantiated from the bread and wine.
The order of Melchizedek is a false order in the New Testament. It doesn't actually exist. They're trying to riff on Psalm 110, which is greatly misunderstood. It's not even clear that Psalm 110 is meaning to refer to the priest of Salem, Melchizedek, which shows up in Genesis 14. It's certainly not the case that Melchizedek is representative of the body and blood of anything. So the reason why Melchizedek is important to Jesus is because they need to make him a divine priest, and he's obviously not a Levite, and so they picked Melchizedek because Melchizedek was a non-Levitical priest. And so one of the same reasons why David in Psalm 110 is are roughly compared to a priest in the order of Melchizedek, if you're going to translate the Hebrew that way, which it doesn't actually have to be translated that way.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
The Psalm 110, where you get the first mention of the order of Melchizedek, doesn't actually have to be translated that particular way. There's quite a few ways to translate it. Now, it's obviously clear that the New Testament authors had a preferred translation of it. What I'm saying is Psalm 110 doesn't imply that there's some divine order of a guy named Melchizedek. It more or less just implies that David is a priest to Yahweh, even though he's not one of the Levites, and he does do actual like priestly duties at certain times.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of our creed, to be priestly. So not just ordained priests, but the laity as well. They make sacrifices in their daily lives. That's really how I find a lot of the counsel I need to be in union with God. So yeah,
Right.
it would be helpful to know some of the sources you're talking about as far as the um, array of interpretations. I'm not familiar with all of them, or what is, um, I guess, a consensus in secular institute or universities. However, just from my personal self study and catechesis, um, I would attribute the truth claim about God to be um, supported. Again, this word that is teleological. Of the first question I believe you asked me was the like what does it, how does it connect to um, God existing? Um, I believe humanity wouldn't exist without God, and that the scapegoat mechanism is a proof. Um, yeah. So how would I? So the way that Gerard, I guess, explains it is
So
that. Go ahead.
these to me are like nothing you've said to me says anything about whether or not this God is real. It would, at best, this
Right.
could basically be commentary on whether or not you think the Jewish religion is unique. And as someone who studied the ancient Near East, I
Sure.
don't think it is unique. Most of the rituals found in the Law of Moses, we can find in the rest of the ancient Near Eastern literature. The clean and unclean foods, we can find in the ancient Near Eastern literature. The
Mhm.
type of God that they worshipped is common in the ancient Near Eastern literature. And so I don't see what's unique about their religion, like that would cause one to believe that it's actually real. And even if it was unique,
Right.
I don't think that's connected to whether or not it's real. I think the reason why it's not real for a couple of reasons. One, we can start with Judaism. The God of
Mhm.
Judaism like is a bit of a clown. Like if you read the Bible, he doesn't even know like if like how women's biology works. He contradicts himself all the time. It says factual statements about the world and history that are patently false, and then you get to the New Testament, and you got this guy that shows up that claims to be the Messiah, but he didn't do anything the Messiah was said to supposed to do in the Old Testament, not a single thing. And like I get that people think he rose from the dead. I don't think he did. I don't think there's good evidence that he did, but even if he did, he still wouldn't be the Messiah. Whatever you think the resurrection means, it doesn't mean he's the Messiah. It could mean a dozen other things. It will never mean that he's the Messiah unless you think that the God of the Old Testament is just a liar.
You still there?
Yeah.
I think my connection is bad.
Oh, that happens sometimes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yep. Can you hear
Oh
me?
shoot! I think I lost you guys.
Can you hear me? Oh, fuck. Abe,
I'm gonna hang on. Yes. Hi.
you got me?
Sorry.
I don't know what happened there, bud.
Yeah.
Just lost you for a second.
Yeah. I must have a
So,
bad connect. I got a couple bars here.
oh, don't worry about it.
Um.
So Abe,
So
what
yeah.
was the
Go
last thing
ahead.
you heard me say?
That God is a clown. Well, I think I
Yeah.
knew where you were going though. I heard a little bit of yeah, the women's biology. If you read the
Yep.
Bible, um, and I think that's fair to say. I mean, I'm not sola scriptura, so a lot of my obedience to my faith is magisterial. So certain interpretations that um, I'm still learning about, and so that's why I I, I think these dialogues are um, in good faith.
Well, I think you're here in good faith. You don't sound like the type of person that's not. But what I'm saying is that the Bible itself is so demonstrably untrue, it makes it difficult to believe that the God exists. And on top of it, the Jesus character is obviously a fraud. There's not a single path forward in demonstrating that he was the Messiah predicted by the God of the Old Testament. The New Testament just is an entire contradiction of the Old Testament.
Okay, so Girard would talk about the all against one that I think a lot of the other pagan myths had as well. However, the perspective of the Jewish scriptures was from the victim. So, like Joseph, of the Israelites, the one who became in charge of the silo in Egypt.
The gathering
He
and
was,
distribution of grain.
yes. So he was a victim. Like his narrative or story arc um, was sold into slavery, and so like this type of perspective makes it unique in
But
its
I don't think it's unique.
relationship
There's
to
other stories like Joseph.
suffering and depending on God and His
Right,
faithfulness.
but that exists in all of the ancient literature. I'm not interested in if it's unique. I'm interested in if it's true. You understand that uniqueness is not the equivalent of being true, right?
Right. I just think it's a factor in giving the all against one mechanism, meaning that in order for a society to be to find harmony and peace, they put all their sins on one person, and that person is sacrificed and then turned into a god. Right. That's really my truth claim about how humanity um, survived and became a civilized society.
Right,
If
but
we can
I don't
start that,
think any of that's true. I don't think blaming one person for the sins of another has ever advanced society at all. So I'm not sure what that has to do with anything.
okay. So
The
the proof of how I think that's true is that our desires are not our own, and that we borrow desires from others. Do you
and
know
that
what I
has to
mean by
do
that?
with the Bible being true. How?
Well, that's the found. So when Jesus talks about the foundation, he's revealing the the foundation, the things hidden since the foundation of the world. Having the lens of a tripartite or a triangular desire, if you will, is part of that revelation.
I don't know what a triangular desire has to do with anything. What I'm saying is the God in this book is clearly not real.
Well, you still need to put on a certain lens in order to witness and be truthful about God's existence.
I am being truthful about God's existence. That's why I just told
Well,
you
well,
God's not
I'm
real.
trying to connect the triangular desire, so I'm making sure that you understand what that is.
I don't think it's
By lec-
relevant. God,
okay, well,
listen,
I'm just trying to
God could be
lecture you in a fair
the
way.
Bible could be like promoting an octagon God. It wouldn't make the God real.
The Bible is, as a Catholic, I believe the Bible is promoting a tripartite God. So
But it
triangle
doesn't matter what
desire.
it promotes. The question is it true, not what does it promote?
Well, I'm saying, do you understand what I mean by triangular desire, or do I have to lecture on it?
You don't have to lecture on it, and I don't know what you mean. I don't care about desire. Desire is not relevant to whether or not the God is in the book is real. You understand? I could explain to you like the writings of Plato. And that wouldn't mean that the writings of Plato are all true, right? You understand?
Yeah, I think we can maybe grade them, like to cover some ground. We don't have to make like blanket statement. I think we should allow for some nuance, like what we think, what parts of Plato are true, right?
But that's my point. Is we don't need to know anything about triangles of
I'm not
emotion.
saying everything I read about the Bible is going to be true, but I do know that the part where God is reasonable to exist is true.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
Right. And so I'm just trying to cover some ground or like walk you through some of the steps on how I come to that formula.
Well, your formula didn't have anything to do with God existing. Your formula had to do with what you think the Bible teaches.
Well, have you? Well, you haven't really convinced me that you understand what a triangular desire is. So
I don't need.
maybe
I
I
don't
should
need
just.
to. I actually don't need to understand to know if the
Well, that's
Bible
how
is true or
I.
not.
That's how I know it's true. So if you don't have that
You
lens, then you're not going to
you
know it's true.
don't know it's true.
You can assume that, but I can also explain it to you how. But you're just telling me that it doesn't connect without. Isn't that a fallacy? Like you're just telling me it's not true because I already made up my mind type of thing.
No, I don't need to know anything about triangle desires to know that this God isn't real because this God is logically contradictory.
Right. So is that a circular argument? Because I'm trying to add to the
No,
dialogue and you're already made up your mind because you already know about triangular desire but don't want to explain it yourself.
I told you I don't need to know, and I don't know what triangle of desire is. It's irrelevant to
Okay.
whether or not the God is
So I
real.
guess my question would be, how do you know you don't need to know about triangular desire?
Because I already know for a fact that logical contradictions don't exist. And you do too. You know that logical contradictions don't exist, don't you?
Yes, but I'm sorry, it keeps breaking up. Did you prove that that triangle desire is a logical contradiction?
No, I'm saying it's irrelevant. The God
Oh,
of
it's
the
irrelevant.
Bible has logical contradictions, which means the triangle of a desire doesn't factor in at all.
Okay, well, I didn't know it was irrelevant, so I guess I'm trying to provide some context on its relevance because
All right, well,
that's what I think that's how I read
tell us
Jesus
what you
revealing
think the
things hidden since
triangle
the
of
foundation.
desire is going to do for why this God is real.
I'm sorry?
Just go ahead and tell us why you think the triangle of desire thing would make it more likely that this God exists.
Hmm. I'll do my best. So I've been studying Girard for maybe 10 years now. And he is an armchair anthropologist, so he didn't really ever go like excavating or anything. He never taught himself Hebrew or anything like that. But he did teach, in pretty prestigious universities
I don't need
on
a background
literary theory,
on
and
Girard.
when he was reading the great
I
classics.
don't need to know about Girard. I just need to know about why you think triangle emotions have something to do with God existing.
Well, you see, I need to know about Girard because I would be an atheist if I didn't know about Girard.
You already know about Girard. I don't need to know about Girard. I need to know about this triangle concept.
Right. It's part of Girard's legacy, the triangle design. I'm trying to give you some context.
I need to know about the triangle. I don't need his life story.
Okay, so the triangle is three parts. There's the object, the subject, and the subject model or rival. And basically, the subject and the subject model both want or desire the object, and their rivalry escalates into violence. And therefore, in a society that is not an animal hierarchy, they're going to destroy themselves and make themselves extinct unless there is a scapegoat mechanism.
That's it.
But well, it's all founded on the idea that our desires are not our own, and that was discovered through the great classics, Dostoevsky, Flaubert, Gustave Flaubert, Spanish novelist, Spanish novelist who wrote Don Quixote, whose name escapes me at the moment. So I didn't prepare fully to give a lecture on the great classics. Regardless, they revealed that at the deathbed, that the characters at the deathbed, they have a conversion, and they realize that their desires were not their own, that they're always imitating the desires of someone else. And that's the thing that's hidden that Jesus reveals. And that if we don't expose that, if we don't acknowledge that, we're only promoting violence and making that violence sacred. And that's what all the pagan myths did. And that's what the Jewish scriptures were tempted to do. And it wasn't until Christ, who was the sacred, who was the innocent, the actual innocent victim, i.e., God, that we killed and made a God
So
through our
God can die.
broken. He is fully man and fully God.
Okay, so
So
God can't
because,
die.
well, God the Father can't die, but God the Son, because of his fully manhood, can die.
So God has parts that can die and parts that can't die.
I believe God the Son can die, and that's
So
part of the
is God the Son
self.
part of God?
He is God.
But is he part of
That's the
God?
mystery. He's not part. He's a person of God. So we're going to get
What do you
into
think?
some metaphysics here.
I don't think this is very metaphysical, actually. What do you think a person is?
From an anthropological point of view, person is part of the triangular desire. So there would be a subject in the triangle of desire. So a person is someone who desires that which their model desires.
The definition of a person is not
Mhm.
that. You want to try another one?
Were you reading the definition of a person? Because it blocked out again.
No, I said that's not the definition of a person. Do you want to try another one?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I can go to Google, but I would still um, bleed into my definition of a person, because I do think it connects and weaves back to desire and imitative desire
Do you think that
and
God
the
has desires?
escalation towards violence.
Do you think that God has desires?
Oh yeah, God has a salvific desire. He wants us all to be. He wants all his souls or his children to be saved.
Sure, yeah. And does his desire involve violence?
It definitely can't. Like God, Jesus even himself says that, I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword.
So yes or no? Does God's desire involve violence?
So being a Girardian is not being a pacifist whatsoever. There's
I
such thing as self-defense.
didn't ask about Girardian. I said, does Jesus desire violence?
I'm sorry?
Does Jesus and or the God of the Bible enjoy or desire violence?
Enjoy violence?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Enjoy or desire violence.
Sorry, I don't mean to be a bother, but it keeps cutting out. I mean, if this is taken from your stream,
Now,
I understand it.
does the God of the Bible enjoy or desire violence?
I'm sorry, brother. It's
I think
still cutting out.
your connection's kind of in and out. Does the
All I heard
God
you
of the
say was, does
Bible
the God of the Bible enjoy or, and then it cut out.
does the God of the Bible enjoy
And I'm
or
back to 3
desire
bars, so I'm in a
violence?
better place now, and it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, does the God of the Bible enjoy
I'm
or
sorry.
desire violence?
And all I heard was enjoy.
Violence. Does he want violence?
He wants, yes, a violence of ourselves, so a self-sacrificial violence of our own desires, so that we can conform to his will.
No. Does he want to do violence?
Like harm to innocent women and children? No.
I didn't say innocent.
Okay, well, it just was kind of implied by it because I felt like I answered in a comprehensive way, but you were still answering this or asking the same question.
Yeah, because you didn't answer it yet. Does God
Okay, so
want
yeah, I
to
think
do
there is
violence?
like a metaphysical violence we can do to
Just,
our own desires.
just yes or no. Violence to individuals.
He enjoys that very much.
Yeah, okay. That's my question. Does God desire to do violence? And the obvious answer is yes, because if you don't obey him and repent of your sins, he will in fact light you
Yeah,
on fire and torture you.
yeah, a purgative and illuminative fire.
No, just a
Mm,
punishment.
Well, that's part of discipline, and yeah, I think if I want to become stronger, there is acceptable, appropriate, stable, etc. forms of punishment.
Become stronger in hell?
Get stronger. No, that's a choice that is eternal. So
It's
that's
not
just
a
a forsake
it's not a
of
choice. I didn't choose
being
it.
in
God
union
created
with
hell, not
God.
me.
That's a very hard decision to make
It's not
because
a
there's a lot of
decision.
steps to get to that place.
It's not a decision.
You'd have to be in despair, complete and utter
It's
despair.
it's not a decision. You don't decide whether or not you believe in this God. You either do or you don't.
No, that's a decision.
No, it's not.
It's free will.
No, it's not.
But it takes a lot more than just this earthly life to discern
No,
that decision.
it's actually it's
Because
not free
as a
will.
Catholic, I believe in
You don't actually
purgatory.
get to choose what you believe. You understand that you're either convinced by something or you're not. You don't choose to be convinced by it. Can you choose to believe right now that you're actually on fire?
Um, no, I think that would be
No. Yeah,
a
because you're
psychotic choice. That would
yeah,
be
because you're
that'd be
not
more of like
convinced.
a that's not a choice. That'd be more of like a mental illness.
Yeah, I agree. It would be a mental illness.
And
So
that
what that means is
you're
you
not
can't
free
just
if
choose
you're
to
mentally
believe that this
unstable.
God exists. Still with me?
I'm still with you. So I said you're not free unless if you're not free if you are mentally unstable. And I'm just wondering, is there a logical contradiction
I
with
didn't
my definition
say
of free?
anything about mentally unstable. What I said is you
Uh huh.
don't choose what you believe. You cannot choose to believe in this
I'm
God
doing my best here.
if
I
you
think
don't
this is
believe in
taken
this
away from your
God.
stream, my dude. I'm sorry.
Do you not have access to Wi-Fi? I can hear you're outside. I hear crickets or cicadas.
I do want to keep spectating because I do want to keep this format uh, continuing. But maybe if I can find a way to make the connection smoother,
You need
I can
Wi-Fi.
return. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's been some very confused people in the world. And then there's that. I don't even know what to say. That dude was on a different planet. I have no idea what he thought he was going to accomplish. Hey, Liquid, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says poetically, literally, it's still describing the same thing. If it's poetically describing the Earth as flat, that means it's describing it as flat. You nailed it. Yeah, this is back to our prior conversation. Listen, just because the Bible says something in like a psalm or a poetic passage doesn't mean that you just get to discount what it says, right? If you wrote a poem about the Earth being flat, it wouldn't mean that the not flat. It just means that you use some rhyme and some meter and maybe some fun words. Now, it is true sometimes when you do poems, you might pick some words that are looser, less specific, but it doesn't mean that everything in the poem is just now non-literal. If you use non-literal wording, it still means something. You have to figure out what it means, And from our Kritish says, effing magnets, how do they work? You know what? God, I gotta get that sound clip. Hold on. I cannot believe I did not get that on my soundboard yet. Let me see if I can find that. That's got to be floating around the internet, right? I bet my instance has it. Let me see. Magnetic soundboards. Is it? Okay. Let's see. It'd be like, just type in ICP, right? ICP magnets? No? Anything? No, it's not, is it? Okay. It's not. So I have to like actually go to YouTube. Okay. And download like the actual clip. There we go, from the song Miracles. And you got to be careful too, because like literally just playing like a half a second of somebody else's music will like literally fuck up your live stream. I got to be careful when I clip this. I might have to edit the audio just a little bit, but I found the link. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll take care of that when I get some time, and I'll get that added to the soundboard. Good reference, by the way. And from Aim Cram, good to see you. Says, let's try it this way. I flock the Planet X community. We keep doing the same super chat. I flock the Planet X community, spelled Planet X, PLAGNIBTX. You still haven't said what the let's mean. What do you mean let's? There's no let's in there. Cram, I'm sorry. I'm sure that what you're saying makes a lot of sense to you. That being said, I don't understand what's happening in the super chat. Thank you for being here, though. I really appreciate your friend, and I hope you're doing well. Booget, good to see you, buddy. Says, before the call, you called Klaus Killer Clown, a member of ICP, a group coincidentally known for saying magnets, how do they work? Prophecy? This is a super chat, actually, from earlier in the stream at 7:07, over 2 hours ago. And look, it is prophetic. It happened. It came up again. And here we are putting ICP on the soundboard. It's obviously a prophecy. Hail the clowns. And Kurt says, I'm almost positive that the Earth was discovered to be a sphere, or at least the idea, centuries before Jesus. It's true. Yeah, it absolutely was the case that they knew the Earth was spherical during the period of the Greeks. So it certainly wasn't the case that not everybody was in the dark. There were some cultures with some intelligence that knew, just not a lot of them. Peace Loving Cakes is pretty sure this caller is RFK Jr. using a voice changer. Lots of animal abuse apologetics. That was hard, actually, to hear the animal abuse apologetics. Speaking of which, currently, believe it or not, our guest boxes are empty. It's been a weird week all the way around. I was talking to some other streamers last couple of days as well, getting guests. Shockingly, last night on the line, Forrest and I got all kinds of guests. Didn't have any problem. It was just a weird week. On Unapologetic, we had a very low guest count as well. It was just a weird one. But anyways, the guest boxes are empty for anyone who has a God concept. And Felix, I love you, buddy. You're not coming in here. I'm going to keep removing you from the guest box. You don't belong in the debate space, buddy. You got to go find somewhere else. This is not the place for you. But 69 Camzy says, great show. I've watched a few of your older vids, and you said that Jesus supported child stoning and slavery. Is it due to Matthew 5:17? Thank you. No, actually, there's a better passage. If you go to Mark chapter 7 and also go to Matthew 15. I think Matthew 15 is a little more concise, and I think it's better explained. When you read it in Matthew, you get some of the verbiage in the passage that helps to identify what the root of the issue is. So in Matthew, Jesus is chastising the Pharisees for not following the law of Moses, but following the oral tradition, right? It says, he answered them, why do you break the commandments of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God, you hypocrites. And so Jesus is saying, hey, listen, y'all, you guys are hypocrites because you're putting this oral tradition in front of God's actual tradition, the tradition he gave you. And he's saying, don't do that. Here's one example of how you're doing it that is wrong. It's bad. And the example that was given, unfortunately, was, hey, you should be stoning the children that don't... you should be stoning the children that don't respect their parents, essentially. It's pretty fucking gruesome, actually. And from Kurt again says, this is the same type of thinking that gets us to slavery, by the way. They don't have souls. They are basically robots. Sounds familiar? Yes, it sounds familiar. Yeah, the minute you can take a species or something and degrade it lower and lower and lower to where it's no longer a sentient, emotional, thinking, rational species, it's just now like a disease, well, you can do anything you want with it, right? That's why in the expulsion campaigns of various cultures in the past, the job, the task is to degrade the culture that you want to exterminate and make them seem less than human. Ariadwin, good to see you, friend, says morning, evening, all. Hi, Justin. I know it was an example only, but I still held my kitties close when you talked about fire. I have a vivid imagination. I get it, Ariadwin. If I'm on a live stream and like Volta and Faraday hanging out with me and someone's talking about lighting cats on fire, it's gonna be a tough time. I might do some earmuffs even for the kitties. And Kurt says Klaus is mentally a child. That was the case. It's hard to say this is caused explicitly by religion, Christianity, but it certainly doesn't help. So this is kind of the chicken versus the egg problem, right? Are these people so demented because of their religion, or did they find the religion because they're kind of demented? I think often it's kind of a combination of both. They feed into each other. Little Goblin says the same bigots that don't believe in trans children receiving care are the same people that are okay with removing part of a baby's foreskin. That is true, and that is not reversible. I'd like my foreskin back, please. It is one of those weird things. Yeah, would we consider circumcision to be classified as gender affirming care? Wouldn't that be considered? Let me let's see what the internet thinks. Male circumcision is not considered standard or necessary component of transgender affirming care. Well, I didn't say transgender affirming care, internet. So now I got to okay. Got to use parentheses because it's trying to predict what my question is. There we go. Circumcision is typically considered a routine religious. Okay, it's not going to give me an answer. Never mind. It's not going to. Yes, it's definitionally speaking, it would be considered in the category of gender affirming care based on the definitions that we have. Also, Ekipo, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for super chat. I was less disgusted watching Evil Dead movie today than listening to this clown right now. I have not seen the movie, but I was disturbed listening to the clown, which is why I kind of hoping that clown was a troll. It's hard to tell, though, with these people. It really is hard to tell. And Dr. Joe says, Dear God, I'm accepting new stress management clients. Please note that your complexity places you in my premium pricing tier. That might be the case. And trust me, I do have some complex problems, actually. That's a real thing that you might want to consider. And I'm not a robot. I'm sorry, not a robot, I swear. It says, a girl I dated had a dog that had real bad seizures, and they got bad enough that we had to put her to sleep. That was a tough day. I still miss her. Yeah. When you have to put down a family member, even if it's a fur family member, it's very fucking difficult. It's not easy. It's hard. There's a reason why a lot of human beings won't they treat their pets differently than other animals, because they inherently know that animals that have the ability to think and feel compassion and things like that have different levels of moral consideration. Cookies Crafts Cat says, I always appreciate your content, dud callers or not. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it is kind of a weird dud caller night. I don't know. We don't get them super often. But we're definitely kind of having one here tonight. The numbers are super low too. And it's just a weird night. I don't know if there's something happening tonight. Isn't the World Cup happening? Some shit like that? I don't know. I don't watch soccer. And I realize that like most of the people in the world do watch soccer. I greatly apologize for that. Let me see what's going on here. I know during the Super Bowl, it's never a great time to stream either. Let's see, World Cup 2026. Oh yeah, the World Cup is fucking going on. That might explain a few things. Okay. Nevertheless, hey, we're doing debates, y'all. McCorrine, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hi, Justin. Last night, you and Forrest dugged. I want to learn the Bible, but don't know anything about it outside from you and the line. Both effing amazing. What version do you suggest I read? Great question. The version that you probably want to get, and I always recommend not just getting a good version, but getting a good study Bible. And the one you're probably going to want is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. The 6th edition was supposed to be out months ago. It's been delayed, but it's going to be coming out this year. Let's see. When does it do now? Sixth edition, it's on pre-order, and the price is still cheap. It's not like it's expensive, but let's see our delivery date now. There's free delivery. Oh, that can't be the 6th edition. It does say 6th edition. Hardcover says free delivery Wednesday. Oh, November 11th. Okay, so the 6th edition is due November 11th. The 5th edition is anytime you want to order it, you can get it like within a couple of days on Amazon. It's not that expensive. The Kindle's $25, paperback's $35, hardcover's $45. It's an amazing study Bible. If you want a Catholic study Bible, but it's still academic, I would recommend the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. And I think those would be really good. The Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition is going to be in the NABRE, the New American Bible Revised Edition, and the Oxford, the new 6th edition, is going to be in the NRSV Updated Edition. And they're both phenomenal translations. I wouldn't put like one above the other. They're just both fantastic. Kyle, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Is there any article I can show to people explaining the problems with how the Bible got storehouses or Ramses not being the Pharaoh at the time the Bible says he is? I hope I explained my question correctly. You did, actually. Let me think about that. Let me think. I don't know. There's not like a great way to look up scholarly articles based on like particular apologetic issues always. Let me check out JSTOR though. JSTOR probably, if I use the right search terms, will pull up some articles that will be helpful. Let me log in. Remember which email I used to log in here. I always forget. Okay, and then I'm gonna say. All right, let's see what comes up. Pithom and Ramses, their location and significance. Let me see. Pithom and Ramses, blah, 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 the wall of ruler, blah, blah, blah. Cushion, Rishamathium, the decline. No, that's not it. Exodus 11, new parallels. Oh boy. I know there's articles on it. I'm just trying to think if there's like how we would locate them. Ramses, Pithom, and the Exodus, a critical evaluation of Exodus 1:11 by Bernd Ulrich Schnipper. And this one was published in He's at the Department of the Old Testament at Humboldt University in Berlin, and this was published in Vetus Testamentum, which would be a good volume in 2015. So that is one to check out. Again, it's called Ramses, Pithom, and the Exodus: A Critical Evaluation of Exodus 1:11. That looks like one that's worth reading. And then let's see if there's another good one hanging around. Man, not a ton. Shoot. Well, let me see if there's a better one. Man, I don't see much. I did a specific search on JSTOR for the exact reference of 1 Kings 6. I don't see much. Let me check one other resource. I do know that like almost every biblical commentary is going to address it. So, for example, if I go to the Bible Backgrounds Illustrated Dictionary or commentary, so both of these are gonna, they're gonna have stuff on it. I still don't know how deep they're gonna go into it. Let me see how deeply they went in on this commentary series. And this one was done. This Exodus was done by Bruce Wells. He's at Johns Hopkins, so he's not gonna be fucking around here. He's gonna do a good job. Let's see, verse 11. All right. The names probably refer to locations near the eastern edge of the Nile Delta. Pithom is likely the Hebrew rendering of the Egyptian phrase "house of the god Atum," and perhaps refers to Tel El Retava, archaeological Semite, while the god Atum looks on. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, archaeological from include inscriptions praising the god Atum, and a scene with Ramses II striking a Semite. It's funny. At the site, there's a depiction of Ramses II, the one who put the storehouses up, beating a Semitic speaker. The site was also an important military point in Egypt's eastern border during the times of Ramses II, who reigned more than 60 years. Yada yada yada. Blah 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 blah. It is this Ramses who gives his name to the other location Ramses in Exodus 1:11, but Per-Ramses, the house of Ramses in Egyptian, identified today as the site of Kantir. The building projects of Ramses II surpassed those of all other pharaohs. Uphill suggests the site was probably the vastest and most costly royal residence ever erected by the hand of a man, as can now be seen. It is known. Blah, blah, blah. So talk about how these were put up by... So they're identifying Exodus 1:11 as done by Ramses II, which is what I was saying. Some scholars conclude that Exodus attempts to place the enslavement and oppression of the Israelites in the reign of Ramses II, which is what I would say. Now, on the reference to 1 Kings chapter 6 and the dating, I don't know if this commentary is going to go into a deep dive on the issue. One can hope, but I cannot guarantee. So let me see what it says right here on verse 1. Says this is the Canaanite name. Yep, we got that. The Hebrew word here is bayit. I mean, house is ubiquitous term. Wide Semitic range is many blah 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 dimension. Nope, not even one sentence on the dating of the Exodus. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, there are certainly articles on it. I don't know if there's much that would be helpful. I did ask AI to see if they can find me an article. They came up with the one that I already came up with by Bernard Schnipper, Ramses, Pithom, and the Exodus, a critical evaluation of Exodus 1:11. That's probably the best one out there. It's on JSTOR if you have access to JSTOR. There is another one by James Hoffmeyer and Gary Rensburg. I didn't recommend this one because James Hoffmeyer does a lot of apologetics, but Gary Rensburg is in it, so he's pretty legit. And it's called Pitham and Ramsey's Exodus 1:11, Historical, Archaeological, and Linguistic Issues by James Hoffmeyer and Gary Rensburg. Just know that Gary Rensburg is a serious scholar. James Hoffmeyer is a semi-serious scholar who does biblical apologetics as well. So just kind of know what you're getting into before you grab the articles. And X Million, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Finally, making alive, a chance to ask you, good prophet, what's the text about God delighting in our adversaries or calamity or something? As always, rock hard for Doug, simply wet for sure, and so very gay for Justin because Justin's fucking rock. Love reports about you and your son. Well, thank you, X Million. I appreciate that. And the verse you're looking for is going to be Deuteronomy 28:63. And specifically, it's a good verse too, by the way. It's a good verse. And there's not a lot of great apologetics to address it. And it says, for those who haven't seen the passage yet, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. Oh. Okay. Oops. I guess God does take delight in the destruction of the wicked, which is why you'll see Jeremiah 12 referenced down here. I bet money that Jeremiah 12, actually the one I'm thinking of is in Ezekiel. There's a passage in Ezekiel that says that God does not take delight in the destruction of the wicked. Let's see what it says in Jeremiah 12:14 though. Thus says the Lord concerning all my evil neighbors who touch the hair. Yeah, the one I'm thinking of is definitely in Ezekiel. Let's see where it was. It's a funny thing that Ezekiel says it because Ezekiel 33:11, that's what I was thinking of. Because it does say elsewhere that God created everything for its purpose, even the wicked, for the day of destruction, which means God intended it. Ezekiel 33:11, say to them, as I live, says the Lord, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from their ways and live. Oh, well, that can't be true, because Deuteronomy says that you do delight in the death of the wicked, the destruction of the wicked, especially in the plucking them off of their land. So I call shenanigans on that claim from Ezekiel. And Luke D says, you don't actually care about being convinced. You just like the attention. Christ gave his everything so that we may be saved through him, yet we laugh about it. Psalm 34:10. Well, Psalm 34:10 has nothing to do with Jesus, I'll tell you that. Psalm 34 is something to do with the Israelites for sure. Probably, if I bet money on it, it's going to say it's written by King David, but it's not going to say shit about Jesus. It says, praise for deliverance from trouble of David. Oh, who would have guessed? Of David, when he feigned madness before Abimelech, so that he drove him out and he went on his way. Yeah, this is a psalm about David. I don't know if you knew how to read, but if you read, you would know that it's about David. The young lions suffer want and hunger, but those who seek the Lord lack nothing or no thing good. Unfortunately, that's not the case. There are 3 million children starving this particular year, and every year, most of them are seeking the Lord, and they won't find any respite from their hunger, and neither will their parents. And Luke, I don't need to be convinced about Christianity. I've been very clear about this. I know for a fact, and I can and will demonstrate, that the Christian God doesn't exist and that the Bible is a fairy tale. I know this because I used to be a Christian. I was a Christian for almost 20 years, and I studied the Bible professionally, and I was an actual professional Christian for about 10 years. So I know for a fact that your God isn't real. If you think that your God is real, it's up to you to convince me. The reality is, you're the one that's not open to being convinced that your God isn't real. Christ didn't give everything. He gave nothing. God can't die. God can't suffer. If I knew that, listen, if somebody tortured me for a couple hours, killed me, and I'd come back to life a day and a half to 2 days later, and like a bunch of problems will just be fixed, well, fuck, I'd do that in a heartbeat. It's nothing. Like the suffering that Christ went through is nothing. There are people on the planet that suffered way more than Jesus will ever suffer. Look at what happened at Dachau and Auschwitz and during World War II. Don't even tell me that what they went through isn't as bad as what Jesus went through. Jesus was done. He went to trial in the morning, got hung up in the early to late morning, and was dead by evening. Not on the cross for a couple hours. That's it. That's it. There are people that were in fucking gulags for years. There are people in Unit 731 in Japan that were tortured for years. There are people who were literally cut open alive. There are fucking Christians during the Inquisitions that disemboweled living fucking human beings. So I'm sorry, your precious Jesus didn't give everything. Unless Jesus got disemboweled, had his eyeballs gouged out, and was completely dismembered, he didn't give everything. And also, if you know for a fact, because you're God, that you're going to resurrect, you didn't give up shit. You had a bad weekend. Sorry about your luck there, guy. Also, he didn't have to die. You know that, right? The dumbest thing ever that will ever leave a Christian's mouth is this nonsense about Jesus having to die. Jesus doesn't have to die for anyone. He could literally just forgive people. Nobody has to die to get forgiven. It never has to happen. Every time somebody does something against me, and they ask for my forgiveness, I will fucking just forgive them. No one has to get murdered. No animal needs slaughtered. You can literally just forgive them. You don't have to slaughter or kill innocent entities to forgive. Matthew says, it's mind-boggling the lengths our minds will go to in order to fundamentally avoid the fear of the unknown. Yeah, true. Triangles of buttholes. He said nothing. I gotta be honest. I think it was that last caller was trying to be kind, but holy shit, was his brain a mush. Just a big old marshmallow. I will never understand why you think the triangle of desire has anything to do with whether or not the God of the Bible is real. It's preposterous. Rock hard for Doug, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Did I hear you say theist callers are running thin lately? You'd better not be cooking all of them with the unapologetic Trinity and save some for the rest of us. Listen, Rock hard for Doug. I think it's just because the World Cup's happening, and I think we're getting closer and closer to the finals, aren't we? Let me see. You gotta remember, most of the world. Oh, the finals are like tomorrow, aren't they? Tomorrow, Wednesday, and then let's see. All right, hold on. No. Let me see. Where's the fucking bracket? Hold on. World Cup bracket. There we go. All right, what do we got here? We're in the quarterfinals, semifinals, final. Okay, so looks like we're in the semifinals, which means here, like in the next couple of days, we should know what's going on. I don't know if anyone's actually playing tonight. I have no fucking idea. What I do know is that it's been a weird week in terms of getting calls. It's been a really strange one. The TikTok streams haven't been getting pushed out to non-followers. All of the religious live streamers have been struggling to get pushed out on TikTok. If you look at our metrics, like 90% of the people that are in the live streams are already followers, whereas typically you would have that number closer to like 50, 60, or 70%. So I suspect on TikTok, at least, this is because the administration is clamping down. YouTube's just hard to predict sometimes. You know what I mean? The reality is, if you're not getting any calls on YouTube, there's no real reason for it. Sometimes the algorithm that day just didn't love you, and it just decided not to show your stuff to new viewers. It happens. But when it happens on TikTok and YouTube on the same day, they can do this. So I think this is what I'm doing. It's 10:16. We're basically, unless we get a call while I'm reading these super chats, we still got like, I probably got like 20 or 30 minutes worth of super chats I could read. So I think this is what I do. I'll read the super chats that we have. And then if we don't get another caller by the end of the super chats, we'll have an early close, not the end of the world. And we'll be back at it on Wednesday. Sometimes Mondays are Mondays, also, before we end though, if somebody could, I would like to test something with the guest room. I'll let you know before we end. My Croft side quest says, what are your thoughts on 2nd century gospel origins? I've been seeing a lot of CJ Cornthwaite's stuff on it. He even got a Bart Ehrman's to present it. God bless, hoping for no more triangles. Yeah, so I love CJ. In fact, I feel bad because I wanted to do a video with him like over the spring, and then I went AWOL. I kind of went missing. But CJ and I agree on like 90% of. I agree on like 90% of his views at least. We're mostly on the same page with everything. We will be, I'm sure we'll get together soon and do another video together. I think we've done 2 together already, but yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with the view. I think most of the New Testament was written much later than people realize, and there are some parts obviously that are early, but they were adding to it for a long time. Like we know for a fact Corinthians was being added to. We know for a fact that John was written over the course of time. And so, like, yeah, when you've got books that you know were being edited for a long period of time after they were supposedly complete, I mean, what are we supposed to think, right? It's just obvious that they weren't like completed works. They were, they were compositions. And then when you talk about when were they composed, well, that's a difficult question to ask. But yeah, I think there's a really good case to make that Luke Acts was late, much later than people realize, and could have even had some dependence on Josephus. And this view is getting surprisingly more common, actually. And there's a book that I got that was is on this topic. I haven't had time to get it into my reading rotation, but let me get you the name. So there are 2 books kind of on this topic that I wanted to tackle. But I gotta finish my book before I worry about New Testament stuff. On the Origin of Christian Scripture by David Trobish, and then the other is Rethinking the Dates of the New Testament: Evidence for Early Composition. So this one is actually going to argue for some early composition by Jonathan Bernier. So these 2 are kind of going to be at odds with each other, at least a little bit. So I was hoping to read them both together and see if there's some dialogue between the 2. Got to remember, don't just read books that are going to reinforce your opinion. Try to read books that might challenge your opinion. So that's why I got those 2. So definitely worth checking out. But I agree. I think Luke shows a lot of signs of being 2nd century. I think John shows a lot of signs of being late 1st century, but even edited after that. But there's some parts of John to me that appear to be roughly from the time of Nero, like 68, 70 type of time period. But then, later parts were added on to the book of Revelation. Skeptical Cryptid says, I love the community here. I'm a busy working mom. Well, that's a hard job, for sure. A double duty job. I listen, pop into chat when I can. It's always a blast. Love the discourse and the chat rock hard for dog. Well, really appreciate that, Skeptical Cryptid. It's because of like really cool viewers that even if they're busy, they just pop in and throw out some support. That makes the live stream really really worthwhile. It makes it so that I can actually do the thing. I'm looking at some of the other live streams tonight too, because I'm curious if like it's just kind of a slow night on the internet, and it looks like that might be the case. I'm checking out the line tonight with John and Erica, and their numbers are much lower than typical. So I think we'll read super chats, and if we don't get another guest, we'll close it out. And you know what? Maybe we'll get a little bit of early sleep tonight, and that doesn't happen too often. Or maybe I'll do some tweaking on my software package. I'm at a point now where I can almost just get rid of OBS. I'm just not quite there yet, but my goal is to get a one-stop shop software system working, so I can just literally do everything from one window, and I don't have to have like 5 pieces of software open. It's going to be awesome once we can finally get that going. I'm pretty excited for that. But let me grab, let's see, the rest of our super chats. I think it got like 20 super chats still left. From Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the super chat, says, does God knit babies in the womb that he aborts? See, this is a good question. And some of the Jewish sages would say that the soul doesn't enter the child until a particular time, right? It doesn't, there's like a period of the quickening, right? And so it's not true that immediately, once like it's conceived, God's like, oh, there's a soul, I knit you together, right? I don't think that's how they would have read it. Nevertheless, that is, if you're reading Psalm 139, that's what you would think. Probably what you would think it's saying, for sure. You know what I mean? Well, we got one guest in the YouTube queue. Let's bring him in and see if there's some conversation to be had. looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, Sophie.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you, Justin?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Sophie, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome.
Way
And
past that.
fair enough, fair enough. I don't need to know how old you are. I just need to make sure you're an adult, you know?
Sure, sure.
And do you believe in God?
I do not, no.
Oh, well, what's on your mind?
Actually, I wanted to pick your brain. So what happened is that I called the line a couple of weeks ago. And Matt suggested that I ask you a few questions actually, because I wanted to know a little bit about the Bible, and if you don't mind, me
Yeah,
kind of telling you my background, if that's okay.
sure, yeah, go for it.
So I am Latin American and from a very Catholic country, at least when I was growing up. And my dad's an atheist. My mom has a very like agnostic relationship with religion. And even though I did go to a Catholic school, I never had to read the Bible, so I never did. Uh, but now that I've gotten older, I've just realized that there were so many things that I thought had happened historically that didn't actually, or were not really sure of. And I guess it's really hard to find good information about it. So, really, what I wanted to ask is like where to start, what are good sources? Is there like any particular place that I could go, like a website that has like, a collection of materials that I could read through? And I mean like regarding the historicity of the Bible, if that's the correct term.
Yeah. Um, there's a lot of resources. And so you got to remember the Bible is a very, very big book. And there's
Mm-hmm.
some generic resources, and then there are some really in-depth resources. The really in-depth
Okay.
resources might not be exactly what you need because sometimes like you'll get into them and they're doing a bunch like they're throwing Greek and Hebrew words at you and you're like, what the fuck is happening right now? But
Yeah.
if you want some like beginner level books, there are some good scholars who got beginner level books. So if you can give me like a very specific topic, I can absolutely give you some very specific references for the topic because unfortunately when you get to the academic level, like a lot of these scholars specialized in like very niche fields. And
Yeah.
so it's for every one topic, there might be 100 different scholars that have written on it. But if you can narrow it down to a very specific idea, then I can tell you like a very specific author that wrote on that very specific thing that would probably give you the best amount of the best information on that thing.
All right. I guess that's a can of worms in of itself,
Okay.
if that makes any sense. Like,
Okay.
I'm very, very ignorant on the topic, so I guess I don't even know really. Um, I guess I was seeing some things about like prophecies that I thought were kind of interesting.
Okay.
But I didn't even really understand so many of the terms. So maybe something even very basic, like a glossary of sorts, that I could get started with, or
Yeah.
maybe even the right translation of the Bible that I could seek.
Well, there's two commentaries that I recommend a lot, and also a study Bible that I love. I will say this: this is my copy of the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. This is the third augmented edition. I've had this since was in seminary. I've got the fifth, and the fourth edition behind me. They're great too. This is just the one that I
Okay.
use because it's paperback, and but this study Bible will have lots of really, really good notes from like actual academics on the individual passages. They're not
Mhm.
they're so at the bottom of the page. They don't do any apologetics. They don't do like life application nonsense. They're just there to
Mhm.
kind of like fill in the gaps to help you understand what's happening in the passage. So that would be a really good start is to get the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible and
All
just
right.
start reading it and then read the companion notes as well. That's super, super helpful. Another study Bible that's really, really good is the Catholic Study Bible third edition. Don't get the second edition.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what it looks like. There is a better edition of this out, but they discontinued it. They made a version that had margins that you could write in, and the pages were thicker. They discontinued it. I don't know if last time I looked, it was like $150, but I bought mine for like $30 a couple years ago. So if you can find one, it's worth it. But if not, this that'll be fine. The other one, if you want to know about translation difficulties, where you're reading the Bible and you're like, hey, how come like they translated this way? What gives? So a famous one is the confusion around Psalm 22. Why there are so many different translations of Psalm 22, and why is it such a debatable issue? Something like this is the Net Bible with full notes. So what they'll do is they'll take the passages and then all the notes, the study notes around the passage, they're really just notes on the translation. Why various translations are preferable, which manuscripts they're using, why they're using those manuscripts, different things like that. And that's really helpful. If you want, so that's helpful for just kind of learning and understanding what's in the Bible. If you want to know more about like the historicity of the Bible, like where does the Bible come from? There's a couple books I might recommend. Why the Bible Began is a good one. I think that's Jacob Wright. Let me just check. Not Why the Bible. There you go. Why the Bible Began. Yeah, that's Jacob Wright. Dope book. Highly recommend it. And then you've got, and it's not super intense either. You don't have to worry about that. And that's going to give you some very, a flyover of some stuff from the Hebrew Bible. Then you've got other stuff like the composition of the Pentateuch by Joel Baden, which would be a really good volume. That's going to give you maybe some history on the like source criticism and whatnot of the Bible. You may also want to check into. I'm trying to think what you can do because you said you were interested in origins, and origins are really helpful.
Mostly, yeah.
If you're interested in like Old Testament origins, there's a book that's
so cool. Yeah.
There's a technical book that it still might be worth reading. Hold on. So this is a little technical, but this is on manuscript origins, essentially. This is a textual criticism by Emmanuel Tove. He is, right now, one of the preeminent scholars in the field of Hebrew textual criticism. And currently, the third edition is the latest. But this is an amazing volume. You'll love it. This will be a little technical, but he does enough in here for normal people that if you read it enough times, you'll absorb some stuff. But it's fairly technical. But he will get into a lot of the sources in this particular book, and that's one of the most intensive books for a beginner on textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible. If you want to know more about like the origin of the mythology, right? Where did these God concepts come from for these people? I would highly recommend. There's a book by Theodore Lewis. It's on the character in Origin of God. Let me check. Let's see.
By the way, I'm taking notes. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure thing. So this is the book you want. It's on the character and origin of God, and by God they're referring to the Bible God. And Ted Lewis is a very serious scholar at Johns Hopkins. This is the most recent work in this particular field, which is the real like historical origin of the biblical God, and how the Bible can be used to help understand the archaeology as well. It's very thick. It's like 800, 900 pages. It's not an easy read, and the reason why is because the one that came before it, eminent work before this book, was nearly just as thick, and that was by Zion Zevit on the history of the gods of Israel. Let me grab that. Or the religions of Israel, right? Religions of Israel. Zion Zevit. There we go. There we go. The religions, plural, of ancient Israel. A synthesis of parallactic approaches. You have to use hard to pronounce words if you're going to be a scholar, apparently. So this is a huge work as well. It's 850 pages. This is what came before Ted Lewis's book. Both of them are amazing. If you can get any of them at a decent price, highly recommend it. On the same vein, I would recommend anything by Mark S. Smith. He is a really good scholar on the origin of Israelite religion. So a very, very popular book is The Early History of God. This is you could probably get super cheap used on the internet. It's free if you have Kindle Unlimited. And if you go to certain websites like archive.org, you might be able to just get it for free. And then some of the newer books is The Origin of Biblical Monotheism, another amazing book. And then one that kind of goes under the radar is called Where the Gods Are by Mark Smith, another amazing volume. If you want to know more about the archaeology of ancient Israel as it relates to the Bible, I would definitely recommend some introductions. Just about anything by William Devers, and also you can do The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and his partner, I forget what his name is. And then if you want something that's more of a reference work, where you're just like, I just want a reference work if I have a question about the culture as it relates to this particular passage, I would definitely recommend getting the Zondervan. And Zondervan used to be kind of a joke, but they're putting out some pretty good academic stuff over the last decade or two. The Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds Commentary Set, and it looks like this.
Okay. Cool.
And I would say this, the Old Testament collection and the New Testament collection are sold separately. And I hate to be partial, but on this particular set, I think the Old Testament set is superior to the New Testament set. All the scholars that were participating in this volume of commentaries were world class. I honestly, the fact that they're selling this set for $244 is insane. When it first came out, it was closer to like $500. The amount of scholarship that went into this set is unbelievably huge. They did a really good job about making the notes very concise, which is why they can get it in such a small set of books. And I've read a lot of books by most of these scholars, know some of them personally. They're all really amazing scholars. And they did not do, this commentary set is not an apologetic commentary set. This is just a straight up Christian academic commentary set. If you really want to understand some of like the archaic imagery and the rituals and the customs and understanding the culture, that's the set you need.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, not a problem. Happy to help.
Can I ask you another question? So what would you tell an atheist getting into the Bible for the first time? Like, any tips, I guess?
Get a good map. So when you read through the Bible, one of the most daunting things is you don't know where anything's at. Like you're reading, so-and-so went to this place and then that place. You're like, what the fuck are we talking about? Where? Where is this place, right? So get a really good Bible map. Get it on like a card that you can just use as a bookmark. And that'll help a lot tremendously. And then the other thing that, what I used to do when I was kind of new to studying the Bible is I would have like these big note cards. And as I was reading, I would use them as bookmarks too. As I was reading though, I would write down names of people I didn't recognize. And then just write down like the verse where they showed up and like notes about who they are and what they did. And then later when I was like, oh, well, who the fuck was that? I could just, what's on my note card? You know what I mean? So that's very helpful because it's bewildering to get into a big historical book. You're like, I don't know who anybody is. I don't know where anything is. And so that's what I would do.
Okay. Because the lore is kind of crazy, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of names, a lot of places. And like, it's just like getting into like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Imagine you picked up a book about all the Marvel characters and places, and you just open it and started reading it. Like, what the fuck? I don't know any of these names or places, right? We only know them because we kind of grew up learning here, learning there, and learning there. But imagine you're a caveman and you wake up today. You don't know anything about Marvel, and someone hands you a book, pretend you can read, and you're like, what the fuck am I stepping into, right? So it's important to have some kind of easy reference for remembering names and places and things like that.
Sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. Thank you so much, Justin.
Well, good luck on your studies, and let me know if you need anything. Join the Discord too. We got a lot of really smart people in the Discord.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll see about that.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Dope. Good question. All right. Well, I'm gonna read what's left of these super chats, friends. Believe it or not, we got like 54 super chats still yet, and we'll close it out. Bethos, hey, good to see you, friend. The MMA guy is proof of mental health crisis. Rock hard for Doug. Wait, who's the MMA guy? Oh, the guy that wants to come and fight me. I wonder if he's actually if he's messaged me yet on TikTok. I think this is the same guy a couple months ago that was trying to fight me. These people are pretty wild. I'll never understand why they think that, like, if you just, like, I don't know, if you get into a debate with somebody and it doesn't go well, that, like, the most logical next step is to, like, challenge them to a duel or a fight. But I'm looking through my contacts and I don't have any messages from the character. It's not going to show up. So the last message I got from Jestro, and then my group chat Heathen Honchos, and then 16 hours ago from T-Dub. So I guess he doesn't want to get in the ring, huh? Melon, thank you for the super chat. Justin Audio Tax, thank you, Melon. I appreciate that. Although I'm happy to say it looked to me like the only audio issues we're really having today were on the guests' end. It's just kind of sad that so many of our guests that were not on TikTok tonight seem to have bad reception. I don't know if there's a way to really work with that. I might have to look at my software and see if I can create a bad reception pipeline, like figure out if the person on the other end is having bad reception, to maybe degrade the audio some so that we can transfer a lot less data. I don't know. We'll have to look at that. But you know, we're gonna get through it. You know, we're gonna work through it one thing at a time. You know what I mean? But it seemed like it was working here at least. And Survivor Series says some Jews to this day still follow 613 laws. It's true. And if you ask them about that, it's not that hard. Believe it or not, 613 laws is not that much. We follow thousands of laws on a daily basis as people who live like in a society. So it's not that difficult, actually. It's not that big of a deal. Your crazy ex-girlfriend says, at Two Hand Dan, please come home. Oh shit. Two Hand Dan? Are you stepping out on your crazy ex-girlfriend? We're gonna have a talk, Two Hand Dan. It sounds like there might be some things going on here. And Heathen Reason says the disc to globe model is wild. I gotta be honest, that's the first time I've heard the disc to globe. I have heard the firmament to no firmament model. Like when I was in church and I started asking about the firmament, I had a youth pastor that said, actually, the firmament used to exist. And then after the flood, it didn't exist. Now, this is obviously a bad apologetic. In fact, it's the one reason why I told people not to buy the SBL Study Bible. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, you can get over the fact that the SBL Study Bible has the shittiest binding on the planet. You can get over the fact that the pages on the SBL Study Bible are so thin, you can see the page behind it. You can get over all that. What I can't get over is the SBL Study Bible doing fucking apologetics on page 1. When you go to the creation and the SBL Study Bible, it clearly just tells you what I just told you about the dome. It tries to be faithful to the text by saying, yeah, actually the Bible says there used to be a dome. But then it'd be like, but it's not there anymore. Like it disappeared at some point, right? Let me see where that note was. Let's see. It should be on verse 6. All right. Dome, Hebrew word hammered out, made of hard material that shines like ice or crystal. See Ezekiel 1:22. The dome separation of the waters is later reversed in the flood when the windows in it are opened. What? The dude literally contradicted his ass. He literally says that the dome was essentially done away with after the flood. Unless he's just implying that the separating of the waters got undone. Maybe that's what he's saying. But if that's the case, then referencing Ezekiel is crazy. Because Ezekiel came way after the flood. So it says, the dome separation of the waters is later reversed in the flood when the windows are open. So maybe I was being too critical. I don't know. It sounds, the first time I read it, it sounded like he was suggesting that the dome's function ceased to be because the dome ceased to be after the flood. That second or third reading might be a little more charitable. He might be suggesting that just the job of holding back the waters above the dome was no longer happening. That could be the case. Either way, it's preposterous. A Bible stating that there was ever a dome holding water back is fucking crazy. Your crazy ex-girlfriend says, much clown love, Diamond. You're proving the name to be correct, my friend. For sure. And Bab says, caller, I find your lack of brain cells disturbing, and didn't we all? It was a rough one. Stephen says, caller, change your name from clown to troll. He was certainly a troll. Let's just be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. And also from Sour Patches, every time I tune in, more skin showing. Rock hard for dog. Well, it's just been doing the tank top every time. Listen, it's hot in the summer. Last summer I just sweat my balls off. I'm trying to be a little more comfortable this summer. We'll see. You know, although I have kind of an in-room air conditioner. It's just that you can't really turn it up. It makes too much noise. You know what I mean? Reverend Nate says, this kid is Sid from Toy Story. Yeesh. Great reference. Sid from Toy Story? Spot on. 100% spot on. I'm actually a little bit sad I didn't think of it. That's a really good one, actually. I think I have a sound for that. Don't I have a sound on my soundboard for that? I think I added some sounds, or maybe I forgot to save them. I got to get some more sounds on my soundboard, though. Like magnets, how do those work? You know what I mean? And also from Reverend Nate again says, if Jeebus whacks it, is it self-pleasure or a three-way? That's a fair point. If Jesus is touching himself, is it considered an orgy? How many are... Now I'm going to get banned. How many people are required for it to be considered an ORGY? Let's see. It was a fair question. A minimum of 5 to 6. So not quite. But he did pray for the disciples to be one as he as the Father is one. So if that ever happened, then they could probably get that going. Lover, hey, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Jennifer Silva's, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. For the heads up on the dark matter drop. Also, for restoring the reputation of the plain white tank for men. Listen, plain white and plain black tees and tanks is the way to go. There's nothing wrong with it. Listen, you don't need patterns. You don't need goofy band tees. I just like a nice plain shirt with like nothing on it. Just no frills. Just just a shirt, just something to cover the body. You know what I mean? That's all you need. That is partially because I've got like some ADHD issues that cause me to I get like visually overwhelmed, when I see busy patterns on a shirt. That's just my problem. Famous Amos, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Here's $5 for the fun to never take Matthew ever again. He's a woman beater and doesn't deserve access to your platform. Also, love the tanks. Well, thank you, Faye. Listen, I didn't know he's a woman beater. That must have happened on another live stream when we learned that. And that's some bullshit. I had no idea that Matthew was a known woman beater. And now that I know, maybe it's just fucking time to ban him. Yeah, mods, if there's any mods in here and you see Matt Theorem in here again, or Matt, a.k.a. the wannabe artist formerly known as Guitar, just fucking block his ass. He doesn't need to be here. He's a clown. I've talked to him too many times at this point. He's not going to bring anything to the table. And Jennifer with the additional super chat, another bit to not platform the women beater. Well, you fucking got it. He's blocked now. We'll take care of this. Obligatory tag. Thank you for being a member for over a year. Huge W. In fact, I think, does my software say exactly how long? No, it just says a year, which means it must be a year or more. But it says, I will never understand why this Matthew guy continues to come up on these streams and embarrass himself over and over again. Keep cooking, Justin. That's the thing is, he never learns. He never gives coherent arguments. His arguments, the arguments he does give, he typically doesn't understand. And he's like farming it out to some AI overview. It's not good. Mike Bowen says, thoughts on Sons of Israel versus Sons of God in Deuteronomy 32:8. Well, I think the original reading was Sons of God. And the reason why is because in the Greek Septuagint, we already had a reading that seemed to suggest that the original was going to be Sons of God. Because in the Greek Septuagint, when they translated Sons of God, they typically translated it to angelos in Greek, which just means angel. They understood the angels to be synonymous with the Sons of God in the Old Hebrew. So what that means is there must have been some manuscripts, likely have been some manuscripts, prior to the Greek Septuagint being translated, that just said Sons of God, which is why scholars, prior to finding what we have today, postulated that there probably was a Hebrew manuscript out there that read Sons of God, and then we fucking found it. So congrats. So I personally believe, based on the Hebrew that we now have and on the Septuagint tradition, that the original reading was Sons of God, and that's what makes the most sense. The Sons of Israel doesn't make any sense in that passage, and also it taps into a really well-known tradition from the Levantine region, namely that there are 70 sons of the god El, and they were put in charge of various nations, and that each god has its own nation. We find that in Sirach 17:17. We see something similar in Psalm 82, and it's just a very common feature in this ancient Near Eastern literature. Peace, Love, and Cake says Matthew's calls are the textbook definition of unnecessary suffering. You know what? You're right. And we're not going to do it again. Dr. Pizza says, of course, the argument went over his head. He's not even tall enough to change the battery in a smoke detector. Yeah. That is the case. I think, though, hold on. I forgot to do something on my soundboard. Y'all heard that, but I didn't hear that, right? Let's see, soundboard, sound, okay. Did I get the soundboard in here twice? Let me get the soundboard out of here. Okay, now, all right, let's see, the soundboard's plugged into the thing. So when I press this, I should hear it, right? Y'all heard it. I didn't hear it. Fuck, my soundboard's not sending audio to my ear right now. Weird. I'll have to take care of that. Maybe if I do this, let me change this to this, and then this to that, and then hit apply, and then see what it does now. No, oh, soundboard's broken. It's partially broken. I think it works for y'all. Cool. That's what I needed. That's what I wanted. What if I just change the cable? Well, that should be it. That should be it. Oh well. I'll have to work on that later. Y'all. Nevertheless, hey, it's going to be okay. Let's see. Oh, actually, there is a dedicated input on this mixer if you're using the web browser now that I'm looking at it. Let's see. Input. What about now? What if I hit it now? What if I hit it now? No, not working. Okay. Well, I'll figure that shit out. Nevertheless, hey, Hank, thank you for the super chat. We wait through that first goober only to be blessed with a visit by Sir Matthew the Clenched. Truly, God is not sending his best. I gotta be honest, there are some times I'm convinced that these are God's best, and that's the part that's the most concerning. And Hank says, Maddie's density is approaching critical mass. Yes. Like neutron star density is what I'm detecting here. It's not good. It's not good, friends. Wild Space Eagle, thank you for being a new member and for the $10 super chat. How much do we have to pay to stop these Matthew conversations? They're the same every time. He needs to go outside and make friends. Yes. I don't know how many times you can get crushed on the BVG. Is it BGV or BVG? I think it's BVG. I don't know how many times you can get crushed on this exact thing and still like be calling in thinking that you're going to give the same fucking argument. How is this happening? Listen, once the argument fails, you don't just go around and keep giving the identical same argument over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's not the thing to do. That's not the way that you want to do it. So it's just it's gonna be messy. It's gonna be messy. Oh well. From Babs, hey, thank you, Babs. Says Justin, get him to define average. See, it took me a minute to figure out, but he obviously doesn't know what average means. So, hold on. Interesting. I wonder if I just tie the soundboard directly into my headphones, if I'll be able to hear it. Maybe that's the problem. I'm going to put it right into my fucking headphones and see if the soundboard's actually working right now, because it might just be broke. You know what I mean? It might just be broke. Justin's AirPods. That's what the fuck's up. What if I... Yeah, it's just broke. It doesn't work right now. Okay, cool. That's what I needed to know. The soundboard is currently broke, y'all. And we're just gonna have to take care of that. We're gonna have to fix that. It is what it is. We'll get that fixed up tonight. Peace, Love, and Cake says, I'd like to use my Jubilee card, set Matthew free. You know what? We did. At least at one point, we got rid of Matthew and sent Matthew packing. So, and we're not going to take him back. Robbie says, that's enough out of you, Matt. Put the fries in the bag. Then maybe you can pay off your wasted philosophy degree. You know what? I really would love to know what that young man is doing in school. I think he is in school, which is the sad part. I don't know what he's taking, but I hope it's not in the science and math field. Or we're cooked, y'all. Cling and pale, cling and peel. Oh, I get it now. Gotcha. Cling and peel. Imagine thinking not knowing the hyper niche use of a word is worse than not knowing the common use of the same damn word. Yeah, that's true. That's true. When you talk about like past incomplete geodesics, listen, that's adorable that you've like, I don't know, you've got a vague idea of what you think that means, even though you don't know what past incomplete means. You don't know what geodesic means. Although I would say my initial go at the definition of a geodesic was a little rough. I didn't quite explain it the way I needed to, which is why I really did need to give a follow-up to it. Geodesic is, while it gets used in engineering to refer to particular things, if you want to like boil it down to like what it really means, you had to be a little more specific than what I initially gave him. So I'll give him a little bit of credit there, but not much. Eris says, Matt gives me Nick Fuentes fan vibes with his attitude and behavior. This kid is annoying and hard-headed. Thanks for lecturing him again. Eris, I think you're right. If there's like a streamer that Matthew listens to, like religiously, I would put money that it's Nick Fuentes, actually. And Gentleman Viking says, these Philosoph Kitties think that you, Blitz, and Ian do what they do. Just regurgitate whatever they heard last from their favorite debate influencer. This is a very good point, Gentleman Viking. You know what? I'm shocked that I didn't like really think of this before, but this is so true. There's a lot of debaters on this circuit that they've watched debates for a long time. They've memorized the talking points. They've learned some of the logic and some of the debate traps. And then they go out there and they repeat it. And they think, oh, well, I'm doing what they're doing, so I'm a good debater. But that's not what that is. In fact, friends, if you're an atheist and you're doing that, as much as I appreciate you doing it, the reality is you do have to know there's a difference between debating a topic that you really do have expertise in and repeating talking points. And if you're just repeating talking points, sometimes you sound like Matthew. You do have to be careful, try as best as you can, try to stay within your field of expertise as much as humanly possible so you can speak on something with authority. And God Eating Penguin, thank you for the super chat and for being a member for a year. Just finished watching your interview with Dark Matter 2525. It was great. I hope you guys are able to do something or do some more content together. Love you both. Well, shit. Thank you for that, God Eating Penguin. And that was our first time together. I did float the idea of actually doing a cartoon sketch with him. I think he's open to it. So we'll have to wait and see. I did not edit our video together and publish anything yet, but eventually I'll probably whittle that video down to a smaller consumable and publish some of it. But also, it's a 3-hour video. So it should be a lot of fun. He titled it, I Challenged a Bible Expert. And I like that he said expert rather than scholar. You guys know I'm very cautious about people calling me a scholar because I don't have my PhD. And to be fair, I think if you're going to call yourself a scholar, you probably should at least be in your PhD program. Shirley, hey, good to see you, friend. And thank you for the project. Matthew is a tool. Yep. A rusty, broken tool at best, actually. Rock Hard for Doug, Simply What for Sharon, and Gay for Justin. Thank you, Shirley. Hope you're doing well. And also from Vilena IAQ. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Order, purpose, and structure, even in a genome. I have no idea what you mean. I think you're trying to say that it's designed. Unfortunately, it's not. There's also chaos in the genome. Like 70% of our genes don't particularly work. We've got a huge portion of pseudogenes, meaning genes that we know used to fucking work in our ancestors and that they don't work today. So that's not order and purpose. There's a lot of DNA that doesn't actually have a purpose. It used to have a purpose. Sometimes it still does have a purpose in other animals where it's not broken. Potato Play says that you should make a smoke detector counter. The number of theists that have, oh my gosh, have more faith than a 9-volt battery is staggering. Oh, fuck me. I'm putting that on the list right now. Hold on. I got to open my list of to-dos here. To do, holy shit. All right, Yap timer, and we're going to say smoke detector beep counter. Fucking fantastic. Fantastic suggestion. Couldn't have thought of one better myself. We're going to make that a reality. And Jesus, Titty F and Christ, good to see you. Geo Punch It. The shortest distance between a closed hand and Matthew's face. Yeah, that's what he needs, something other than a geodesic. He needs a wake-up call pretty badly, actually. And Mike IV says, if FSM is for lifetime tasty pastas, Doug is for, Flying Spaghetti Monster means lifetime tasty pasta. Doug means a lifetime of no ED, ever. So that's what Doug brings to the table, actually. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Dr. Carla's here too. Dr. Carla, thank you for the super chat. I accidentally ended up in the Vert chat the other day, and well, it was a nice visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. The schism lives, horse for life. Dr. Carla, trying to sow division in the community. For shame. For shame. Wait. Here we go. Also from Gentleman Viking again. Thank you, Gentleman Viking. My wife is from Brazil, and she was raised in a spiritist church, like Mary Todd Lincoln Spiritism, which is apparently still active there. Rock on for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. It is true, actually. There's a number of spiritualist and even Pentecostal type of cults hanging out over there, and you'll find some in Mexico too. The Pentecostal movement's alive there, friends. Coffee College, thank you for being a new member. I mean to say, please add Mod God stickers. Wait, what? Mod greater than God? Oh, mod is greater than God stickers. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a thing? Well, now I gotta look it up. Mod? I didn't know that was a thing. God mode or God mod typically refers to classic video game cheat code that grants player invincibility. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, fucking A. I'll add that to my list. Fuck, maybe that needs to be a merch item. Good good reference. Okay. And Karen, thank you for the super chat. Can we expect another call-in to Christian Radio Show? True, yes. We actually that is happening in the works. Already got like the whole backstory worked up. Scissor Woman crushed it first time around. True. We were just talking recently about doing a follow-up. Wonder if host ever figure out he was bamboozled. I don't know, to be fair, if he ever figured it out. My guess is at some point the video hit the internet and somebody probably saw it and sent it to him. I don't know, but that'd be my guess. And GP says, is that a circular argument? No, it's a triangular argument. The argument from the triangle of emotion, I forget, desire was fucking crazy. I think you concussed a Sorich with your rhetorical hog, Justin. Yeah, he definitely got gagged. And GP says, how is he going to square this argument? Sorry for the geometry puns. Normally, I prefer jokes to be more edgy. Oh, fuck. Grade A. Grade A. There's like 3 jokes in one. Okay. It's just a fantastic collection of words. I couldn't have done better myself. Absolutely loved it. It really rounds out the evening. Also, from Arcoid says GPEGEMGTM3, the person who just chatted, made a good point with those lines. Oh my God, a right proper angle of attack with no tangent. Fucking A. God, I'm so mad right now that my soundboard isn't working because I can't do a rim shot. Unbelievable good joke. Arcloid, amazing follow-up on that. And River Nate says, Christy Noam's dog got what it deserved. Klaus. Oh my gosh. True. Poor Christy Noam's dog. Poor dog. And Gentleman Viking says, they turned off LHC. That's why things are weird. Oh, they turned off the Large Hadron Collider? Why? No way. Let me see why. Was it an earthquake? Large Hadron Collider was shut down on June 29th to officially begin long shutdown. The 4-year overhaul will prepare the facility for the high luminosity upgrade, which is scheduled to start operation 2030 with up to 10 times greater luminosity. Okay, so they're doing an upgrade. Well, you have to break a couple eggs to make an omelet. That's what they say. Big Steve, love your show. Was Mary a descendant of David? No. Steve, if you go to the Gospels, specifically Luke, what you'll discover is that Mary was absolutely not a descendant of David, and that in verse 23, it's clear that the line of descent is for Joseph. It's not even questionable. It's just right there. Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli. This is obviously about Joseph, because Joseph is the son of Heli. Mary's not the son of Heli. So that's obviously what's happened there. And also in Luke chapter 1, we learn that Mary and Elizabeth are from the daughters of Aaron. In the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zachariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abiyah, which means he wasn't of the daughters of Aaron. His wife was descendant from the daughters of Aaron. So, what that means is that if Mary and Elizabeth were cousins, then they're both from the daughters of Aaron, which means she technically would have been a Levite. What that means. I wonder actually if the New Oxford Bible ever addresses that, the Bible commentary. I can't say I've ever looked at it. Now I kind of need to check. Hold on. All right. Quite curious. Okay. Okay. Verse 5. So on the order of Zechariah, the order of Abijah, it says, was the 8th of 24 divisions of priests who served twice annually for 1 week at a time in the Jerusalem temple. The priests were Levites, so from Aaron's line, who served God both on behalf of and in place of the firstborn males of all the tribes of Israel. As a descendant of Aaron, Israel's first priest, Elizabeth was also from a priestly family. Yeah. So it says Elizabeth and her husband were both from the priestly line, which means Mary would have been too. So, sorry, Mary, you're not from the line of David. And also, Kyle says perhaps that's on your cheat sheet. I apologize, Kyle. I don't know now what you're referring to because your other super chat must have got read already. But I got a lot of stuff on my cheat sheet. Check it out, friend. Check it out. If all the members of the Kraken Crew Elite got access to the cheat sheet. And Black Soul says, I always have said to Christians that I'm allergic from Christianity because always when I'm in church or had tried to read part of the Bible, I felt sick. It's actually a true fact. You're awesome. Well, thank you, Black Soul. I appreciate that. And yes, reading the Bible will make you sick when you see that God treats women like cattle and allows for slavery and genocide and ripping pregnant women open by the sword. It's all rough. Sonic Dream says, will you offer your streaming software for others to use? Yes, that is the goal. So once I get all the kinks kind of worked out, I'll definitely will have a free version that people can use, and then I'll have some highly upgraded versions that you might be able to utilize with like a monthly subscription, kind of like what you get on like Streamlabs. It also have a desktop client, so you can use the web browser or you can use a desktop client. The desktop client, though, will be more powerful. It'll be better at doing like a 4K stream versus like the web client might be able to do a 4K stream from your machine, or it might not. 4K streaming from a browser is a little bit difficult because of the codecs, but doing it from a desktop is really not all that bad. Nevertheless, you'll have the option to do both. It just might be the case that depending on the power of your PC, 4K streaming from a browser might actually be impossible. Nevertheless, there'll be lots of options. It'll be lots of fun. Babs, thank you for the super chat. You are very informative, interesting, and even fun. Just the thing I need to help me recover from a weekend in hospital with a burst hernia. Rockhard, holy shit, Babs, are you okay? Hernia is no joke. Okay, I've seen some hernias go sideways, pun intended, and it's not fun. So I'm sorry to hear that. That's really tough. Fuck, get better soon. Hope that Doug will make your abdomen rock hard, and best of luck to you. But hopefully we can give you some entertainment. Steve Wright, my friend, thank you for another super chat. A place to maybe send in for your book, Christian Faith Publishers. They sound real honest. Saw an ad on TV, so must be true if it's on TV, right? You know what? I wonder if Christian Faith Publishers will be willing to publish my volume on how Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. I wonder. I'm just curious if that's the case. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Sorry about that. I just had to make a quick note of something real quick. From 80 Mollusks, how did Jews in the Roman Empire react to Constantine's Edict of Thessalonica? Not well. Did they write about it anywhere? Did they freak out? Other religions? Kind of. There were writings. One of the problems that you have during this time period is like a lot of their like writings got destroyed. So after this particular edict, there was a destruction of Greek literature, philosophical literature, Jewish literature. It was messy. I don't know if there's any Jewish literature that specifically addressed the edict, but I do know that there is some literature from the time period. One of the things that they were doing as well during this edict and post edict is they got into this weird trend too of like forcefully baptizing Jewish people, like trying to force them to be Christian. And as you might expect, there were revolts, and some of them got murdered. And so there should be some accounts. I'm trying to think where I would find them, though. You think that the Talmud would have something in it from this particular time period. I'm trying to think if it did, which tractate would it be in? The Talmud's huge. So if they did mention this time period, it should be in there. And the Talmud spans a good range of time. The later portions of the Talmud, were composed around the 5th century. So there should be something. There should be something. I'll take a look real quick and see what I can find. But there should be something. And God Eating Penguin says Justin would hate Dan flashes. I don't know what a Dan flash is, but I do know you got to be careful with flashes. You can't just be, mooning and flashing people in public, get you arrested. Simple Programmer, thank you for the $10 super chat. It seemed to me that at the moment you added guests up today, your audio would mute for 1 to 5 seconds. Just a troublesome data point. Love your recent collabs with legends Aaron and DM Dark Matter Forge for Life. Well, thank you, Simple Programmer. I didn't know that. So when we're first bringing on guests, you're saying my audio would mute for 1 to 5 seconds. I'll have to look in that. Actually, that should be an easy resolve. Let's see. I think I know why too. Let's see. Let's see. What's the word I'm thinking of? Okay. We'll see what we do with that. Space Lord of 75. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hope you're doing well. DNA trivia. It's estimated that 30 to 40% of the DNA in your body is foreign, not human. Actually, that's what I heard, is a pretty high amount. And the amount of bacteria we have in our gut is unfucking believable. Like, it makes you wonder, like, what percentage of our body is actually us versus a foreign thing? Like the bacteria that lives in our gut and our microbiome, is that considered part of being a human? Can we survive without them? Like it's such a weird, like it really starts to blur the line between like what is a human, right? Does a human require that bacteria live in our gut? It's not inquired. It's not clear. You know what I mean? All right, hold on. There is an entry in the Talmud. I did a search here. There is an entry. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, come on. Where's it at? It looks like the I guess there's not. Okay. Nothing from the time period, at least, unfortunately. So we don't really have much, I guess, from the time period about the Edict of Thessalonica. We know it was bad for them, though. And Billy Cypress, thank you for being a member now for a month and for the $50 super chat. Huge W, friend. Missed most of the show because I've been driving to do errands, but as always, I love what you do. Well, thank you, Billy Cypress. I really appreciate that. Huge W. Thank you for supporting the show. And I think that's our last super chat, friends. We're ending a little bit early tonight because we kind of ran out of calls. So rather than ending at midnight, we'll end at about 11:15 or so. But I am sure that there is somebody that is live right now that we can go rate. Surely somebody's live. Let me see who we've got. Who's live on TikTok right now that we can go send people to? Surely somebody is. I'm looking at YouTube. I don't see any of the atheist debaters live on YouTube. Looks like everybody already got offline, probably because it's kind of a slow night. And so that means we're going to have to send all y'all over to a TikTok channel here. Who's live on TikTok? Let's see. I'm going to go to the TikTok website and see who's currently live right now. Man, TikTok website's so slow. There we go. Here's the live tab. A lot of people live on TikTok tonight, it looks like. So TikTok's not too slow, it looks like. Parker's live stream's fucking popping. 5,000 viewers, but it's Parker. Let's see, though, as for the atheist streamers, actually not a lot of atheist streamers out tonight. Holy shit. Like, nobody's out. Sam's live. All right, we're going to go over to Sam's live stream, y'all. If you're on TikTok, hey, check out my friend Sam. Sam's amazing. Right now, the topic is all men until it's no men. It's 18 over. Sam's a good friend of our community. Friends with Ian, myself, Blitz, all the regulars. Channel handle is going to be succubus._SamIam. Hold on, let me get the whole thing. So it's a wild handle. It's long. Let me get the full handle. How do I get the full handle? Let's see. Oh, I don't need the schedule. I want the actual channel handle. Come on. You can do it. Oh, is that me? Oh, that's me. I don't know why it's not taking me to the profile. Take me to the profile. There we go. All right, the handle is succubus._SamIamMcGrady. That's a long one, and I'll see if I can zoom in on that. But go tell Sam I said hello. Tell her I sent you. Tell her Doug sent you. And enjoy the rest of your night, friends. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the stream. And that was kind of a slow one. I really appreciate being here, friends. We'll see you again on Wednesday night. And be good.